This is a collection of 5 lectures by Rudolf Steiner. This is going to be lecture 1 from a book entitled The Roots of Education. Lecture 1, given in Bern on April 13th, 1924. Subtitle, New Education and the Whole Human Being. Here in Bern, I have spoken to you often about anthroposophy in general, and it is a special pleasure to be able now to speak to you in the spirit of anthroposophy about education, the sphere of life that must lie closest to the human heart. We must develop an art of education that can lead us out of the social chaos into which we have fallen during the last 2 years and decades. Our chances of overcoming this chaos are very slight. In fact, one is tempted to say that there is no escaping this chaos unless we find a way to bring spirituality into human souls through education, so that human beings may find a way to progress and to further the evolution of civilization out of the spirit itself. We feel confident that this is the right way to proceed, because in our hearts we know that the world is created in spirit and arises from spirit. Therefore, human creation will be fruitful only when it springs from the fountainhead of spirit itself. To achieve such fruitful creation from spirit, however, people must also be educated and taught in the spirit. I believe that anthroposophy, in fact, has much to say about the nature of education and teaching. Therefore, it gives me great satisfaction that I can present these lectures here. There are many all over the world who feel that a new impetus of some kind is needed in education and teaching. It is true that the 19th century was full of progressive ideas and much was done to further schooling and education. However, a recent tendency of our civilization has been that individuals are seldom brought into touch with their own humanity. For many centuries, we have been able to record the most wonderful progress in the realm of natural science and in its resulting technology. We have also seen that a certain worldview has gradually crystallized out of that scientific progress. The world as a whole, which includes the human being, seems to be viewed exclusively in terms of what the senses tell us about natural phenomena and what the intellect, which is related to the brain, tells us about the realm of the senses. Nevertheless, all of our recently acquired knowledge about the natural world does not in fact lead us to the human being. This is not really recognized today. Although many people feel this to be the situation, they are unprepared to acknowledge that regardless of all that the modern age has provided us in terms of information about the natural world, we are still no closer to understanding the human being. This impossibility is most likely to be felt when we attempt to understand the growing human being, the child. We sense a barrier between the teacher and the child. Anthroposophy, which is based on a real and comprehensive understanding of the human being, would hear this heartfelt appeal coming from all sides, not by establishing theories on education, but by showing men and women as teachers how to enter the school's practical life. Anthroposophic education is really the practical life of the school, and our lectures should provide practical details about how to deal with the various details of teaching. Something else must come first, however. For if we were to begin by speaking of practical details in this way, then the spirit that gives birth to all this could not reveal itself. Therefore, you must kindly permit me to speak today of this spirit of anthroposophic education as a kind of introduction. What we have to say about it will be based on a comprehensive, truly penetrating knowledge of the human being, the active force of anthroposophy in education. A penetrating knowledge of the human being. What does this mean to us? If a growing human being, a child, stands before us, it is not enough, as I have said, to make certain rules for teaching and educating this child. merely conforming to rules as one would when dealing with a technical problem. This will not lead to good teaching. We must bring an inner fire and enthusiasm to our work. We must have impulses that are not transmitted intellectually from teacher to child according to certain rules, but ones that pass intimately from teacher to child. An educator's whole being must be at work, not just the thinking person. The person who feels and the person who wills must also play their roles. Recently, the thinking and worldview of natural science have taken hold of people more deeply and closer to the marrow than they like to think. Even those not specifically trained as scientists think, feel, and act. Let me say this again. Even those not specifically trained as scientists think, feel, and act scientifically. This is not acceptable for teachers, since scientific thinking provides an understanding of only one member of the whole human being, the physical body or the body of the senses. But this is only one member of the entire human being. And anthroposophy shows us that when we have genuine knowledge of the human being, we see that the human being possesses three clearly distinguished members: physical body, soul, and spirit. We see the whole human being only when we have enough wisdom and knowledge to recognize the soul's true nature as clearly as we recognize the physical body. We must also be able to recognize the human spirit as an individual being. Nevertheless, the connections among the body, soul, and spirit in the child are not the same as in the adult. And it is precisely a loosening of the connection with the physical body that allows us to observe the soul and spirit of the child as the greatest wonder of knowledge and practical life in human existence. Subtitle: The First Stage of Childhood. Let's look for a moment at the tiny child and see how that child is born into the world. Here we see a genuinely magical process at work. We see how spirit, springing from the innermost being of the little child, flows into undefined features, chaotic movements, and every action which seem still disjointed and disconnected. Order and form come into the child's eyes, facial expressions, and physical movements, and the child's features become increasingly expressive. In the eyes and other features, the spirit manifests, working from within to the surface, and the soul, which permeates the entire body, manifests. When we look at these things with a serious, unbiased attitude, we see how they come about by observing the growing child. In this way, we may gaze reverently into the wonders and enigmas of cosmic and human existence. As we watch in this way while the child develops, we learn to distinguish three clearly differentiated stages. The only reason such stages are not generally distinguished is because such discernment depends on deep, intimate knowledge. And people today, with their crude scientific concepts, are not going to trouble themselves by acquiring this kind of intimate knowledge. Subtitle: Soul and Spirit Build the quote-unquote second human being. The first significant change in a child's life occurs around the 7th year, when the second teeth appear. The outer physical process of the change of teeth is itself very interesting. First we have the baby teeth. Then the others force their way through as the first are pushed out. A superficial look at this process will see no farther than the actual change of teeth. But when we look into it more deeply, through means I will describe later in these lectures, we discover that this transformation can be observed throughout the child's body, though more delicately than the actual change of teeth. The change of teeth is the most physical and basic expression of a subtle process that in fact occurs throughout the body. What really happens? Anyone can see how the human organism develops. We cut our nails, our hair, and we find that our skin flakes off. This demonstrates how physical substance is cast off from the surface as it is constantly pushed out from within. This pushing from within, which we observe in the change of teeth, is present throughout the whole human body. More exacting knowledge shows us that indeed the child gradually forced out the body received through inheritance. It was cast out. The first teeth are forced out, and likewise the child's whole initial body is forced out. At the change of teeth, a child stands before us with a body that, in contrast to the body at birth, is entirely formed anew. The body from birth has been cast out, as are the first teeth, and a new body is formed. What is the nature of this more intimate process? The child's first body was inherited. It is the result of a collaboration between the father and mother, so to speak, and it is formed from the earthly physical conditions. But just what is this physical body? It is the model that the earth provides to the person as a model for true development as a human being. The soul and spirit aspect of a human being descends from a realm of soul and spirit, where it lived prior to conception and birth. Before we become earthly beings in a physical body, we were all beings of soul and spirit in a soul and spirit realm. What we are, given by our parents through inherited physical substance, unites in embryonic life with what descends from a higher realm as pure spirit and soul. Spirit and soul take hold of the physical body, whose origin is in the stream of inheritance. This physical body becomes its model, and on this model an entirely new human organism is formed, while the inherited organism is forced out. Thus, when we consider a child between birth and the change of teeth, we can say that the physical body's existence is due to physical inheritance alone. But two other forces then combine to work on this physical body. First is the force of those elements the human being brought with it to earth. The second is assimilated from the matter and substance of the earth itself. By the time the teeth change, the human being has fashioned a second body modeled after the inherited body, and that second body is the product of the human soul and spirit. Having arrived at such conclusions by observing the human being more intimately, one will naturally be aware of objections that may be raised. Such objections are obvious. One is bound to ask, can't you see that a likeness to the parents often appears after the change of teeth? That therefore a person is still subject to the laws of inheritance, even after the change of teeth? One could raise a number of similar objections. Let's consider just this one. We have a model that comes from the stream of inheritance. On this model, the spirit and soul develop the second human being. But when something is built from a model, we don't expect to find a complete dissimilarity to the model. Thus, it should be clear that the human spirit and soul use the model's existence to build up the second human organism in its likeness. Nevertheless, when you can perceive and recognize what really occurs, you discover something. Certain children come into their second organism between 9 and 11, and this second body is almost identical to the initial inherited organism. With other children, one may notice a dissimilarity between the second organism and the first, and it is clear that something very different is working its way from the center of their being. In truth, we see every variation between these two extremes. While the human spirit and soul aspect is developing the second organism, it tries most of all to conform to the being it brings with it from the realm of spirit and soul. A conflict thus arises between what is intended to build as the second organism and what the first organism received through inheritance. Depending on whether they have had a stronger or weaker spiritual and soul existence, in the following lectures we shall see why this is, Human beings can either give their second organism an individual form that is strongly impregnated with soul forces, or if they descend from the spiritual world with weaker forces, stay as close as possible to the model. Consider what we must deal with to educate children during the first period of life, between birth and the change of teeth. We are inspired with great reverence when we see how divine spiritual forces work down from supersensible realms. We witness them working daily and weekly, from month to month and year to year, during the first phases of children's lives, and we see how such work carries them through to forming a second individual body. In education, we participate in this work of spirit and soul. For human physical existence, we continue what divine forces began. We participate in divine labor. Subtitle: The Child as a Sense Organ. These matters require more than strictly intellectual understanding. One's whole being must comprehend them. Indeed, when we are brought face to face with the creative forces of the world, we may sense the magnitude of our task in education, especially during the early years. But I would like to point out to you that the way spirit and soul enter the work of creating a second human organism shows us that in the child, the formation of the body, the activity of the soul, and the creation of the spirit are a unity. Whatever happens while forming a new organism and pushing out the old involves a unity of spirit, soul, and body. Consequently, children reveal themselves very differently than do adults. We may observe this clearly in individual instances. As adults, when we eat something sweet, it is the tongue and palate that perceive its sweetness. A little later, the experience of sweetness ceases when the sweet substance has gone into another part of the body. As adults, we do not follow it farther with our taste. This is very different for a child, in whom taste permeates the whole organism. Children do not taste only with the tongue and palate, but with the whole organism. The sweetness is drawn throughout the organism. In fact, the whole child is a sensory organ. In essence, what is a sensory organ? Let's consider the human eye, EYE. Colors make an impression on the eye. If we properly consider what is involved in human seeing, one has to say that will and perception are one in the human eye. The surface is involved, the periphery of the human being. During the first years of life, however, when birth and the change of teeth, between birth and the change of teeth, such activity permeates the whole organism, though in a delicate way. The child's whole organism views itself as one all-inclusive sense organ. This is why all impressions from the environment affect children very differently than they would an adult. An expression of the human soul element in the human being, the element of human morality, is occurring in the environment, and this can be seen with the eye. Subtitle: The Effects of the Teacher's Temperament on Children. Subconsciously, even unconsciously, children have a delicate and intimate capacity for perceiving what is expressed in every movement and act of those around them. If a choleric person expresses fury in the presence of a child and allows the child to see this in the unconscious way I described, then believe me, we are very mistaken to believe that the child sees only the outer activity. Children have a clear impression of what is contained within these moral acts, even when it is an unconscious impression. Sense impressions of the eye are also unconscious. Impressions that are not strictly sensory impressions, but expressions of the moral and soul life, flow into a child exactly the way colors flow into the eye, because the child's organism is a sense organ. This organism, however, has such a delicate structure that every impression permeates all of it. The first impression a child receives from any moral manifestation is a soul impression. For a child, however, the soul always works down into the bodily nature. Whether it be fear or joy and delight that a child experiences in the environment, all this passes not crudely, but in a subtle and delicate way, into the processes of growth, circulation, and digestion. Children who live in constant terror of what may come their way as expressions of fury and anger from a choleric person experience something in the soul that immediately penetrates the breathing, the circulation of the blood, and even the digestive activities. This is tremendously significant. In childhood, we cannot speak only of physical education, because soul education also means educating the body. Everything in the soul element is metamorphosed into the body. It becomes body. We will realize the significance of this only when, through genuine knowledge of the human being, we do more than merely look at children and imprint certain educational maxims on them, and instead consider all of human earthly life. This is more difficult than merely observing children. We may record observations regarding memory, thinking powers, sensory functions of the eye, ear, and so on, but such records are made for the moment, or at most for a short while. But this has not helped us in any way toward true knowledge of the human being as such. When we look at a plant, something is already contained there in the seed that takes root, and after a long time will appear as blossom and fruit. Similarly, in children, before the change of teeth, when the bodily nature is susceptible to the soul's influences, there are seeds of happiness and unhappiness, health and sickness, which will affect all of life until death. As teachers and educators, whatever we allow to flow into children during their first phase of life will work down into the blood, breathing, and digestion. It is like a seed that may come to fruition only in the form of health or sickness when they are 40 or 50 years old. It is, in fact, true that the way educators act toward the little child creates the predispositions for happiness or unhappiness, sickness or health. This is particularly noticeable when we observe in detail the effects of teachers on the children based on actual life events. These phenomena may be observed just as well as the phenomena of botany or physics in laboratories, but we seldom see this. Let us consider individual examples. Let us consider, for instance, the teacher's relationship to a child in school. Consider the teacher's temperament. We may know that due to temperament, a choleric teacher may be energetic, but also quick-tempered and easily angered. A melancholic teacher may be the kind of person who withdraws into the self, an introvert who is self-occupied and avoids the world. A sanguine teacher may be quick to receive outer impressions, flitting from one impression to the next. Or we may find a phlegmatic person who allows things to slide, someone indifferent to everything, who remains unaffected by outer impressions, generally gliding over things. Let's imagine for the moment that a teacher's training college did nothing to moderate these temperaments and prepare teachers to function well in the school life, that these temperaments were allowed full and total expression with no restraint. The choleric temperament, let us imagine that, before the change of teeth, a child is exposed to a choleric temperament. If a teacher or educator lets loose with a temperament of this kind, it permanently affects the child's soul, leaving its mark on the circulatory system and all that constitutes the inner rhythmic life. Such effects do not initially penetrate very deeply. Really, they are only there in seed, but this seed grows and grows, as all seeds do. It sometimes happens that at 40 or 50 years of age, circulatory disorders of the rhythmic system appear as a direct result of a teacher's unrestrained choleric temperament. Indeed, we do not educate children only for childhood, but for their whole earthly existence, and even, as we shall see later, for the time beyond. Or let's imagine a melancholic giving rein to that particular temperament, someone who was not motivated during teacher training to harmonize it and find an appropriate way to channel it into working with children. Such teachers succumb to their own melancholy in their interactions with children. But by living, feeling, and thinking such inner melancholy, such a person continually withholds from children exactly what should flow from teacher to child. That is warmth. This warmth, which is so often missing in education, acts first as a warmth of soul and then passes into the body, primarily into the digestive system. This quickens the seed of certain tendencies that appear later in life as all kinds of disorders and blood diseases. Or consider the phlegmatic person who is indifferent to interactions with the child. A very peculiar relationship arises between them. Not exactly a coldness, but an extremely watery element is active in the soul realm between the child and such a teacher. The foundation is not strong enough for the proper interplay of soul between teacher and child. The child is insufficiently aroused to inner activity. If you observe someone who developed under the influence of a phlegmatic person, and if you follow the course of that person's life into later years, you will often notice a tendency to brain weakness, poor circulation in the brain, or a dulling of brain activity. And now let us look at the effects of sanguine people on the child, those who allow their sanguine nature to get out of hand. Such an individual responds strongly to every impression, but impressions pass quickly. There is a kind of inner life, but the person's own nature is taken right out into the surroundings. Children cannot keep up with such a teacher, who rushes from one impression to the next and fails to stimulate the child properly. In order to arouse sufficient inner activity in a child, the teacher must lovingly hold that child to one impression for a certain period of time. If we observe a child who has grown up under the influence of an uncontrolled sanguine nature, we see in later life that there is a certain lack of vital force, an adult life that lacks strength and content. Thus, if we have the ability to see it, and education depends on a capacity for subtle perception, we recognize various types of people in their 40th or 50th year of life, and we are able to say whether a person has been influenced by the temperament of an educator who is melancholic, phlegmatic, choleric, or sanguine. Subtitle: The Lasting Effects of a Teacher's Actions. I mention these things in introducing my lectures, not to give instructions on how to work out these things for training teachers, but to show you how actions meant to affect the child's soul life do not just remain in the soul, but go all the way into the physical nature. To educate the soul life of children means to educate them for their whole earthly life, even in their bodily nature. Anthroposophy is often criticized for wanting to speak of spirit as well as soul. There are many today who become very critical and antagonistic whenever they even hear the word spirit, and anthroposophy is easily assumed to be a kind of fantasy. Anthroposophists are accused of reducing the reality of the sense world to a kind of vague abstraction, and those who speak rationally of spiritual things should naturally be unconcerned with such abstraction. In fact, what anthroposophy attempts in education is to apply the correct principles for bodily education, since we understand that precisely during the first stage of life, the entire physical nature of a child is influenced by soul impulses. Anyone who consciously tries to discover how all physical activity is based fundamentally on soul and spirit can still choose to be a materialist when working on child development between birth and the change of teeth. The way matter works in a child is contained in a unity of soul and spirit. No one can understand matter in a child unless soul and spirit are considered valid. Indeed, soul and spirit are revealed in the outer appearance of matter. The ability to educate necessitates a sense of responsibility. The considerations I have presented to you strongly arouse one's sense of responsibility as a matter of heartfelt concern. If you take up educational work, knowing what affects the young child and that it will continue through all of life as happiness or unhappiness, sickness or health, such knowledge may initially seem like a burden on the soul, but it will also spur you on to develop forces and capacities, and above all, as a teacher, a mental attitude that is strong enough to sow quote-unquote seeds of soul in the young child that will blossom only later in life, even in old age. This knowledge of the human being is what anthroposophy presents as the basis for an art of education. It is not merely knowledge of what we find in a human being in a single stage of life, for example, in childhood. It springs from contemplating all of human earthly life. What, in fact, is a human life on earth? When we view a person before us at any given moment, we may speak of seeing an organism, since each detail is in harmony with the formation of the whole. To gain insight into the inner connections of size or form in the individual members of the human organism, how they fit together, how they harmonize to form both a unity and a multiplicity, let us look, for example, at the little finger. Although I am only looking at the little finger, I also get some idea of the shape of the earlobe, since the earlobe's form has a certain connection with the form of the little finger, and so on. Both the smallest and the largest members of the human organism receive their shape from the whole, and they are also related in form to every other member. Consequently, we cannot understand, for example, an organ in the head unless we see it in relation and in harmony with an organ in the leg or foot. This also applies to the spatial organism, the organism spread out in space. Besides having a spatial organism, however, the human being has also a time organism. We have seen that within the space organism, the earlobe receives its form from the body as a whole, as well as from the form of, say, the little finger or knee. But the time organism must also be considered. The configuration of a person's soul in the 50th year, the person's physical health or sickness, cheerfulness or depression, clarity or dullness of mind, is most intimately connected with what was present there in the 10th, 7th, or 4th year of life. Just as the members of a spatial organism have a certain relationship to one another, so do the members of a time organism, separated from one another by time. From one perspective, it may be asserted that when we are 5 years old, everything within us is already in harmony with what we will be at 40. Of course, a trivial objection may be raised that one might die young, but it doesn't apply, since other considerations enter in. Additionally, as a spatial organism, a human being is also organized in time. And if you ever find a finger lying around somewhere, it would have to have been very recently dislodged to look like a finger at all. Very soon it would no longer be a finger. A limb separated from the organism soon shrivels and ceases to be a human limb. A finger separated from the human organism is not a finger at all. It could never live apart from the body, but becomes nothing, and since it cannot exist on its own, it is not real. A finger is real only while united with the whole physical body between birth and death. Such considerations make it clear that in all our teaching we must consider the time organism. Imagine what would happen to the space organism if it were treated the way people often treat their time organism. Let's say, for example, that we put some substance into a man's stomach and it destroys his head. Imagine, however, that we examined only the stomach and never looked at what happened to this substance once it dispersed into the organism, where it eventually reached the head. To understand the human organism, We must be able to examine the process that the substance goes through in the human stomach, and also see what it means for the head. In passing from the stomach to the head, the substance must continually alter and change. It must be flexible. In the time organism, we continually sin against children. We teach them to have clear, sharp ideas and become dissatisfied if their ideas are flexible and not sharply defined. Our goal is to teach children in such a way that they retain in their mind what we teach them, so they can tell us just what we told them. We are often especially gratified when a child can reproduce exactly what we taught several years later. That's like having a pair of shoes made for a child of 3 and expecting them to fit when the child is 10 years old. In reality, our task is to give children living, flexible ideas that can grow in the soul just as the outer physical limbs grow with the body. It is much less trouble to give a child definitions of various things to memorize and retain, but that is like expecting the shoes of a 3-year-old to fit a child of 10. We ourselves must take part in the inner activities of children's souls, and we must consider it a joy to give them something inwardly flexible and elastic. Just as their physical limbs grow, so can their ideas, feelings, impulses, and soon they themselves are able to make something new out of what we gave them. This cannot happen unless we cultivate inner joy in ourselves toward growth and change. We have no use for pedantry or sharply defined ideas of life. We can use only active, life-forming forces, forces of growth and increase. Teachers who have a feeling for this growing, creative life have already found their relationship to the children because they contain life within themselves, and such life can then pass on to the children who demand it of them. This is what we need most of all. Much that is dead in our pedagogy and educational systems must be transformed into life. What we need, therefore, is a knowledge of the human being that doesn't say only that a human being is like this or like that. We need knowledge of the human being that affects the whole human being, just as physical nourishment affects the blood. Blood circulates in human beings, and we need human knowledge that gives blood to our souls also. It would not only make us sensible, clever, and intelligent, but also enthusiastic and inwardly flexible, able to enkindle love in us. This would be an art of education that springs from true knowledge of the human being, born by love. These have been the introductory remarks I wanted to present about the essential ideas that an art of education must get from anthroposophy. In future lectures, we will see how the spirit of anthroposophic education can be realized in the practical details of school. The end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Roots of Education. This is Lecture 2, given in Bern, April 14th, 1924. Subtitle, The Goal of Waldorf Education. You have seen that education must be based on a more intimate knowledge of the human being than is found in natural science, although it is generally assumed that all knowledge must be grounded in natural science. As we have seen, however, natural science cannot come even close to the reality of the human being, and it doesn't help to base our knowledge on it. The world is permeated by spirit, and true knowledge of the world must be permeated by spirit as well. Anthroposophy can give us spiritual knowledge of the world, and with it, spiritual knowledge of the human being. And this alone leads to a true art of education. But don't make the mistake, which is easy to do, that those who consider themselves anthroposophists want to establish quote-unquote anthroposophic schools that teach anthroposophy as a worldview in the place of other contemporary worldviews, regardless of whether such views are inspired more by intellect or feeling. It is important to understand and reiterate that This is not at all our intention. What we are examining is mainly concerned with matters of method and the practice of teaching. Men and women who adhere to anthroposophy feel, and rightly so, that the knowledge of the human being it provides can establish some truly practical principles for the way we treat children. At the Waldorf School in Stuttgart, we have been able to pursue an art of education based on anthroposophy for many years, and we have always made it clear to the rest of the world that anthroposophy as such was never taught there. Roman Catholic children receive religious instruction from a priest, and Protestant children from a Protestant pastor. Only those children whose parents specifically request it receive religion lessons involving a freer religious instruction based on anthroposophy. Thus, our own anthroposophic worldview as such really has no place in the schoolwork itself. Moreover, I would like to point out that the true aim and object of anthroposophic education is not to establish as many anthroposophic schools as possible. Naturally, some model schools are needed, where the methods are practiced in detail. There is a need crying out in our time for such schools. Our goal, however, is to enable every teacher to bring the fruits of anthroposophy to their work, no matter where they may be teaching or the nature of the subject matter. There is no intention of using anthroposophic pedagogy to start revolutions, even silent ones, in established institutions. Our task instead is to point to a way of teaching that springs from our anthroposophic knowledge of humankind. Subtitle: Understanding the Human Being. As you know, we need to gain a more intimate observation of human beings than is customary today. In fact, there are some areas where people are learning a very exact kind of observation, especially in regard to visual observation. For example, using a telescope to observe the stars, for surveying, and in many other realms of knowledge. It arises from a sense for exact mathematical observation. Because of the scientific mindset that has ruled for the past 3 centuries, nowhere in contemporary civilization do we find the kind of intimate observation that sees the fine and delicate changes in the human soul or body organization. Consequently, people have little to say about the important changes that have occurred in the child's whole physical organization, such as those that happen at the change of the teeth, at puberty, and again after the 20th year. And so transitions that have great significance in terms of education, such as the period between the change of teeth and puberty, are simply ignored. These changes are mentioned, it is true, but only as they affect the actual physical body of the child, or are expressed in the soul's more superficial dependence on the physical body. This would require much more delicate observations. Anthroposophy begins by viewing the world as an expression of spiritual forces, which is seldom acknowledged today. It provides exercises that train a person's soul to acquire direct insight into the spirit world. There are some whose destiny has not yet brought them to the point of seeing the spiritual facts for themselves. But anthroposophy has such power that merely beginning such exercises in itself helps people to learn a much more delicate and intimate observation of the human being. After all, you must remember that our soul and spirit is the part of us that, as we have seen, descends from a pre-earthly existence and unites with the inherited physical body. And spiritual research depends on the higher, supersensible part of us. We have supersensible eyes and ears, soul organs, such as the eyes and ears of our physical body, so that we can arrive at certain perceptions independently of the body. Subtitle: Cosmic and Human Cycles. Each night while asleep, a person is unconsciously in a condition that is similar to what is needed for spiritual investigation. When falling asleep, the human soul and spirit leave the physical body and re-enter it when the person awakes. While awake, people use their eyes and ears and move their limbs, and the forces for this come from the spirit and soul aspects of the human being. Genuine knowledge of nature, which doesn't exist yet, would also show that while awake, people's physical actions are controlled by soul and spirit, and that sleep is only an interruption of this activity. Here again, the difference is too subtle to be perceived by modern scientific methods, upon which today's education is based, even when directed toward the earliest years of childhood. A sleeping person is completely surrendered to the activities of the organism to which plant and mineral are also subject. Anthroposophy, or spiritual science, on the other hand, strive for precision and accuracy. And it would not be true, of course, to say that while asleep a person is a plant. In a human being, mineral and plant substances have been raised to the level of animal and human. The human organization is not like that of a plant, since a plant has no muscles and nerves, and the human, of course, has both muscles and nerves, even while asleep. The important thing, however, is very simple. The vegetative function of the plant has nothing to do with nerves and muscles, but it is different for a human being. Activity in a person is related to muscles and nerves, and thus transcends the physical. Even human sleep activity is not merely vegetative. In a certain sense, this applies also to animals, but we cannot address this matter now. Although we find the same impulses in the plant as in the sleeping human being, nevertheless, something different happens in a sleeping person. It may help us to form an idea of this process if we think of it in this way. When we are awake, the soul and spirit are integrated with the human organism. The soul and spirit, in turn, have a certain similarity to the cosmos, the whole universe. But keep in mind, that is only a similarity. And careful observation of plant development will show us that in spring, when the snow has melted, we see plants spring out of the earth and unfold their being. Until now, plant growth was controlled by the sun forces within the earth, or the stored sunshine of the previous year. In spring, the plants are released, so to speak, by these earthly sun forces. And as they shoot out of the soil, they are received by the outer sunlight and guided through the summer until the seeds become ripe. Plant growth is again given over to the earth. Throughout the summer, the sun's forces gradually descend into the earth to be stored there. Thus, the earth is always permeated by these accumulated sun forces. We need only remember that millions of years ago, sun forces shone on plants, which then became coal within the earth. Thus, sunlight is in reality now being burned in our stoves. Likewise, though for a much shorter time, the sun's forces are preserved in the earth from summer to summer. Throughout the winter, plants absorb the sun's forces found in the earth, and during summer the sun pours its rays upon them right from the cosmos. So there really is a rhythm in the life of plants. Earthly sun forces, cosmic sun forces, earthly sun forces, cosmic sun forces, and so on. Plant life swings from one to the other as a pendulum on a clock. Now let us turn to the human being. When I fall asleep, I leave behind, in my body, everything of a mineral and plant nature, though as we have seen, the plant nature in the human being, in contrast to the actual plant, is organized so that spirit and soul can dwell within it. What is left behind in sleep is thus wholly surrendered to its own plant-like activity. It begins to blossom and sprout. And when we go to sleep, it is really springtime within us. When we awaken, the plant forces are driven back, and it becomes autumn within us. As soul and spirit arise on awakening, autumn enters us. Viewing things externally, it is often said that waking is like spring and sleeping like autumn. This is not true, however. Genuine spiritual insight into human nature shows us that during the first moments of sleep, spring life sprouts and blossoms in us, and when we awaken, autumn sinks into us like the setting sun. While awake, when we are using all our faculties of soul, it is winter within us. Again, we see a rhythm as in plant life. In plant growth, we distinguish between earthly activity and the sun's activity. In a human being, we find essentially the same activity imitating the plant. Falling asleep, summer activity, awakening. Let me read that again. In plant growth, we distinguish between earthly activity and the sun's activity. In the human being, we find essentially the same activity imitating the plant. Falling asleep, summer activity. Awakening, winter activity. And around again to summer activity, winter activity. But here it takes place in only 24 hours. Human beings have condensed a yearly rhythm into a day and a night. These rhythms are similar, but not identical, because for a human being, the life of the soul and spirit does not have the same duration as the life of spirit in the realm of nature. A year is only a day in the life of the spirits who pervade the cosmos and permeate the whole course of the year, just as the soul and spirit of human beings direct the course of their day. As we consider this, we arrive at this hypothesis. I must warn you, by the way, that what I'm about to say may seem very strange to you, but I present it as an hypothesis to demonstrate more clearly what I mean. Let us suppose that a woman falls asleep, and within her is what I have described as summer activity. Let us suppose that she continues to sleep without waking up. What will happen then? The plant element within her, the element not of soul and spirit, would eventually become the rhythm of the plant realm. It would go from a daily rhythm to an annual rhythm. Of course, such a rhythm does not exist in the human being. Thus, if the physical body were to go on sleeping as described, the person would be unable to tolerate the resulting yearly rhythm and would die. If the human body were all plant activity, it would be organized differently. The physical body would separate from the soul and spirit, assume a yearly cycle, and take on purely vegetative qualities. When we view physical death, which leads to the body's destruction, we see that by being born out of the cosmos, the human being passed from a grand cycle to a small cycle. If a human body is on its own and cannot animate the spirit and soul in itself, it is destroyed, since it cannot immediately find its place in the cosmic rhythm. Therefore, we see that if we can develop a more delicate faculty for observation, we can gain true insight into the essence of human existence. This is why I said that those who have entered the path of spiritual knowledge, though they may not yet have attained spiritual vision for themselves, will nevertheless feel forces stirring within that lead to spiritual insight. And these are the very forces that act as messengers and mediators of all the spirits at work in the cosmos. Spirit is active in the cosmos, where we find the beings who guide the life cycle of the year. This is a new realm to us, but when we observe a human being, we can see the presence of soul and spirit in all human life, and here we are on familiar ground. For this reason, it is always easier to exercise a fine faculty of perception in regard to the human soul and spiritual qualities than it is to perceive spirit activity itself in the world. When we think in ordinary life, it is as if thinking or forming mental images continually escaped us. When we bump into something or feel something with our fingers, a piece of silk or velvet, for example, we immediately perceive that we have encountered that object, and we can feel its shape by touching its surface. Then we know that as human beings we have connected with our environment. When we think, however, we do not seem to touch objects around us in this way. Once we have thought about something and made it our own, we can say that we have quote-unquote apprehended or quote-unquote grasped it, begreifen. What do we mean by this? If external objects are alien to us, which is generally true for our thinking, then we do not say we have grasped them. If, for example, a piece of chalk is lying there, and I am standing here moving my hand as one does when speaking, one does not say, I have grasped the chalk. But if I actually take hold of the chalk with my hand, then I can say I have grasped it. In earlier times, people had a better understanding of what thinking really was. And out of such knowledge, words and expressions flowed into the language that expressed the real thing much better than our modern abstractionists realize. If we have had a mental picture of something, we say we have grasped it. This means we have come into contact with the object. We have seized it. Footnote, he is playing here on the words ergreifen and erfassen. End of footnote. Today we no longer realize that we can have intimate contact with objects in our environment through the very expressions in our thinking life. For example, there is a word in our language today that conceals its own meaning in a very hypocritical way. We can say concept, Begriff in German, from begreifen. I have a concept. The word concept, to hold or gather, is contained within it. Greifen, to grasp or seize. I have something that I've grasped or gathered into myself. We have only the word now. The life has gone out of its meaning. Footnote, our English word concept derives from Latin concipere, to take hold of completely. End of footnote. Examples such as these from everyday life demonstrate the aim and purpose of the exercises described as anthroposophic methods of research in my book, How to Know Higher Worlds, and in the latter half of An Outline of Esoteric Science, and in other works. Consider the exercises in mental imagery. Certain thoughts are held in the mind so that concentration on these thoughts may strengthen the soul life. These exercises are based neither on superstition nor merely on fantasy, but on clear thinking and deliberation as exact as that used for mathematics. They lead human beings to develop a capacity for thought in a much more vital and active way than that found in the abstract thinking of people today. Subtitle, Thinking and the Etheric Body. People today are truly dominated by abstraction. When they work all day with their arms and legs, they feel the need to sleep off their fatigue because they recognize that their real being has been actively moving arms and legs. What they fail to understand, however, is that when we think, our being is just as active. People cannot see that. When they think, their being actively flows out and takes hold of the objects of their thinking. This is because they do not perceive the lowest supersensible member of the human being, the etheric body, living within the physical body, just as the physical body lives within the the external world. The etheric body can in fact be perceived at the moment when, by practicing the exercises I referred to, a person develops the eye of the soul and the ear of the spirit. One can then see how thinking, which is primarily an activity of the etheric body, is really a spiritual grasping or spiritual touching of the objects around us. Once we have condensed and concentrated our thoughts by means of the exercises mentioned, we experience spirit in such a way that we no longer have the abstract feeling, which is so prevalent today, that objects are far from us. We get a true sense of them that arises from practiced, concentrated thinking. Thinking, too, will then bring fatigue, and especially after using our powers of thought, we will want to have our sleep. The presence of materialistic ideas is not the worst product of this age of materialism in which we live. Educators must also consider another aspect. As educators, we may feel somewhat indifferent to the amount of fatigue caused by people's activities. Eventually, people return to their senses, and things even out. But the worst thing for an educator is to watch a child go through years of schooling and receive for the soul only nourishment that bears the stamp of natural science, that is, of material things. Of course, this does not apply only to school science classes. All education today, even in the lowest grades, is based on scientific thinking. This is absorbed by children. It grows up with them, and it penetrates the whole physical organization, so that in later years it appears as insomnia. What is the cause of the sleeplessness of our materialistic time? It is due to the fact that we think only in a materialistic way. The activity of thought, this grasping or handling of our environment through thought, does not allow the corresponding organs of the etheric body to become tired, since it has become too abstract. Here, only the physical body becomes tired. We fall asleep, the physical body falls asleep, but the etheric becomes nervous and restless and cannot sleep. It draws the soul and spirit back into it, and this condition will necessarily develop gradually into an epidemic of insomnia. This is already happening today. Only by considering such matters can we understand what this materialistic time signifies. It is bad enough that people think materialistic theoretical thoughts, but in itself, this is not really that serious. It is even worse that we experience the effects of materialism in our moral life and in our economic life. And the worst thing is that through materialism, all of childhood is ruined to the point that people can no longer come to terms with moral or spiritual impulses at all. These things must be known by everyone who recognizes the need to transform our teaching and education. The transitions we have mentioned, such as those that occur at the change of teeth and at puberty, can be understood only through intimate observation of the human being. We must learn to see how a person is inwardly active, so that people experience their etheric just as they feel their physical body. They must recognize that when they think about any object, they are really doing in the etheric what is otherwise done in the physical human body. If I want to know what an object is like, I feel it, I contact it, and thus gain a knowledge of its surface. This also applies to my etheric body. I feel etherically and supersensibly the object I want to grasp, what I wish to conceptualize. The etheric body is just as active as the physical body, and correct knowledge of human development can come only from this knowledge and consciousness of the etheric body's activity. Subtitle: The Child's Imitative Nature. If we can activate our thinking in this way, and with this inwardly active thinking, watch a very young child, we see how every action performed in that child's environment and every look that expresses some moral impulse, for the moral quality of a look contains something that passes into the child as an imponderable force, flows right into the child and continues to work in the breathing and the circulation of the blood. The clearest and most concrete statement we can come to regarding a child is this, quote, "A child is an imitative being through and through," close quote. The way a child breathes or digests in the more delicate and intimate processes of breathing or digesting reflects the actions of those around the child. Children are completely surrendered to their environment. In adults, the only parallel to such devotion is found in religion, as expressed through the human soul and spirit. Religion is expressed in spiritual surrender to the universe. The religious life unfolds properly when, with our own spirit, we go beyond ourselves and surrender to a spiritual worldview. We should flow out into a divine worldview. Adult religious life depends on emancipating soul and spirit from the physical body. When a person's soul and spirit are given up to the divine spirit of the world. Children give up their whole being to the environment. In adults, the activities of breathing, digestion, and circulation are within them, cut off from the external world. In children, however, all such activities are still surrendered to their environment, and they are therefore religious by nature. This is the essential feature of a child's life between birth and the change of teeth. The whole being is permeated with a natural religious element, so to speak, and even the physical body maintains a religious mood. But children are not surrounded only by beneficial forces that inspire religious devotion in later life. There are also spiritual forces that are harmful, which come from people around children and from other spiritual forces in the world. In this way, this natural religious element in a child's physical body may also be exposed to evil in the environment. Children can encounter evil forces. And when I say that even a small child's physical body has a religious quality, I do not mean that children cannot be little demons. Many children are little demons because they have been open to evil spiritual forces around them. Our task is to overcome and drive out such forces by applying methods appropriate to our time. As long as a child is an imitative religious being, admonitions do no good. Words can be listened to only when the soul is emancipated to some extent, when its attention can be self-directed. Disapproving words cannot help us deal with a small child. But what we ourselves do in the presence of the child does help. Because when a child sees this, it flows right in and becomes sense perception. Our actions, however, must contain a moral quality. If, for example, a man who is colorblind looks at a colored surface, he may see only gray. An adult looks at another person's actions also in this way, seeing only the speed and flow of the gestures. We see the physical qualities, but no longer see the moral qualities of the person's actions. A child, on the other hand, sees the moral element, even if only unconsciously. And we must make sure that while in the presence of children, we not only never act in a way that should not be imitated, but never think thoughts that should not enter their souls. Such education of the thoughts is most important for the first 7 years of life, and we must not allow ourselves to think any impure, ugly, or angry thoughts when in the company of little children. You may say, but I can think what I like without altering my outer actions in the least, so the child sees nothing and cannot be influenced by what cannot be seen. Here it is interesting to consider these very peculiar and rather... Read that again. Here it is interesting to consider those very peculiar and rather stupid shows given at one time with so-called thinking horses, horses that could count and other animals performing tricks demonstrating, in quotes, intelligence. These things were interesting, though not in the way that most people believed. I once saw the Elberfeld horses. I want to speak only from my own observation. I saw the horse belonging to Mr. von Osten, and I could see how he gave answers to his master. Von Osten gave him arithmetic problems to do. Not very complicated, it is true, but difficult enough for a horse. The horse had to add and subtract and would give the correct answers by stamping his hoof. Now you can look at this either from the perspective of a modern scientist, for example the professor who wrote a whole fat book on the horse, or you can view it from an anthroposophic standpoint. The professor began by repudiating all non-professional opinions on the matter. Please do not think that I intend to say anything against natural science, because I am well aware of its value. In the end, the professor concluded that the horse was able to perceive very delicate movements made by the hand, a slight twitch of an eyelid, the most delicate vibrations of certain muscles, and so on. From this, the horse eventually learned what answers corresponded to certain vibrations, and could give the required number of stamps with his hoof. This hypothesis is very clever and intelligent. He then arrives at the inevitable question of whether these things had actually been observed. He asks this question himself, since people are indeed learning to be very conscientious in their research. He answers it, however, by saying that the human senses are not organized in such a way that they perceive such fine, delicate movements and vibrations, but a horse can see them. In fact, all he proves is that a horse can see more in a person than a professor can. But for me, there was something else important. The horse could give the correct answers only when Mr. von Osten stood beside him and spoke. While he talked, he kept taking lumps of sugar and placing them in the horse's mouth. The horse was permeated by a taste of sweetness all the time. This is the important thing. The horse felt suffused with sweetness. In such a condition, even a horse can experience things that would otherwise not be possible. In fact, I would put it this way. Mr. von Osten himself constantly lived in the sweetened horse, the etheric horse that had permeated the physical horse. His thoughts were alive and diffused there, just as they were in his own body. His thoughts lived on in the horse. It was not because a horse has a finer perception than a professor, but because it is not yet as highly organized and thus more susceptible to external influences, while its physical body continually absorbs the sweetness. Indeed, there are such influences that pass from person to person, aroused by things almost, if not wholly, imperceptible to contemporary human beings. Such things occur in the interactions between humankind and animals, and they also occur very much when the soul and spirit are not yet free of the body, that is, during early childhood. Small children can actually perceive the morality behind every look and gesture of those around them, even though this may be no longer possible for those who are older. It is therefore of the greatest importance that we never allow ourselves to think ugly thoughts around children. Not only does this live on in their souls, but works right down into the physical body. There is no question that much is being accomplished these days in many medical or other dissertations, and they reflect the current state of scientific knowledge. But a time will come when there will be something very new in this area. Let me give you a specific example to demonstrate what I mean. A time will come when a person may write a doctoral thesis showing that a disease, perhaps during the 48th year of a person's life, can be traced back to certain evil thoughts in the environment of that person as a child of 4 or 5. This way of thinking can bring us to a genuine understanding of human beings and the capacity for seeing the totality of human life. We thus have to learn gradually that it is not so much a question of inventing from our own abstract thoughts all kinds of things for little children to do, such as using rods and so on. Children do not spontaneously do things like that. Their own soul forces must be aroused, and then they will imitate what the adults do. A little girl plays with a doll because she sees her mother nursing the baby. Whatever we see in adults is present in children as their tendency to imitate. This tendency must be considered in educating children up to the 7th year. We must bear in mind, however, that what we educate is subject to change in the child's organism. In children, everything is done in a more living and animated way than in adults, because children are still a unity of body, soul, and spirit. In adults, the body has been freed from the soul and spirit, and the soul and spirit from the body. Body, soul, and spirit exist side by side as individual entities. In the child, they are still firmly united. This unity even penetrates the thinking. We can see these things very clearly through an example. A small child is often given a so-called beautiful doll, a painted creature with glass eyes, made to look exactly like a human being. These little horrors are made to open and shut their eyes and do all sorts of other things. These are then presented to children as quote-unquote beautiful dolls. Even from an artistic perspective, they are hideous. But I will not enlarge on that now. But consider what really happens to a child who is presented with a doll of this kind, a doll that can open its eyes and so on. At first the child will love it because it is a novelty, but that does not last. Now compare that with what happens to a child if I just take a piece of rag and make a doll out of that. Tie it together for a head, make 2 dots for eyes and perhaps a big nose, and there you have it. Give that to a child, and the rest of that doll will be filled out by the child through imagination, in soul and spirit, which are so closely connected with the body. Then every time the child plays with the doll, there is an inner awakening that remains inwardly active and alive. Then every time that child plays with the doll, there is an inner awakening that remains inwardly active and alive. By making such experiments yourself, you will see what a difference there is between giving a child playthings that leave as much as possible to the power of imagination, and giving finished toys that leave nothing for the child's own inner activity. Handwork for small children should only indicate leaving much for the child's own imagination to do. Working in set forms that can easily be left as they are does not awaken any inner activity in the child, because the imagination cannot get past what is open to the senses. Subtitle: Physical and Psychical Effects. This shows us what kind of teachers and educators we should be if we really want to approach children in the right way. We need an art of teaching based on the knowledge of human beings, knowledge of the child. This art of education will arise when we find a doctor's thesis that works with a case of diabetes at the age of 40 by tracing it back to the harmful effects of the wrong kind of play in the 3rd or 4th year. People will see then what we mean by saying that the human being consists of body, soul, and spirit, and that in the child, body, soul, and spirit are still a unity. The spirit and soul later become freed of the body, and a trinity is formed. In the adult, body, soul, and spirit are pushed apart, as it were, and only the body retains what was absorbed by the individual during early development as the seed of later life. Now this is the strange thing. When an experience affects the soul, its consequences are soon visible, even when the experience was unconscious. Physical consequences, however, take 7 or 8 times longer to manifest. If you educate a child of 3 or 4, so that you present what will influence the soul's life, then the effect of this will appear in the 8th year, and people are usually careful to avoid doing anything with a child of 4 or 5 that may affect the soul life in an unhealthy way during the 8th or 9th year. Effects on the physical body take much longer to manifest, because the physical body must free itself of the soul and spirit. Therefore, something that influences the soul life at 4 or 5 may come to fruition in the physical body when that person is 7 or 8 times as old, for example, in the 35th year. Thus, a person may develop an illness during the late 30s or early 40s, caused by ill influences that affected that soul while at play as a child of 3 or 4. If you wish to understand the whole human being, you must also realize that the freeing of the body from soul and spirit in an adult, as opposed to a child's unity of body, soul, and spirit, is not merely abstract theory, but a matter of very specific knowledge, for we are speaking of very different calendars. The time that the body requires to work something out is increasingly lengthened compared to the time needed by the soul. The physical body works more slowly, and harmful influences manifest much later there than in the soul. Thus we often see that when we transgress against a little child in the very early years, many things turn out wrong in the teenager's soul life. This can be corrected, however. It is not very difficult to find ways of helping even seemingly unmanageable children during their teens. They may even become very good and respectable, if somewhat boring, citizens later on. This is not very serious. But the body develops more and more slowly as life goes on, and in the end, long after all the soul difficulties of early youth have been overcome, the physical effects will gradually emerge, and in later life the person will have to contend with arthritis or some other illness. Real experiential knowledge of the human being is of the greatest importance. Truly concrete knowledge of the human being, with the power of seeing right into the person, is the only possible basis for a true art of education, an art of education whereby persons may find their place in life, and, subject to the laws of their own destinies, fully develop all their powers. Education should never work against a person's destiny, but should help people achieve the fullest possible development of their own predispositions. Often today, people's education lags far behind the talents and tendencies that destiny implanted in them. We must keep pace with these forces to the extent that the human beings in our care can attain all that their destinies will allow, the fullest clarity of thought, the most loving deepening of feeling, and the greatest possible energy and capacity of will. This can be done only through an art of education and teaching based on a real knowledge of the human being. We will speak more of this in the next lectures. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Roots of Education. Lecture 3, given in Bern, April 15th, 1924. In the preceding lectures, I have repeatedly spoken of how important it is that teachers turn their attention in particular toward the drastic changes or metamorphoses that occur during a child's life. For example, the change of teeth and puberty. We have not fully developed our observation of these changes because we are used to noticing only the more obvious outer expressions of human nature, according to so-called natural laws. What concerns the teacher, however, arises in reality from the innermost center of a child's being, and what a teacher can do for the child affects a child's very inner nature. Consequently, we must pay particular attention to the fact that, for example, at this significant change of teeth, the soul itself goes through a transformation. Subtitle: Memory prior to the change of teeth. Let us examine a single aspect of this soul life, the memory, or capacity for remembering. A child's memory is very different before and after the change of teeth. Transitions and developments in human life occur slowly and gradually, so to speak, of the change of teeth, as a single fixed event in time is only approximate. Let me read that again. The transitions and developments in human life occur slowly and gradually. So to speak of the change of teeth as a single fixed event in time is only approximate. There's something wrong with that sentence. Nevertheless, this point in time manifests in the middle of the child's development, and we must consider very intensively what takes place at that time. When we observe a very young child, we find that the capacity to remember has the quality of a soul habit. When a child recalls something during that first period of life until the change of teeth, such remembering is a kind of habit or skill. We might say that when as a child I acquire a certain accomplishment, let us say writing, it arises largely from a certain suppleness of my physical constitution, a suppleness that I have gradually acquired. When you watch a small child taking hold of something, you have found a good illustration of the concept of habit. A child gradually discovers how to move the limbs this way or that way, and this becomes habit and skill. Out of a child's imitative actions, the soul develops skillfulness, which permeates the child's finer and more delicate organizations. A child will imitate something one day, then do the same thing again the next day and the next. This activity is performed outwardly, but also, and importantly, within the innermost parts of the physical body. This forms the basis for memory in the early years. After the change of teeth, the memory is very different, because by then, as I have said, spirit and soul are freed from the body, and picture content can arise that relates to what was experienced in the soul, a formation of images unrelated to bodily nature. Every time we meet the same thing or process, whether due to something outer or inner, the same picture is recalled. The small child does not yet produce these inward pictures. No image emerges for that child when remembering something. When an older child has a thought or idea about some past experience, it arises again as a remembered thought, a thought, quote, made inward, close quote. Prior to the age of 7, children live in their habits, which are not inwardly visualized in this way. This is significant for all of human life after the change of teeth. When we observe human development through the kind of inner vision I have mentioned, with the soul's eyes and ears, we will see that human beings do not consist of only a physical body, that can be seen with the eyes and touched with the hands. There are also supersensible members of this being. I have already pointed out the first so-called supersensible human being living within the physical body, the etheric human being. There is also a third member of human nature. Do not be put off by names. After all, we do need to have some terminology. This third member is the astral body, which develops the capacity of feeling. Plants have an etheric body. Animals have an astral body in common with humans, and they have feeling and sensation. The human being, who exists uniquely as the crown of earthly creation,
Zevo works 24/7 to kill 99.
Some terminology. This third member is the astral body, which develops the capacity of feeling. Plants have an etheric body. Animals have an astral body in common with humans, and they have feeling and sensation. The human being, who exists uniquely as the crown of earthly creation, has yet a fourth member, the I being, I capital. These four members are entirely different from one another. But since they interact with one another, they are not generally distinguished by ordinary observation. The ordinary observer never goes far enough to recognize the manifestations of human nature in the etheric body, the astral body, or I being. We cannot really aspire to teach and educate, however, without knowing these things. One hesitates to say this because it may be regarded as fantastic and absurd within the broader arena of modern society. It is, nevertheless, the truth, and an unbiased knowledge of the human being will not disagree. The way that the human being works through the etheric body, astral body, and I being is unique and is significant for educators. As you know, we are used to learning about the physical body by observing it, living or dead, and by using the intellect connected with the brain to elucidate what we have thus perceived with the senses. This type of observation alone, however, will never reveal anything of the higher members of human nature. They are inaccessible to methods of observation based only on sense perception and intellectual activity. If we think only in terms of natural laws, we will never understand the etheric body, for example. Therefore, new methods should be introduced into colleges and universities. Observation through the senses and working in the intellect of the brain enable us to observe only the physical body. A very different training is needed to enable a person to perceive, for example, how the etheric body manifests in the human being. This is really necessary, not just for teachers of every subject, but even more so for doctors. Subtitle: The Etheric Body and the Art of Sculpting. First, we should learn to sculpt and work with clay, as a sculptor works, modeling forms from within outward, creating forms out of their own inner principles, and guided by the unfolding of our own human nature. The form of a muscle or bone can never be comprehended by the methods of contemporary anatomy and physiology. Only a genuine sense of form reveals the true forms of the human body. But when we say such things, we will immediately be considered somewhat crazy. But Copernicus was considered a bit mad in his time. Even as late as 1828, some leaders of the Church considered Copernican theories insane and denied the faithful any belief in them. Now let's look at the physical body. It is heavy with mass and subject to the laws of gravity. The etheric body is not subject to gravity. On the contrary, it is always trying to get away. Its tendency is to disperse and scatter into far cosmic spaces. This is, in fact, what happens right after death. Our first experience after death is the dispersal of the etheric body. The dead physical body follows the laws of earth when lowered into the grave or when cremated. It burns according to physical laws, just like any other physical body. This is not true of the etheric body, which works away from earth, just as the physical body strives toward earth. The etheric body, however, does not necessarily extend equally in all directions, nor does it strive away from Earth in a uniform way. Now, we arrive at something that might seem very strange to you, but it can in fact be perceived by the kind of observation I've mentioned. When you look up into the heavens, you see that the stars are clustered into definite groups, and that these groups are all different from one another. Those groups of stars attract the etheric human body, drawing it out into the far spaces. Let's imagine someone here in the center. The different groups of stars are drawing out the etheric body in varying degrees. There's a much stronger attraction from one group of stars than from another. Thus, the etheric body is not drawn out equally on all sides, but to varying degrees in the different directions of space. Consequently, the etheric body is not spherical, but through this dispersion of the etheric, certain definite forms may arise in the human being through the cosmic forces that work down from the stars. These forms remain in us as long as we live on Earth and have an etheric body within us. If, for example, we take the upper part of the thigh, we see that both the form of the muscle and the form of the bone are shaped by influences from the stars. We need to discover how these very different forms can arise from different directions of cosmic space. We must try to model these varying forms in clay, and we will find that in one particular form, cosmic forces act to produce length. In another, the form is rounded off more quickly. Examples of the latter are the round bones, and the former are the more tubular bones. Like sculptors, therefore, we must develop a feeling for the world, the kind of feeling that in ancient humankind was present as a kind of instinctive consciousness. It was clearly expressed in the Eastern cultures of prehistory, thousands of years before our era, but we still find it in Greek culture. Just consider how contemporary materialistic artists are often baffled by the forms of the Greek sculptors. They are baffled because they believe the Greeks worked from models, which they examined from all sides. But the Greeks still had a feeling that the human being is born from the cosmos, and that the cosmos itself forms the human being. When the Greeks created their Venus de Milo, which causes contemporary sculptors to despair, they took what flowed from the cosmos, and although this could reveal itself only imperfectly in any earthly work, they tried to express it in the human form they were creating as much as possible. The point is that if you really attempt to mold the human form according to nature, you cannot possibly do it by slavishly following a model, which is the contemporary studio method. One must be able to turn the great cosmic sculptor who forms the human being from a feeling for space, which a person can also acquire. This, then, is the first thing we must develop. People think they can gauge the human form by drawing a line going through vertically, another through the outstretched arms, and another front to back. There you have the 3 dimensions. But in doing this, they are slaves to the 3 dimensions of space, and this is pure abstraction. If you draw even a single line through a person in the right way, you can see that it is subject to manifold forces of attraction, this way or that, in every direction of space. This, in quotes, space of geometry about which Kant produced such unhappy definitions and spun out such abstract theories, this space itself is in fact an organism, producing varied forces in all directions. Human beings are likely to develop only the grosser physical senses, and do not inwardly unfold this fine, delicate feeling for space experienced in all directions. If we could only allow this feeling for space to take over, the true image of the human being would arise. Out of an active inner feeling, you will see the plastic form of the human being emerge. If we develop a feeling for handling soft clay, we have the proper conditions for understanding the etheric body, just as the activity of human intellect, connected with the brain, provides the appropriate conditions for understanding the physical body. We must first create a new method of acquiring knowledge, a kind of plastic perception together with an inner plastic activity. Without this, knowledge stops short at the physical body. since we can know the etheric body only through images, not through ideas. We can really understand these etheric images only when we are able to reshape them ourselves in some way, in imitation of the cosmic shaping. Subtitle: The Astral Body in Relation to Music. Now we can move on to the next member of the human being. Where do things stand today in regard to this? On the one hand, in modern life, the advocates of natural science have become the authorities on the human being. On the other hand, we find isolated, eccentric anthroposophists who insist that there are also etheric and astral bodies. And when they describe the etheric and astral bodies, people try to understand those descriptions with the kind of thinking applied to understanding the physical body, which doesn't work. True, the astral body expresses itself in the physical body, and its physical expression can be comprehended according to the laws of natural science. However, the astral body itself, in its true inner being and function, cannot be understood by those laws. It can be understood only by understanding music, not just externally, but inwardly. Such understanding existed in the ancient East and still existed in a modified form in Greek culture. In modern times, it has disappeared altogether. Just as the etheric body acts through cosmic shaping, the astral body acts through cosmic music or cosmic melodies. The only earthly thing about the astral body is the beat or musical measure. Rhythm and melody come directly from the cosmos, and the astral body consists of rhythm and melody. It does no good to approach the astral body with what we understand as the laws of natural science. We must approach it with what we have acquired as an inner understanding of music. For example, you will find that when the interval of a third is played, it can be felt and experienced within our inner nature. You may have a major and minor third, and this division of the scale can arouse considerable variations in the feeling life of a person. This interval is still something inward in us. When we come to the fifth interval, we experience it as the surface. We experience it at the surface, on our boundary. In hearing the fifth, it is as though we were only just inside ourselves. We feel the sixth and seventh intervals to be finding their way outside us. With the fifth, we are passing beyond ourselves. And as we enter the sixth and the seventh, we experience them as external, whereas the third is completely internal. This is the work of the astral body. There's a footnote: see Rudolf Steiner, The Inner Nature of Music and the Experience of Tone, Anthroposophic Press, Hudson, New York, 1983. End of footnote. This is the work of the astral body, the musician in every human being, which echoes the music of the cosmos. All this is at work in a human being and finds expression in the physical human form. If we can really get close to such a thought in trying to comprehend the world, it can be an astonishing experience for us. You see, we are speaking now of something that can be studied very objectively, something that flows from the astral body into the human form. In this case, it is not something that arises from cosmic shaping, but from the musical impulse streaming into the human being from the astral body. Again, we must begin with an understanding of music, just as a sculptural understanding is necessary in understanding the etheric body's activities. If you take the part of the human being that goes from the shoulder blades to the arms, that is the work of the tonic, the keynote, living in the human being. In the upper arm, we find the interval of the second. You can experience all this in eurythmy. And in the lower arm, the third, major and minor. When you come to the third, you find two bones in the lower arm, and so on, right down into the fingers. This may sound like mere words and phrases, but through genuine observation of the human being, based on spiritual science, we can see these things with the same precision that a mathematician uses in approaching mathematical problems. We cannot arrive at this through any kind of mystical nonsense. It must be investigated with precision. In order that students of medicine and education really comprehend these things, their college training must be based on an inner understanding of music. Such understanding, permeated with clear, conscious thinking, leads back to the musical understanding of the ancient East, even before Greek culture began. Eastern architecture can be understood only when we understand it as religious perception descended into form. Just as music is expressed only through the phenomenon of time, architecture is expressed in space. The human astral and etheric bodies must be understood in the same contrasting way. We can never explain the life of feeling and passion with natural laws and so-called psychological methods. We can understand it only when we consider the human being as a whole in terms of music. A time will come when psychologists will not describe a diseased condition of the soul life as they do today, but will speak of it in terms of music, as one would speak, for example, of a piano that is out of tune. Please do not think that anthroposophy is unaware of how difficult it is to present such a view in our time. I understand very well that many people will consider what I have presented as pure fantasy, if not somewhat crazy. But unfortunately, a so-called reasonable way of thinking can never portray the human being in actuality. We must develop a new and expanded rationality for these matters. In this connection, it is extraordinary how people view anthroposophy today. They cannot imagine that anything exists that transcends their powers of comprehension, but that those same powers can in fact eventually reach. Recently, I read a very interesting book by Maeterlinck, translated into German. There was a chapter about me, and it ended in an extraordinary and very amusing way. He says, quote, "If you read Steiner's books, you will find that the early chapters are logically correct, intelligently thought out, and presented in a perfectly scientific form. But as you read on, you get the impression that the author has gone mad." Close quote. Maeterlinck, of course, has a perfect right to his opinions. Why should he not have the impression that the writer was a clever man when he wrote the first part of the book, but went mad when he wrote the later part? But simply consider the actual situation. Maeterlinck believes that in the first chapters of these books, the author was clever, but in the last chapters he had gone mad. So we get the extraordinary fact that this man writes several books, one after the other. Consequently, in each of these books, the first few chapters make him seem very smart, but in later chapters he seems mad, then clever again, then mad, and so on. You see how ridiculous it is when one has such a false picture. When writers, otherwise deservedly famous, write in such a way, people fail to notice what nonsense it is. This shows how hard it is, even for such an enlightened person as Maeterlinck, to reach reality. On the firm basis of anthroposophy, we have to speak of a reality that is considered unreal today. Subtitle: I Being and the Genius of Language. Now we come to the I Being. Just as the astral body can be investigated through music, the true nature of the I Being can be studied through the Word. It may be assumed that everyone, even doctors and teachers, accepts today's form of language as a finished product. If this is their standpoint, they can never understand the inner structure of language. This can be understood only when you consider language not as the product of our modern mechanism, but as the result of the genius of language, working vitally and spiritually. You can do this when you attempt to understand the way a word is formed. Footnote: see Rudolf Steiner, titled The Genius of Language, Observations for Teachers. End of footnote. There is untold wisdom in words, way beyond human understanding. All human characteristics are expressed in the way various cultures form their words, and the peculiarities of any nation may be recognized in their language. For example, consider the German word Kopf, head. This was originally connected with the rounded form of the head, which you also find in the word Kohl, cabbage, and in the expression Kohlkopf, head of cabbage. This particular word arises from a feeling for the form of the head. You see, here the I, capital I, has a very different concept of the head from what we find in testa, for example, the word for head in the Romance languages, which comes from testifying or to bear witness. Consequently, in these two instances, the feelings from which the words are formed come from very different sources. If you understand language in this inward way, then you will see how the I organization works. There are some districts where lightning is not called blitz, but Himmelitzer. This is because the people there do not think of the single flashes of lightning so much as the snake-like form. People who say blitz picture the single flash, and those who say Himmelitzer picture the zigzag form. This, then, is how humans really live in language as far as their I is concerned, although in the current civilization they have lost connection with their language, which has consequently become something abstract. I do not mean to say that if you have this understanding of language, you will already have attained inward clairvoyant consciousness, whereby you will be able to behold beings like the human eye, but you will be on the way to such a perception if you accompany your speaking with inner understanding. Thus, education in medical and teacher training colleges should be advanced as indicated, so that the students' training may arouse in them an inner feeling for space, an inner relationship to music, and an inner understanding of language. Now, you may argue that the lecture halls are already becoming empty, and ultimately teacher training colleges will be just as empty if we establish what we've been speaking of. Where would all this lead to? Medical training keeps getting longer and longer. If we continue with our current methods, people will be 60 by the time they are qualified. The situation we are speaking of is not due in any way to inner necessity, but is related to the fact that inner conditions are not being fulfilled. If we fail to go from abstractions to plastic and musical concepts, and to an understanding of the cosmic word, if we stop short at abstract ideas, our horizon will be endless. We will continue on and never come to a boundary, to a point where we can survey the whole. The understanding that will come from understanding sculpting and music will make human beings more rational, and believe me, their training will actually be accelerated rather than delayed. Consequently, this inner course of development will be the correct method of training educators, and not only teachers, but those others who have so much to contribute to educational work, the doctors. Subtitle: The Therapeutic Nature of Teaching. Given what I spoke of in the introductory lectures concerning the relationship between educational methods and the physical health of children, it should be clear to you that real education cannot be developed without considering medicine. Teachers should be able to assess various conditions of health or disease among their children. Otherwise, a situation will arise that is already being felt, that is, a need for doctors in the schools. The doctor is brought in from outside, which is the worst possible method we could adopt. How do such doctors stand in relation to the children? They do not know the children, nor do they know, for example, what mistakes the teachers have made with them, and so on. The only way is to cultivate an art of education that contains so much therapy that the teacher can continually see whether the methods are having a good or bad influence on the children's health. Reform is not accomplished by bringing doctors into the schools from outside, no matter how necessary this may seem to be. In any case, the kind of training doctors get these days does not prepare them for what they must do when they are sent into the schools. Footnote: Steiner is referring to doctors with no knowledge of the Waldorf methods of education. End of footnote. In aiming at an art of education, we must provide a training based on knowledge of the human being. I hesitate to say these things because they are so difficult to comprehend. But it is an error to believe that the ideas of natural science can give us full understanding of the human being. And an awareness of that error is vital to the progress of the art of education. Only when we view children from this perspective do we see, for example, the radical and far-reaching changes that occur with the coming of the second teeth, when the memory becomes a pictorial memory, no longer related to the physical body, but to the etheric body. In actuality, what is it that causes the second teeth? It is the fact that until this time, the etheric is almost completely connected with the physical body. And when the first teeth are forced out, something separates from the physical body. If this were not the case, we would get new teeth every 7 years. Since people's teeth decay so quickly nowadays, this might seem to be a good thing, and dentists would have to find another job. When the etheric body is separated, what formerly worked in the physical body now works in the soul realm. If you can perceive these things and can examine the children's mouths without their knowledge, you will see for yourself that this is true. It is always better when children do not know they are being observed. Experimental psychology so often fails because children are aware of what is being done. You can examine a child's second teeth and find that they have been formed by the etheric body into a modeled image of the memory, and the shape of the teeth created by the etheric will indicate how the memory of the child will develop. Except for slight alterations in position here and there, you cannot physically change the second teeth once they are through, unless you are able to go as far as, for example, the dentist Professor Romer. He has written a book on dentistry, a new art of medicine based on anthroposophic principles, where he speaks of certain changes that can be effected even after the second teeth are established. But this need not concern us further. When the etheric body is loosened and exists on its own after the change of teeth, the building of memory leaves the physical realm and remains almost entirely in the element of soul. Indeed, this fact can put teachers on the right track. Before this change, the soul and spirit formed a unity with the physical and etheric. After this, the physical, previously acting in conjunction with the soul, is expressed as the second teeth. And what collaborated with the physical in this process separates and manifests as an increased power to form ideas, and as the formation and reliability of memory. Once you have acquired such insight into human nature, you will discover much that will help in your teaching. You must permeate yourself with this spiritual knowledge of the human being and enliven it in yourselves. Your observations of children will then inspire you with ideas and methods for teaching, and this inner inspiration and enthusiasm will penetrate your practical work. The rules established in introductory texts on education produce only abstract activity in the soul, but what arises from anthroposophic knowledge penetrates the will and the efforts of teachers. It becomes the impulse for everything done in the classroom. A living knowledge of the human being brings life and order to the soul of a teacher. But if teachers study only teaching methods that arise from natural science, they may get some clever ideas of what to do with the children, but they will be unable to carry them out. A teacher's skill and practical handling of children must arise from the living spirit within, and this is where purely scientific ideas have no place. If teachers can acquire a true knowledge of the human being, they will become aware of how, when the etheric body is freed at the change of teeth, the child has an inner urge to receive everything in the form of images. The child's own inner being wants to become image. During the first stage of life, impressions lack this picture-forming tendency. They are transformed instead into habits and skills in the child. Memory itself is habit and skill. Children want to imitate, through the movement of the limbs, everything they see happening around them. They have no desire to form any inner images. But after the change of teeth, you will notice how children come to know things very differently. Now they want to experience pictures arising in the soul. Consequently, teachers must bring everything into a pictorial element in their lessons. Creating images is the most important thing for teachers to understand. Subtitle: Teaching, Writing, and Reading. When we begin to view the facts, however, we are immediately faced with certain contradictions. Children must learn to read and write, and when they come to school, we assume they will first learn to read, and after that they will learn to write in connection with their reading. Let's consider, however, the reality of letters, what it means when we take a pen to paper and try to express through writing what is in the mind. What is the relationship between the printed letters of today and the original picture language of ancient times? How were we taught these things? We show children a capital A and a lowercase a. But what in the world do these letters have to do with the sound ah? There is no relationship at all between the form of the letter A and the sound ah. When the art of writing arose, things were different. In certain areas, pictorial signs were used, and a kind of pictorial painting was employed. Later, this was standardized. But originally, those drawings copied the process and feeling of the sounds. Thus, what appeared on paper was, to some extent, a reproduction of what lived in the soul. Modern characters, however, are alien to a small child's nature, and it is little wonder that when certain early peoples first saw printed letters, it had a peculiar effect on them. When the people of Europe came among the Native Americans and showed them how they expressed their thoughts on paper, the Native Americans were alarmed and considered it the work of the devil. They were afraid of the little demons lurking behind those written letters. They immediately concluded that the Europeans engaged in black magic, since people have a habit of attributing to black magic whatever they cannot understand. But what is the truth of the matter? We know that when we utter the sound ah, we express wonder and admiration. Now, it is very natural to try to reproduce this sound with the whole body and express it in a gesture of the arms. If you copy this gesture, stretching the arms obliquely over the head, you get the capital A. When you teach writing, you can, for example, begin with a feeling of wonder and proceed with the children to some kind of painting and drawing. And in this way, you can bring their inner and outer experiences into that painting and drawing. Consider another example. I tell a girl to think of a fish and ask her to paint it, awkward though this may be. It must be done in a particular way, not simply as she might prefer, but with the head of the fish in front, like this, and the rest of the fish here. The child paints the fish, and thus, through a kind of painting and drawing, she produces a written character. You can then tell her to pronounce the word fish, fish. Now take away the ish, and from fish you have arrived at her first written letter F. In this way, a child will come to understand how pictorial writing arose, and how it developed into contemporary writing. The forms were copied, but the pictures were abandoned. This is how drawing the various sounds arose. You do not need to make a special study of how such things evolved. This is not really necessary for teachers, since they can develop them out of their own intuition and power to think. Have a boy, for example, paint the upper part of a mouth, and then pronounce the word mouth. Leave out the outh, and you get the M. In this way, you can relate all the written characters to some reality, and a child will constantly develop a living inner activity. Thus you should teach the children writing first, and let today's abstract letters arise from tangible reality. When a child learns to write in this way, the whole being is engaged in the process. Whereas if you begin with reading, then only the head organization participates in an abstract way. In writing, the hand must participate as well, and in this way the whole human being is aroused to activity. When you begin with writing developed through the formation of images and drawing forms, your teaching will approach the child's whole being. Then you can move on to teaching reading, and what was developed out of the child's whole being through drawing can be understood by the head. This method of teaching writing and reading will naturally take longer, but it will have a far healthier effect on the whole earthly life from birth to death. These things can be done when the practical work of the school flows out of a real spiritual knowledge of the human being. Such knowledge can, through its own inner force, become the teaching method in our schools. The desires of those who earnestly seek a new art of education live in this, but its essence can be truly found only when we are unafraid to look for a full knowledge of the human being in body, soul, and spirit. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Roots of Education. This is Lecture 4, given in Bern on April 16, 1924. Subtitle: Moral Development After the Change of Teeth. We have been speaking of ways to teach reading and writing according to the needs of the soul and spirit of children. If you can inwardly understand the relationship of soul and spirit to the physical body at the change of teeth, you not only see the truth of what has been said, but you will also be able to work it out in practical details. Until the change of teeth, a human being lives entirely in the senses. A child surrenders entirely to the environment and is thus by nature a religious being. At the change of teeth, however, the senses, which permeate a small child's whole being, now come to the surface. They disengage from the rest of the organism and go their separate ways, so to speak. This means that the soul and spirit are freed from the physical body, and the child can inwardly develop as an individual. Soul and spirit become independent. But you must bear in mind that the soul and spirit do not really become intellectual until puberty, because the intellect does not assume its natural place in a child's development before then. Before that time, a child lacks the forces to meet and appeal to the intellect. Between the change of teeth and puberty, the forces of comprehension and the whole activity of soul have a pictorial quality. It is a kind of aesthetic comprehension that may be characterized in this way. Until the change of teeth, children want to imitate what happens around them, what is done in front of them. Their motor systems are exerted in such a way, both in general and individually, that they enter an inner, loving relationship with all that surrounds them. This alters at the change of teeth. When the child no longer goes by what is seen, but by what is revealed in the feelings and soul mood of the educator or teacher. The young child's soul, before the change of teeth, is not yet guided by the authority of a teacher. Naturally, such transitions are gradual rather than sudden. But typically, a small child pays little attention to the subject or meaning of what is said. A child lives much more in the sound of words, in the whole way the speech is formulated. Closer observation shows that when you simply lay down the law and say to a child, "You must not do this," it makes very little impression. But when, with its own conviction, as it were, your mouth says, "Do this," or another time, "Don't do that," there should be a noticeable difference in how these words are spoken. The child will notice the difference between saying, "You should not do that," with a certain intonation, and "That's right, you may do that." The intonation reveals the activity of speech, which acts as a guide for the very young child. Children are unconcerned with the meaning of words, and indeed with any manifestation of the world around them, until after the change of teeth. Even then, it is not yet the intellectual aspect that concerns them, but an element of feeling. They take it in as one takes anything from acknowledged authority. Before puberty, a child cannot intellectually determine right and wrong, People may speculate about these things as much as they like, but direct observation shows what I have said to be true. This is why all moral concepts brought before a child must be pictorial in nature. The subject being taught and moral training can thus be interwoven. If, for example, you are presenting examples of history, not in a stilted, pedantic way with all kinds of moral maxims, but with simple feelings of like and dislike, you can show that what is moral is pleasing to you, and what is not moral is displeasing. Thus, during the time between the change of teeth and puberty, a child can acquire sympathy for what is good and antipathy toward what is bad. We do not begin by giving children commands, because commands will not have the desired effect. It may be possible to enslave children with commands, but we can never foster the moral life in this way, which indeed must spring from the depths of the soul. We can do this only when, quite apart from commanding or forbidding, we are able to arouse a fine feeling for good and bad in the child, a feeling for beautiful and ugly, and for true and false. The teacher, respected by the child as an authority, should personify what is good, true, and beautiful. A child brought up on precepts can never become fully human, formed and developed from the whole of the child's inner nature. Precepts consider only the development of the head. We can foster the development of the heart, indeed the whole person, if we can arouse the feeling at that age that something is true, beautiful, or good, because the revered teacher thinks it to be true, beautiful, or good. In a person, in an actual human being, a child will look for manifestations of truth, beauty, and goodness. When the picture of truth, beauty, and goodness comes from the individuality of the educator, it affects the child with the most amazing intensity. The whole being of the child is exerted to find an inner echo of what the teacher says or otherwise makes perceptible. This is most important, therefore, in the educational methods we use for children between 7 and 14. Of course, there are obvious objections to such a statement. The idea of, quote-unquote, object lessons, or teaching based on sense perception, is so misunderstood these days that people believe they should give children only what they can understand, and since we live in an era of the intellect, such understanding is intellectual. It is not yet understood that it is possible to understand things with soul forces other than those of the intellect, and recommendations for so-called object lessons can drive one nearly to despair. It is a terrible mindset that wants to pin the teacher down to the children's level of understanding all the time. If you really set up the principle of giving children only what they can understand, one cannot gain a concept of what it means for a child of 6 or 7 to have accepted something based on the unquestioned authority of a teacher. Because the teacher thought something was true or beautiful, the child accepted it, and it will accompany that child throughout life. It grows with the child as the child grows. And at 30 or 40 years of age, after more mature experiences, that individual may again find what was accepted at 8 or 9 based on the authority of a beloved teacher. It springs back into the adult's life again, and now it can be understood because of adult experiences. There is a most wonderful life-giving power when things already contained within a person's soul emerge and unite with the essence of what was acquired in the meantime. Such life-giving forces can be born in the person only when what was accepted by the child on the authority of the teacher arises in the soul through the maturity of subsequent experience. If memories are connected only with the intellect, then a child is robbed of life-giving forces. In these matters, we must come to perceive the human being in a much more intimate way than is usual today. Subtitle: Beginning with the Whole in Mathematics. It is essential that we make sure the child is not driven to a one-sided intellectuality. This will, nevertheless, be the situation if our teaching is permeated with intellectual thought. What I am saying here applies to everything children should be taught between the change of teeth and puberty. It is most important that mathematics, for example, should not be intellectualized. Even in mathematics, we should begin with what is real. Now, imagine that I have 10 beans here in front of me. This pile of 10 beans is the reality. It is a whole, but I can divide it into smaller groups. If I began by saying 3 plus 3 plus 4 beans equals 10 beans, then I am trying with a thought instead of an actuality. Starting with a thought instead of an actuality. Let's do it the other way around and say, here are 10 beans. I move them around, and now they are divided into groups. 3 here, 3 again here, and another group of 4 that together make up the whole. When I begin this way, with the total actually in front of me, and then go on to the numbers to be added together, I am sticking with reality. I proceed from the whole, which is constant, to its parts. The parts can be grouped in various ways. For example, 10 equals 2 plus 2 plus 3 plus 3. But the whole is constant and invariable, and this is the greater reality. Thus, I must teach children to add by proceeding from the whole to the parts. Genuine knowledge of the human being shows us that at this age, a child will have nothing to do with abstractions, such as addenda, but wants everything concrete, and this requires a reversal of the usual method of teaching mathematics. In teaching addition, we have to proceed from the whole to the parts, showing that it can be divided in various ways. This is the best method to help us awaken forces of observation in children, and it is truly in keeping with their nature. This applies also to the other rules of mathematics. If you say, what must we take away from 5 in order to leave 2? You will arouse much more interest in children than if you say, take 3 from 5. And the first question is also much closer to real life. These things happen in real life, and in your teaching methods you can awaken a sense of reality in children at this age. A sense for reality is sorely lacking in our time, and this is because, though not always acknowledged, something is considered true when it can be observed and is logical. But logic alone cannot establish truth, because truth can arise only when something is not only logical, but accords with reality. We hear some very strange ideas about this nowadays. For example, Einstein's theory of relativity, which is brilliant and from certain points of view significant, presents ideas that if one has a sense for reality at all, leave one feeling torn and disintegrated. You may recall his watch that travels out into space with the speed of light supposedly unchanged. But you only need to imagine what it would be like when it returned, completely pulverized, to say the least. Something is placed before you that can be well reasoned and very logical. The theory of relativity is as logical as can be. But in many of its applications, it does not accord with reality. Such things make a deep impression on people today, because we no longer have a fine feeling for reality. When we consider the needs of children during this second period of life, it is most important to give them realities rather than abstractions. This is the only way we can prepare them properly for later life, not just in thinking, but in the forces of feeling and will. We must first recognize the true nature of the child before we can correctly tackle education, whether at school or at home. Subtitle: The Natural Religious Feeling in Children. Before we become earthly beings, as I have told you before, we are beings of soul and spirit, living in a world of soul and spirit. We come to earth, and as beings of soul and spirit, and unite with the physical and etheric seed. This physical etheric seed arises partly through the activity of the soul and spirit itself, and partly through the stream of inheritance that passes through the generations, and finally through the father and mother, approaches the human being who wishes to incarnate in a physical body. If we consider this soul and spirit descending to earth, we cannot help but view it with reverence and awe. The unfolding of the child's being must fill us as teachers with feelings of reverence. Indeed, we could speak of priestly feelings, because the way soul and spirit are unveiled in the child really does constitute a revelation of that soul and spirit within the physical and etheric realm. This mood of soul allows us to see the child as a being sent down to earth by the gods to incarnate in a physical body. It arouses within us the proper attitude of mind for our work in the school. But we learn to perceive only through true observation of what gradually manifests prior to the change of teeth, by observing the building of a child's body, the ordering of chaotic movements, the ensouling of gestures, and so on. We can see in all this, springing from the center of a child's being, the effects of the human being's experiences in the divine spiritual realm before coming to earth. Only on the basis of this knowledge can we correctly understand what expresses itself in the life and activities of children under 7. They simply continue in their earthly life a tendency of soul that was the most essential aspect of life before birth. In the spiritual realm, a human being surrenders completely to the spirit all around, lives outside itself, no more individually than on earth. The human being wants to continue this tendency toward devotion in earthly life, wants to continue in the body the activity of pre-earthly life in the spiritual worlds. This is why the whole life of a small child is naturally religious. Subtitle: Imagery after the age of 7. It is very difficult when we come to the change of teeth. Now, with their individuality, but on the model delivered by its inheritance, children make their own bodies. At this age, a child acquires, for the first time, a body formed from the individuality. Human beings come to earth with a remembered tendency. This then develops into a more pictorial and plastic memory. Therefore, what is produced from the impulses of former earthly lives causes life between the change of teeth and puberty to become familiar. It is very important for us to realize that a child's experience at this age is like recognizing an acquaintance on the street. This experience, lowered one level into the subconscious, is what happens in the physical and moral nature of a child at this age. The child experiences what is being learned as old and familiar. The more we can appeal to that feeling, recognizing that we are giving the child old and familiar knowledge, the more pictorial and imaginative we can make our teaching, and the better we will teach, because that individual saw these things as images in the spiritual life and knows that his or her own being rests within those images. They can be understood because they are already well known. The child has not yet developed any clearly defined or individual sympathies and antipathies, but has a general feeling of sympathy or antipathy toward what is found on the earth, just as I might feel sympathy if I meet a friend or antipathy if I meet someone who once struck me on the head. If we keep in mind that these general feelings are there, and if we work on this hypothesis, our teaching will be on the right track. Subtitle: The individual after puberty. Then a child reaches puberty, and an important change occurs. The more general feelings of sympathy and antipathy give way to individualized feelings. Each thing has or lacks value in the child's eyes, but differently now. This is because at puberty a human being's true destiny begins to be felt. Before this time, children had more general feelings about life, viewing it as an old acquaintance. Now, having attained sexual maturity, a child feels that the individual experiences that arise are related to destiny. Only when a person views life in terms of destiny does it become one's own individual life in the proper way. Therefore, what we experienced before must be recalled a second time in order to connect it with one's destiny. Before 14, everything must be based on the teacher's authority. But if it is to become a part of a child's destiny, it must be presented again after 14, to be experienced in an individual way. This must in no way be ignored. With regard to moral concepts, we must bring the child before puberty to have a liking for the good and such a dislike for evil. Then, during the next period of life, things that were developed in sympathy and antipathy appear again in the soul. and the growing individual will make what was loved into precepts for the self, and what was repugnant the person must now avoid. This is freedom, but as human beings we can find it only if before we come to, quote, do this, close quote, and, quote, don't do that, close quote, we feel attracted to the good and repelled by the bad. A child must learn morality through feeling. With regard to religion, we must be clear that young children are naturally religious. At the change of teeth, when the soul and spirit become more free of the body, this close relationship with nature falls away, and thus what was formerly natural religion must be lifted to a religion of the soul. Only after puberty does religious understanding arise, and then once the spirit has become free, what was formerly expressed in imitation of the father or mother must be surrendered to the invisible supersensible forces. Thus, what has always been present in the child as a seed gradually develops in a concrete way. Nothing is grafted onto the child. It arises from the child's own being. Subtitle: True Reform in Education. Here is an extraordinary fact you can verify for yourselves. With all relatively rational people, and nearly everyone is rational these days, and I mean that seriously, you find that people have been educated only to be rational, only to work with their heads and no more. To educate the whole person is not as easy. You only have to read what very sensible people have written about education, and you repeatedly encounter this sort of statement, quote, nothing should be presented to a child from outside, but what is already there should be developed, close quote. You can read that everywhere, but how is it done? That is the question. It is not a matter of establishing principles. Programmatic principles are easy to come by, but what matters is to live in reality. This is what we must aim for, but we will find ourselves nearly overwhelmed by the difficulties and dangers in our path. 30, 40, or 100 people can sit down together today and draft treatises on the best methods for teaching and education and other recommendations. And I am convinced that in most cases they do it very cleverly. I am not being ironic. Our materialistic culture has reached its zenith. Everywhere, societies are being established and principles elaborated. In themselves, these are splendid, but they accomplish nothing. That is why the Waldorf school came into being in such a way that there were no set principles or systems, only children and teachers. We have to consider not only the individuality of every single child, but the individuality of every single teacher as well. We must know our teachers. It is easy to draft rules and principles that tell teachers what to do and not do. But what matters is the capacities of individual teachers and the development of their capacities. They do not need educational precepts, but a knowledge of the human being that takes them into life itself and considers whole persons in a living way. You see, our job must always be development, but we must know where to look for what we wish to develop. We must link religious feeling, and later religious thinking, with imitation during the first stage of childhood and moral judgment during the second. It is most important to bear in mind the pictorial element in the period between the change of teeth and puberty. Artistic presentation is essential in teaching and education. Footnote, the German word bildig, refers not only to the pictorial but also to modeling, building, and art. End of footnote. Painting, music, and perhaps modeling as well, must all find their proper place in education in order to satisfy the inherent longings of children. Subtitled, Children's Relationship to the Earth. In other subjects, we must also work according to these needs, not according to the demands of our materialistic age. Our materialistic age has fine things to tell us, for example, about how to distinguish one plant from another. But during this second stage, the teacher must know, above all, that the scientific method of classification and descriptions of individual plants does not belong to the education of children of this age. You must ask yourself whether a plant is in effect a reality. Can you understand a plant in isolation? This is impossible. Suppose you found a hair. You would not try to determine how this hair could have formed all by itself. It must have been pulled out or fallen out of someone's head. You can think of it as a reality only in relation to the whole organism. The hair is nothing on its own, and cannot be understood that way. It is a sin against one's sense of reality to describe a hair in isolation. And it is just as much a sin against our sense of reality to describe a plant as an isolated unit. It may seem fantastic, but plants are in fact the hair of the living earth. Just as you can understand what a hair is really like only when you consider how it grows out of the head, actually out of the whole organism, so in teaching about nature, you must show the children how the earth exists in a most intimate relationship to the world of plants. You must begin with the soil, and in this way evoke an image of earth as a living being. Just as people have hair on their head, the earth as a living being has the plants on it. You should never consider the plants apart from the soil. You must never show the children a plucked flower as something real, since it has no reality of its own. A plant can no more exist without the soil than a hair can exist without the human organism. The essential thing in your teaching is to arouse the feeling in the child that this is so. When children have the feeling that the earth has some formation or other, and from this arises one or another blossom in the plant, when in fact they really experience the earth as a living organism, they will gain the proper and true relationship to the human being and to the whole great earth spread out before them. One would never arrive at this view by considering the plants in isolation from the earth. Children will be capable of acquiring the right view, which I have characterized in a somewhat abstract way, at about 10 years of age. This may be seen through intimately observing what develops in a child. But up to this age, our teaching about plants, springing as they do from the living body of the earth, must be in the form of an image. We should clothe it in fairy tales, in pictures and in legends. Only after the 10th year, when the child begins to feel like an independent personality, can we speak of plants individually. Before then, a child does not discriminate between the self and the environment. The I is not completely separated from the surrounding world. So we must speak of plants as though they were little human beings or little angels. Let me read that again. So we must speak of plants as though they were little human beings or little angels. We must make them feel and act like human beings. And we must do the same thing with the animals. Only later, in school life, do we speak of them objectively as separate units. You must not pass too abruptly from one thing to another, however, for the true reality of the living earth, from which the plants spring, has another side to show us, the animal realm. Animals are typically studied by placing one beside the other, dividing them into classes and species according to their similarities. At best, one speaks of the more perfect as having developed from the less perfected, and so on. In this way, however, we fail to bring the human being into any relationship with the environment. When you study animal forms without preconceptions, it soon becomes clear that there are essential differences in the nature of, for example, a lion and a cow. When you observe a cow, you find in her a one-sided development in what in human beings is the digestive system. The cow is completely a system of digestion, and all the other organs act as appendages, more or less. This is why it is so interesting to watch a cow chewing the cud. She lies on the meadow and digests her food with great enthusiasm, such bodily enthusiasm. She is all digestion. Just watch her and you will see how the substances pass over from her stomach to the other parts of her body. You can see from her sense of ease and comfort, from the whole soul quality of the cow, how all this comes about. Now look at the lion. Do you not feel that if your own heart were not prevented by your intellect from pressing too heavily into the limbs, your own heart would be as warm as that of the lion? The lion is a one-sided development of the human breast quality. The lion's other organs are merely appendages. Or consider birds. We can see that a bird is really entirely head. Everything else about a bird is stunted. It is all head. I have chosen these particularly striking examples, but you can discover that every animal embodies some aspect of humankind in a one-sided way. In the human being, everything is brought into harmony. Each organ is developed so that it is modulated and harmonized by the other organs. For animals, however, each species embodies one of these human qualities in a specialized way. What would the human nose be like if it were not held in check by the rest of the organization? You can find certain animals with highly developed noses. What would the human mouth become if it were free and were not subdued by the other organs? So you find in all animal forms a one-sided development of some part of the human being. In ancient times, humankind had an instinctive knowledge of these things, but that has been forgotten in our materialistic era. At the beginning of the 19th century, echoes of such knowledge could still be found, but now we must come to it anew. Schelling, for example, based himself on an old tradition in his sense that an animal form lives in every human organ, and he made a rather extraordinary statement. What, he asked, is the human tongue? The human tongue is a cuttlefish. The cuttlefish found in the sea is a tongue developed in a one-sided way. In this statement, there is something that can really bring us knowledge of our relationship to the animal world spread out before us. It is really true that once you have detached this from the abstract form in which I have presented it to you, when you have grasped it inwardly and transformed it into a picture, it will link in a wonderful way to fables and stories about animals. If you have previously told children stories in which animals act like humans, now you can divide the human being into the entire animal kingdom. In this way you can move beautifully from one to the other. Thus we get two kinds of feeling in children. One is aroused by the plant world and wanders over the fields and meadows gazing at the plants. The child muses, quote, "Below me is the living earth, living its life in the plant realm, which gives me such delight. I am looking at something beyond myself that belongs to the earth," close quote. Just as a child gets a deep inner feeling that the plant world belongs to the earth, as indeed it does, so also the child deeply feels the true relationship between the human and the animal world, the human being built up by a harmonization of the whole animal kingdom spread out over the earth. Thus, in natural history, children see their own relationship to the world and the connection between the living earth and what springs forth from it. Poetic feelings are awakened, imaginative feelings that were slumbering in the child. In this way, a child is truly led through the feelings to find a place in the universe, and the subject of natural history at this age can be something that leads the child to moral experiences. It is really true that education cannot consist of external rules and techniques, but must arise from a true knowledge of the human being. This will lead to experiencing oneself as a part of the world, and this experience of belonging to the world is what must be brought to children by educators. The end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a collection, I guess it's a course of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Roots of Education, given in 1924. This is the last lecture, Lecture 5, given in Bern on April 17, 1924. Subtitle: 3 Divisions in the Middle Period of Childhood. When we consider the time from the change of teeth to puberty, this important period really sets the standard for our education as a whole. We see that it is divided again into smaller stages. During the first of these, up to the 9th year, children are not in a position to distinguish clearly between self and the outside world. Even in the feeling life, the experience of the world as distinguished from I being, capital, is unclear. People today do not generally regard these things correctly. They may observe that a child bumps into the corner of a table and then immediately strikes the table. People then say, quote, "This child thinks the table is alive, and because of this, the child hits it in return," close quote. People speak in terms of animism, as they do in relation to cultural history, but in reality, this is not the situation. If you look into the child's soul, you can see that the table is not seen as alive. Not even living things are considered to be alive, as they will be later on. But just as children see their arms and hands as members of their own being, they view what occurs beyond the self as a continuation of their own being. Children do not yet distinguish between self and world. Consequently, during this stage, the first third of the time between change of teeth and puberty, we must bring everything to the child through fairy tales and legends, so that in everything children see, they will find something that is not separate, but a continuation of their own being. From a developmental standpoint, the transition from the 9th to the 10th year is vitally important for children, though the precise moment varies from child to child, sometimes earlier, sometimes later. You will notice that around this time, children grow somewhat restless. They come to the teacher with questioning eyes, and these things require that you have a fine feeling. Children will ask things that startle you, very different from anything they had asked before. Children find themselves in a strange situation inwardly. Now, it is not a question of giving them all sorts of admonitions in a pedantic and stilted way. It is our task, above all, to feel our way into their own being. At this stage, something appears in the subconscious being of a child. It is not, of course, anything that the child could express consciously, but we may characterize it in this way. Until this time, children unquestioningly accepted as truth goodness and beauty, whatever the authority or revered teacher presented as true, good, and beautiful. They were completely devoted to the one who was their authority. But at this point, between the 9th and 10th year, something comes over children, in the feelings, not in thinking, since they do not yet intellectualize things. Something comes over them, and it awakens in the soul as a kind of faint, dreamlike question. How does the teacher know this? Where does it come from? Is my teacher really the world? Until now my teacher was the world, but now there is a question. Does not the world go beyond the teacher? Up to this point, the teacher's soul was transparent, and the child saw through it into the world. But now this adult has become increasingly opaque, and the child asks, out of the feelings, what justifies one thing or another? The teacher's whole bearing must then, very tactfully, find what is right for the child. It is not a matter of figuring out ahead of time what to say, but of knowing how to adapt to the situation with inner tact. If right at this moment one can find the appropriate thing for the child through an inner imperceptible sympathy, it will have an immense significance for that child's whole life, right up to the time of death. If a child at this stage of inner life can say of the teacher, quote, "This person's words arise from the secrets and mysteries of the world," close quote, this will be of great value to the child. This is an essential aspect of our teaching method. Subtitle: Cause and Effect and Education as a Healing Art. At this point in life, children experience the difference between the world and the I being. Now, you can progress from teaching about plants, as I described yesterday, to teaching about animals. If you do this as I described, you will make the correct approach to a child's feeling for the world. Only in the 3rd period, beginning between the middle of the 11th year and toward the 12th, will a child acquire any understanding for what we might call a feeling of causality. Prior to the 12th year, we can speak to children as cleverly as you like about cause and effect, but you will find them blind to causality at that age. Just as the term colorblind is coined from color, we may coin the term cause-blind. Connections between cause and effect are not formed in the human being before the 12th year. Therefore, it is only at this stage that we can begin to teach children what they need to know about the physical mineral realm, which of course involves physics and chemistry, thus going beyond a purely pictorial presentation. Before that age, not only would it be useless, but it would in fact be harmful. This also shows us how to approach history lessons. Initially, history should be presented in terms of individual figures through a kind of painting of the soul, if I may call it that. Until a child's 12th year, you should give the children only living pictures. Anything else would harden their being. It would bring about a kind of sclerosis of the soul. If, before the 11th year, you speak to children of the way one epoch prepared another through certain impulses and so on, you create in them a sclerosis of the soul. People who have an eye for such things often see old men and women who learned about cause and effect in history much too early. This can even go into the physical body at this age through the same principles I have described. Physical sclerosis in old people can be traced back to, among other causes, the fact that they were taught too much about causality as children. We must notice such connections and understand them. They constitute a demand of our civilization and lead us back to what could at one time be found through an instinctive knowledge of human nature, a knowledge that we can no longer use in these times of conscious thought. If we go back to earlier eras, however, even only as far as the early Greek times, we find that the words educator and healer were very closely related to each other, because people knew that when human beings enter this earthly life, they have not yet reached their full height. They are beings who have yet to be brought to their highest potential. This is why the idea of the fall has such validity, that souls really enter earthly substance as subhuman beings. If they were not subhuman, we need not need to educate them any more than we must educate a spider so that later on it can make a web. Human beings must be educated because they must be brought into their full humanity. And if you have the proper idea of how we must lead a person in body, soul, and spirit to become truly human, you will see that this must be done according to the same principles that bring an abnormal human being back to the right path. In the same way, ordinary education has the task of healing a person whose humanity has been injured. Only when we recognize again the natural and spiritual relationship between these two activities will we be able to fructify our education properly through an ethical physiology. It is extraordinary to think how recently and how thoroughly these ideas have been lost. For example, Herder's title, Reflections on the Philosophy of the History of Mankind, 1791, describes with real inner devotion how illness can teach one to observe the inner human being. Footnote, Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744 to 1803, was an important figure in the literary life of Germany during the 18th century. He was one of the first to break from the intellectual age of enlightenment and, as an organic philosopher of mind, art, and history, helped to prepare the way for the Romantic movement of the late 18th century. When Goethe was a student in Strasbourg, he was greatly influenced by him. End of footnote. When people become ill, it is an attack on their normal course of being, and the way an illness manifests and how it leaves a person demonstrates the laws of human nature. Herder is delighted to discover that through instances of mental as well as of physical illness, he can learn about the inner structure of the human being. He is still clearly aware of the relationship between medicine and pedagogy. It is not so long ago, then, when the old principle still applied, the principle that when a human being enters the world, it is really due to illness caused by sin, and we must heal or educate that individual. Admittedly, this is expressed somewhat in the extreme, but there is real truth at its basis. This must be recognized as a demand of contemporary civilization, so that the widespread practice of creating abstractions, which has even penetrated education, will end, and so that we can truly move away from the things I have seen practiced. Recently, I had to show a man round the Waldorf school, a man who had an important position in the world of education. We discussed the specifics of several pupils, and then this man summarized what he had observed in a somewhat strange way. He said, quote, "If this is what we need to do, then teachers should study medicine," close quote. I replied that such an absolute judgment was unjustified. If it becomes necessary to bring a certain amount of medical knowledge to education, then we must do it. But it is impossible to rely on old traditions and decide that one thing or another must apply. It will become a requirement of society that cultural medicine and cultural pedagogy be brought closer together so that they become mutually more beneficial. In many ways, everything that is currently needed is troublesome and awkward, but even life itself has become increasingly troublesome, and the cure will always also be a troublesome matter. In any case, teaching about minerals should in practice begin only between the 11th and 12th year, and history should also be treated only pictorially before then. During the 11th or 12th year, you can begin to consider cause and effect by connecting the various historical eras, and thus present children with a comprehensive survey. You will be able to observe the correctness of this method in this way. If you present causality in describing historical processes too soon, you will find that children do not listen. But if you do it at the proper time, they meet you with inner joy and eager participation. Indeed, it is impossible to teach anything at all without a child's inner cooperation. In all education, we must bear in mind how a child will enter life at puberty. Footnote, in Germany, unless a student was expected to go to a university, a young person would end academic training at around puberty and enter a technical school. End of footnote. Of course, there are also those young ladies and gentlemen who continue their education, and in the Waldorf school we have a university standard with 12 classes that take them on to their 18th or 19th year or even farther. But even with these children, we must recognize that after puberty, they really do go out into life. And our relationship to those students must be very different from what it was before. We must make every effort to educate in such a way that the intellect, which awakens at puberty, can then find nourishment in the child's own nature. If during the early school years, children have stored up an inner treasury of riches through imitation, through a feeling for authority, and from the pictorial nature of the teaching, then at puberty, those inner riches can be transformed into intellectual activity. From that point on, the individual will be faced with the task of thinking what was willed and felt previously. And we must take the very greatest care that this intellectual thinking does not manifest too early. For a human being can experience freedom only when, rather than being poured in by teachers, the intellect can awaken from within on its own. It must not awaken in an impoverished soul, however. If there is nothing present in a person's inner being that was acquired through imitation and imagery, something that can rise into thinking from deep in the soul, then as thinking develops at puberty, that individual will be unable to find the inner resources to progress. Thinking would reach only into an emptiness. Such a person will find no anchorage in life, and at the very time when a person should really have found a certain inner sense of security, there will be a tendency to chase trivialities. During these awkward years, adolescents will imitate many things that seem pleasant. Usually they are not exactly what would please their elders, who have a more utilitarian perspective. They imitate these things now because they were not allowed to imitate in an appropriate and living way as younger children. Consequently, we see many young people after puberty wandering around, looking for security in one thing or another, thus numbing their experience of inner freedom. Subtitle: Educating for All of Life and Beyond. In every stage of life, we must make sure that we do not educate only for that stage, but educate for all of a person's earthly life, and in fact beyond. People can arrive most beautifully at an understanding of their own immortal human being. After puberty, they can experience for themselves how what poured into their soul as images through imitation is now freed from the soul and rises into spirit. People can feel how it continues to work from time into eternity, passing through birth and death. It is exactly this welling up of what was instilled in the human soul through the proper education that provides an inner experience of immortality. Primarily, it is life experience itself that shows us we had existence before coming down into the physical world. And what the child takes in as picture and imitates through religious feeling unites with what that child was before descending into the physical realm. Thus an inner experience of the kernel of immortality arises. I use the word immortality, which is in current use, but even though people still believe in it, it is really only half of the question. When we speak of immortality today, we do so out of a certain self-centeredness. It is true, of course, because it represents the fact that we do not perish at death, but that our life continues. But we fail to mention the other side, the unborn. In ancient times, those who possessed an instinctive spiritual knowledge still recognized the two sides of eternity, the undying and the unborn. We will understand eternity only when we are able to understand both of these concepts. Eternity will be experienced when children are properly educated. Here again we are confronted by something where materialism should not be considered theoretically. As I have already shown you, it is bad enough that all kinds of monists go around spreading various materialistic theories. But that is not in any sense the worst. The least harmful is what people only think. The worst is what flows into life to become life itself. And since the art of education has also fallen into the clutches of materialistic thinking, children are unable to experience the things I have mentioned, the experience of time passing into eternity. In this way, they lose their relationship to the eternal aspect of their own being. You can preach as much materialism as you like to those who have been correctly educated, and it will not affect them greatly. They will reply, quote, I have the sense that I am immortal, and unfortunately this is something that you and your proofs have overlooked, close quote. It is always a matter of comprehending life itself, and not merely the thoughts. Furthermore, this may seem contradictory, but an indication and a symptom of the materialism of our present age is the very fact that people today are so eager for theories and world philosophies based on ideas and concepts. If we really perceive spirit, we never leave matter. If you pursue your study of anthroposophy, you will see how it makes its way into psychology and physiology, how it speaks of material things and processes in every detail. Anthroposophic physiology addresses the activity of the liver, the spleen, or the lung very differently from today's abstract physiology. Abstract physiology thinks it sees the facts, but it really views facts in the same way a man might who, for example, finds a magnet. He does not know what it is, nor what forces are concealed within it, but he finds the magnet while with a woman who knows what a magnet is. He says to himself, quote, I'll take this home, it will make a good horseshoe, close quote. The woman says, quote, you can't use that as a horseshoe, that is a magnet, close quote. But the man only laughs. Similarly, a natural scientist laughs when one speaks of the spiritual basis of the liver, spleen, or heart, if one says that spirit in fact lives within those organs. But people who laugh at such things can never deeply enter the reality of material substance. The most harmful aspect of materialism is not that it fails to understand spirit. That will be corrected eventually. The worst thing about materialism is that it is altogether ignorant of matter and its activities, because it fails to find spirit in matter. There was never a time when people knew less about matter than they do now, for you cannot find material substance in the human being without a knowledge of spirit. Consequently, I would say that the error of materialism in education is demonstrated in life when people have no feeling or inner experience of their own eternal nature. If a person has been educated in the right way, that is, if the principles of the education have been read from human nature itself, Death will be experienced as an event in life and not merely its end. In this way, one learns that in the relationship between teacher and child, and later between the teacher and the young man or woman, there are not only external things at work. Even in the very small child, as I have already told you, intangible forces are at work, things we can neither see nor weigh and measure. Subtitle: Punishment in the Classroom. We must bear this in mind when we consider punishment as a means of education. A question was raised in regard to this. We cannot simply ask ourselves whether or not we should punish. How can we possibly deal with all the mischievous things children do if we completely eliminate punishment? The question of whether to punish or not is really an individual matter. Various methods can be used with some children, whereas others may respond only to punishment. The manner of punishment, however, really depends on the teacher's temperament. We must remember that we are not dealing with carved wooden figures, but with human beings. Teachers must consider their own nature as well as the nature of the children. The important thing is not so much what to do, but how. That the only effective punishment is inflicted by a teacher with complete inner calm and deliberation. If a punishment arises from anger, it will be completely ineffective. Here, of course, a teacher can accomplish a great deal through self-development. Otherwise, something like this may happen. A girl makes a mess, and the boy next to her gets upset with her. The teacher then begins to scold the boy, saying, "You should not get angry like that." The child replies, "But grown-up people get angry when unpleasant things happen to them." Then the teacher says, "If you get angry, I'll throw something at you." If you punish in anger this way, you may get a scene like this. A teacher comes into a classroom of fairly young children who are playing. She says, quote, "What an awful commotion you are all making. What are you doing? Why are you shouting and making so much noise?" Close quote. Finally, one child gets up enough courage to say, quote, "You are the only one shouting," close quote. Now, in terms of punishment or admonition, everything depends on the soul mood of the one punishing or admonishing. Whenever a child has done something very naughty, you can even take the precaution of ignoring it for the time being. You could sleep on it and take it up again the next day. At least in this way, you may find the necessary inner calm. And however you decide to deal with that child, your admonition or your punishment will be far more effective than anything you do while angry. This method may have its drawbacks as well, but you must always weigh one thing against another and not become too one-sided. Subtitle, quote-unquote, Reading the Child. You can see that in this method of teaching and education, based as it is on anthroposophic principles, each particular age of the child must be read, as it were. We must see more in a human being than present scientific thinking wants to see. Of course, such scientific thinking has contributed to wonderful progress, but in terms of human beings, it is as though they had something written in front of them and began to describe the letters of that writing. It is certainly useful and beautiful to have the letters described, but that is not the point. We must read. We do not need to describe the organs and how the soul works in them, which is the modern method, but we must have the capacity to read the human being. Such reading, for a teacher, may be understood by imagining that you have a book in your hand, and no matter how interesting it may be, if you cannot read it but only look at the printed letters, it will not arouse you very strongly to any inner activity. If, for example, someone has a very interesting novel, but can only describe the letters, then nothing will happen within that person. So it is with the art of education. Nothing happens in a person who merely describes the individual organs or the various aspects of the human soul. Educators who can read will find in every child a, quote, book of the soul, close quote. Children can become reading material of the soul for their teachers, even in very large classes. If this happens, a teacher will sense when, before the 9th or 10th year, children do not differentiate between the world and their own I-being. They will sense how before this time children are unable, out of themselves, to write anything in the way of a composition. At most, they will be able to retell something they have heard in fairy tales or legends. Only when children are 9 or 10 can you gradually begin to present images and thoughts that they can in turn write about from their own free feelings and ideas. The inner thought structure needed by a child before being able to write an essay is not yet present before the 12th year. They should not be encouraged to write essays before then. I am speaking of this because someone asked about it. If they do this too soon, they will begin to suffer not from sclerosis of the soul in this case, but from rickets of the soul. Later in life, such a child will become inwardly weak and ineffective. Only when our study of the human being can lead us to a unique knowledge of each child will we be able to educate them in the appropriate way. The correct education must enable children to take their place socially in the everyday world. Indeed, children belong to this world and must enter more and more deeply into it as long as they live on earth. And after death, they will be able to live on properly in the spiritual realm. This experience is indeed a real condition for life in the world beyond the great gate of death. Subtitle: The Capacity to Meet Other Human Beings. Human beings become hardened when they cannot discover how to meet other people in a truly human way. They harden themselves for the life that will face them after death. People have lost the capacity for meeting one another in a human way. And this is yet another dark side to the picture of our time. Nowhere do we find people who can enter with loving feeling into another human being. This is clearly evident due to the amount of talk about social demands these days. Why is this? The obvious basis of social life, the power to truly feel and experience with another person, has been sadly lost. Whenever demands are urgently presented in any given age, those very demands show us what is missing in that time, because whatever people lack, they demand. Real social life is missing, and this is why the social ideal is so vehemently discussed in our current era. But education for social life is hardly touched, although many enlightened people speak of it. It has retreated increasingly into the background, and in many respects human beings meet and pass each other without any understanding of one another. It is indeed a grievous feature of present-day life that when one human being meets another, there is no mutual understanding. You can find clubs and societies with one or another common aim, where people have worked together for years, but they really do not know each other at all. People know nothing about the inner life of those they work with, because they lack a living interest, a living devotion, a living sympathy in relation to the other. But such living interest, devotion, and sympathy will be present if at the right age we permeate every area of teaching and education with the principle of imitation, and in its proper place, the principle of authority. This social feeling and understanding for others depends in a most intimate way on whether or not we have any sense of what in our world participates in the spiritual realm. There was a time when human beings knew very little about the earth. The tools they used were simple and primitive, and the way they represented natural objects in art was sometimes very talented but remarkably undeveloped. We now live in an age when we use complicated tools to master nature, and the most minute details are painstakingly copied, for example, in our works of art. But what we lack today is the power to enter the spirit of nature, the spirit of the cosmos, and the universe as a grand whole. That power must be reclaimed. Above all, in the astronomical realm, we have lost sight of our relationship to the universe. If we look at a plant, you can see how it takes root in the ground, how it arises from a seed, unfolds its first leaves and stem, more leaves, and a blossom, and how it then gathers itself together again in the fruit. Goethe described it this way. In the plant, you see how it draws out into space, rotates, and then contracts. Goethe was unable to go far enough. He described this expansion and contraction of the plant, but could not come to the point of knowing why this happens. It happens because the plant is exposed to the forces of the moon and sun. Whenever the sun's forces are active, the plant expands and opens its leaves. When moon forces act on it, plant life contracts. It develops the stem and then the seed, where the whole plant life is drawn together in a single point. Thus, when we consider this expansion and contraction as Goethe has shown it to us, we see in it the alternation of sun and moon forces, and we are led out into the distant spaces of the cosmos. When we can see how the stars are at work in the plant, we do not remain bound and limited. These sun and moon forces that influence plants act in a more complicated way on the human being. And this leads us to think that the human being is not just a citizen of Earth, but of the cosmos as well. We know that when we eat, for example, cabbage or venison, or drink something, whatever relates to life, pursues its own course within us. We nevertheless know about such things because we can perceive them. But we have no knowledge of how we are connected with the starry worlds in our soul and spirit, how the forces of contraction live in the sphere of the moon, the forces of expansion in that of the sun. We do not know that these forces maintain the balance more or less perfectly in a human being, that melancholic tendencies have their roots in the moon realm, sanguine tendencies of soul in the sun, and balance and harmony are brought about by cosmic activity. A detailed discussion of this in no way diminishes our concept of freedom, nor does it lead to preposterous ideas of any kind. This can all be examined with the same precision used in mathematics. But mathematics, though true, remains abstract. The knowledge of sun and moon that I mentioned leads us to see how we receive spiritual nourishment from what flows from the whole galaxy of stars. It becomes a strength within us, a driving force. If we can unite in this way with the spirit of the universe, we will become whole human beings, and the urge will no longer arise to bypass others without understanding. But as true human beings, we will find the true human being in others. The more we describe only matter and apply those descriptions to human beings, the more we freeze the life of the soul. But if we can ally ourselves with the Spirit, we can serve our fellow human beings with true warmth of heart. Thus, an education that seeks and finds the Spirit in the person will lay the foundations for human love, human sympathy, and human service in the proper sense of the word. In an organism, everything is at the same time a beginning and an end. This is also true of the whole life of the Spirit. You can never know the world without practicing a knowledge of the human being, without looking into the self. For the human being is a mirror of the world. All the secrets of the universe are contained in the human being. The fixed stars work in the human being. The moving planets work in the human being. And all the elements of nature work there as well. To understand the human being, to see true being there, is also to find a place in the world in the right way. Consequently, education must be permeated by a kind of golden rule that quickens all the teacher's work with the children, something that gives life to that work, just as in a physical sense, the blood gives life to the physical organism. So out of a worldview permeated with spirit, the life-blood of the soul must enter the soul of the teacher. Then the soul's life-blood will set its imprint on all the methods and practice of the teaching effort and save them from becoming abstract principles. Something will thus live in the educator, which I would like to characterize through these concluding words as a kind of education for life itself. To spend oneself in matter is to grind down souls. To find oneself in the spirit is to unite human beings. To see oneself in all humanity is to construct worlds. That's the end of Lecture 5 and the end of the little course called The Roots of Education by Rudolf Steiner.
Miracle powers of nature and of the illumined souls who were seers, prophets, and mystic leaders of the past. How to receive soul perception. 1. Withdraw from the world of harsh reality and create an atmosphere of soft candlelight and music. You can have incense burning if you wish. The higher spiritual faculties are often activated by such aids. This is why in many large churches there is candlelight, incense, and soft light through stained glass windows. Many times, images of sacred symbols, such as a cross or saints, are used to stimulate these higher faculties, so man may better attune himself to the sacred vibrations of the divine image. This exercise in meditation should be a daily event of 10 or 15 minutes. During such times, lock out all thoughts of problems and worries, and talk to God in the silence of your own soul. 2. Soul perception can often come to you in the midst of your everyday activities. Sometimes a great flood of inspiration will follow when you have done some good or charitable deed for another person. Often, when you view a magnificent sunrise or sunset, or some scene of grandeur in nature, like the Grand Canyon, you will feel welling up within you a deep, spiritual emotion that overpowers your senses and is so penetrating that you feel close to tears. Very often music will have this same effect when it is transcendently beautiful. I recall the first time I saw the magnificent Parthenon on the Acropolis in Athens, Greece, in the full noon. As I stood before that ancient temple to the goddess Athena and viewed the Aegean Sea shimmering in the distance, and saw the vast, ancient, and modern city of Athens, sprawling as far as the eye could see, I felt a sudden sense of soul perception that made me aware of the march of history through that historic land where democracy was born. A feeling of cosmic awareness swept over me that made me one with all the multitude of great souls who had viewed this most inspiring monument to man's divinity. 3. Soul perception comes to you when you have a deep faith in God and His illimitable powers. You can walk with God daily, and His ever-abiding presence will guide you unerringly through soul perception. 4. When you align yourself with the spiritual qualities of the divine mind, you will also implement your powers of soul perception. These divine qualities are love, goodness, truth, beauty, forgiveness, and charity. 5. Faith and prayer put you in tune with the divine mind power that reflects throughout the universe. Man's consciousness is like the earth. It flourishes and flowers only when the sun shines upon its surface, giving it life and motion. When man is out of the consciousness of the divine cosmic mind, he blocks out the sun of spirit, and his life is barren and futile. When he basks in the golden light of the spiritual sun, he flourishes and grows wise, and his gifts and talents flower, and he blesses the earth with his creative mind. Prayer releases a golden stream of spiritual light, life, and intelligence. Dr. Alexis Carrel said of prayer that it is a force as real as terrestrial gravity. In experiments conducted by scientists and ministers, it was found that when prayer was said over wheat and corn that was planted, it yielded 2 to 3 times as much as seed that was not prayed over. In an experiment with growing things, it was found that cursing the tender young shoots made them wither and die. Loving the growing plants made them flourish and mature. There is a miracle power in the atmosphere about us that responds to prayer and faith. 6. The power of divine love also helps man channel this divine mind power to all his actions. In tests conducted by a famous pediatrician in the care of young children, it was found that children who were not given love often died in the crucial first year of life. On each baby's chart, this doctor writes, "This child is to be picked up on the hour and loved." It doesn't matter whether it is a nurse, a stranger, or the mother. The important thing is that the children who are given this type of human love grow and become healthy, happy, balanced children, whereas when they are denied love, they seldom survive the first year of life. Channel 5. The cosmic memory. It is within the cosmic memory that God stores all the chemical and cellular formulas which He uses to create all living things in the universe. The universe is built according to a master plan, which follows a mechanical design and structure. This is basically repeated in all created objects. The atoms, which make up all matter, are little building blocks that are actually invisible. When they are drawn together by the law of gravity, they become plants, trees, mountains, moons, and stars. The entire universe is created and sustained by a flow of invisible substance, which we call spirit or intelligence. As this intelligence flows throughout the universe, obeying some higher creative command, it arranges itself in shapes and forms that are imprinted upon a sea of spiritual protoplasm. There are fewer than 100 different types of atoms in the universe. From these, arranged in millions of different patterns and designs, all creation is formed. Everything in the mineral, vegetable, animal, and human kingdoms derives from these primary atomic building blocks. Science cannot understand the power that is behind the atom. It is still a complete mystery. In metaphysics, we can begin to understand something of this mystery of creation. The cosmic memory reveals to mankind many of its innermost secrets. We now know, for instance, the basic structure of all atoms. The electron is a negatively charged particle that forms a part of all atoms. The neutron is one of the fundamental uncharged particles of an atom. The proton is a fundamental particle of the nuclei of all atoms, carrying a unit of positive charge of electricity. The nuclei is the central part of the atom, around which the other parts revolve. They are held in place by the rapidity of their motion in a gravitational field, similar to the Sun, with all the planets revolving around it in their orbits. From this microscopic structure, the atom, God builds everything from star to snowflake. The infinite variety of creation attests to the fact that some very high order of cosmic intelligence is back of all creation. Regime to tap cosmic memory. 1. Study the universe in which you live. Try to understand the processes that go on within the universe. Study the world of nature. See how growth occurs. Try to probe the secrets of nature by observation and curiosity. Some of our great scientists have probed these cosmic secrets and given to men a vast variety of new products, foods, and treasures. 2. Look at a blade of grass or a grain of sand and try to see the process of creativity which cosmic intelligence used to fashion these elements. A scientist in France studied snowflakes for 40 years and never found any two alike. No blade of grass or grain of sand is ever like any other. Even twins are never exactly alike. The cosmic mind is an original artist that never creates any two things exactly alike. Study flowers and fruits and see how the cosmic mind fashions these delights to the eye and the palate. Take an orange or a pomegranate apart. See how nature has separated the segments with a layer of skin. How carefully she has placed the seed within the fruit, where they will not be disturbed. Try to comprehend some of the mystery of creation by a careful study of the laws under which the cosmic mind of God works in his creation. 3. Observe the law of growth that is in the universe. Then attempt to duplicate it in your own life. Your mind must grow and evolve. Your consciousness must grow from the physical to the spiritual. You must evolve through study and try to expand your interest to encompass many different branches of knowledge. 4. Work with the laws of the cosmos rather than against them. There are 3 laws which you should observe: the law of usefulness, the law of productivity, and the law of action. Any object that loses its usefulness in the scheme of things is automatically discarded by nature. Try to maintain your usefulness to an advanced old age. Keep on producing and creating all your life in some way. Have an avocation as well as a vocation so that you can keep your mind and body constantly stimulated by new interests. Then, last but most important, observe the law of action mentally and physically. Keep yourself busy and never stop creating something for the world. This regime will assure you of keeping in tune with the cosmic mind where all intelligence resides. You will reflect more power and energy once you are in tune with the infinite mind of God through his cosmic memory. Summary. 1. The divine mind power currents flow throughout the cosmos, including yourself. 2. The miracle power is tireless in creation and is the divine mind within man, the Father within, who performs miracles. 3. The 5 channels worked out in detail through which divine mind works. 4. the laws ruling your conscious mind, your sense perceptions, and the intuitive faculties in man and how to tap them. 5. Soul perception in man and how to channel its power. 6. Power of faith and prayer to work miracles. 7. The cosmic memory and how to tap this power for creative miracles. Chapter 12. How to attain the 5 aspects of miracle healing. The miracle healing power of divine mind extends to all realms of God's created universe. We see this metaphysical power at work in nature, where the animal kingdom has a wisdom and instinct that far surpasses the intelligence of the higher human kingdom. Only when man is able to tap the powers of divine intuition is he able to attain a flow of this metaphysical miracle-working power. You will never see a horse or a cow smoking like a chimney stack. You cannot make them drink alcohol or other poisons. They seldom overstuff on rich foods and suffer from indigestion. They seem to know how to avoid most of the calamitous diseases that are the scourge of humanity, such as heart trouble, cancer, high blood pressure, ulcers, and diabetes. When an animal becomes sick, he seems to know how to heal himself. Most often he will stop eating completely and let the miracle-working forces within his own body heal him. Humanity is on a pill and miracle drug binge. Man takes pep pills to give him energy to face his day, then pills to slow him down at night so he can go to sleep. He must have his cocktails to stimulate his brain so he can finish his day without collapsing. In this mad rush from one drug to another, man begins to suffer from a gradual inability to let the natural healing forces of his mind and body take over and do the work for which they were intended, to heal him when he is sick. Doctors know of this miracle healing power. Most enlightened doctors today work with the natural healing power of nature. They know of this miracle power that God has placed within man's own mind and body cells. Often doctors may give shots of distilled water to their patients, telling them it is morphine, and that they will soon go to sleep. The patient begins to feel drowsy and in a short time falls asleep. While he sleeps, the natural miracle healing forces of the body take over and do the work of healing. It is true that scientists and drugs have done a wonderful work in this age to help in the healing forces of the body, when the patient is too sick to help himself. We have not evolved far enough as yet to dispense with doctors and drugs. In the future, however, doctors will become more valuable to society in the preventive arts. To prevent sickness is more important than to heal it. It is also important to remember that in cases of accident, such as a broken leg or arm, there must be skillful handling of the injury if nature is to perform its healing perfectly. Doctors can assist this miracle power within the human mind and body. And in the new branch of psychosomatic medicine which has arisen in the past 25 years, it is widely recognized that the human mind can make man sick in many cases, and that it can also serve as the agency for healing of many conditions. The 5 aspects of miracle healing. Let us now examine the 5 aspects of miracle healing that you may utilize in your own life. You must first realize that healing does not apply only to a sick body. It also applies to other departments of your life. We shall study the 5 most important areas of human experience and learn how to release the miracle healing power of divine mind to these various departments of your life. The same laws and principles which pertain to these 5 aspects of miracle healing may also be applied to any other negative conditions you want to heal in your own life. These aspects are as follows. 1. Healing of the physical body. 2. Healing of personality disorders. 3. Healing of the environment. 4. Healing of romantic and marital problems. 5. Healing of economic and financial conditions. When we realize that there are more than 25 million people in the United States who are sick, crippled, blind, or otherwise handicapped, we must realize that we are truly a sick nation. Also consider the fact that only 1 young man out of 5 is considered fit to be taken into Army service through selective service. Then consider the millions who suffer from minor forms of incapacity, impaired vision, poor hearing, and handicaps produced by arthritis, rheumatism, and kindred ailments. Asthma, allergies, sinus conditions, these afflict millions more. America truly needs a renaissance of the miracle-working power used by the Master Jesus, who was able to perform his miracles of healing because he understood this tremendous spiritual power that God has placed within man's consciousness. Following is your unfailing guide for programs of healing in all 5 aspects. 1. Healing of the physical body. Before we consider miracle healing of the physical body, let us learn the causes of sickness, so we shall better understand the nature of man's illness. The invasion of the bloodstream by germs is one of the principal causes of sickness. If the body's energies and resistance is low, this type of germ infection seems to be more likely than if the body's resistance is high. Then the body's natural germ-fighting mechanism, the phagocytes in the bloodstream and the white cells, seem to be able to keep the invading bacteria at a minimum. Physical accidents also contribute to man's disability. Many of these accidents are of psychosomatic origin, as we shall learn, and could be avoided. Psychosomatic factors contribute to many of the world's illnesses. Many doctors are of the opinion that nearly 85% of sickness can be traced to psychic disorders, that is, emotional disturbances that involve the psyche. In a study of industrial accidents, it was found that 95% of all accidents could be traced to only 10% of the workers. In other words, this 10% of the workers who had most of the accidents had personal and marital problems, fears and worries that produced tensions and made them careless in their work. It was further discovered that this same 10% of the workers accounted for the cases of absenteeism due to colds and other pulmonary infections. Miracle healing regime for sickness. 1. Put your mind into a state of faith and confidence that the miracle healing power of divine mind can effect a healing of whatever condition afflicts you. 2. Remove the factors that might be causing your sickness. You may be suffering from some form of emotional paralysis which keeps your body from performing its healing function. Examine your mind carefully. Do you hate anyone? Are you resentful of something that rankles in your subconscious? Did something happen in love or marriage which made you bitter? A woman who suffered from asthma and sinus trouble for years was discovered to have regretted marrying the man she did. She was in love with another man, and when she lost him, she married the first man who asked her. This regret and resentment, living a lie for 20 years, made her body develop the conditions from which she suffered. After being counseled and shown the error in her ways, this woman had a miracle healing of her asthma and sinus condition and adjusted to her marriage with good results. Many cases of allergies, skin trouble, sinus and pulmonary conditions have been traced by doctors to psychosomatic factors. When the person has rid his mind of the hate, resentment, jealousy, fear, worry or other negative emotion, the condition disappeared from the body. A positive thought atmosphere important. Maintain a positive thought atmosphere at all times. The old saying, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," aptly applies to sickness. You can prevent the eroding forces that lower the body's resistance from taking hold on your mind and body. If you keep the positive thought in consciousness that you are surrounded by the loving arms of God, and that nothing can harm you, soon you will see a change in your mental and physical condition. Whenever you have a tendency to say, "I feel terrible," change it to, "I feel great." Soon you will really feel great at all times. Too many people recount the long list of their ailments and operations and build the thought atmosphere of sickness. Do not spend your time in looking for physical symptoms of sickness. Too many people listen to their heart's beat or try to interfere with the functioning of their stomachs or other body organs. God sealed all the human organs into your body with the healing agency within your body cells. These organs are supposed to work perfectly without any interference from outside sources. In most cases of extreme emergency, where operations must be performed, there have been contributing factors to the organ's breakdown. How many gallbladders have been removed because of the person's wrong eating habits? Observe basic dietary laws. Regulate your food and liquid intake with an eye to balance and dietary laws. Get a good book on the subject of diet and health and maintain the correct intake of foods, and your body will nourish itself and keep itself at a high level of performance. It has been found by scientists that the human body needs meat proteins at this stage of our evolution. Many people live on vegetable diets, and the Chinese and Indians live on handfuls of rice, but it cannot be said that they live well or long. The body needs meat, vegetables, fruits, and certain minerals and vitamins. It is good to study nutrition from books written by experts, so that you will maintain good dietary habits and enjoy good health to a ripe old age. 2. Healing of personality disorders. Personality disorders are of many different types. They range from self-consciousness and inferiority to disorientation and maladjustment. A sick mind can be as real and distressing as a sick body. Many people who suffer from personality disorders do not need psychiatric help. They can often help themselves if they know the causes of their condition. Following are the most frequent causes of personality maladjustment. Fear of failure. Frustration in love and marriage. Unhappiness in choice of work. Resentment, jealousy, and other negative emotions. Discord and friction at home or in business. Feelings of inferiority and inadequacy. Sexual suppression and lack of fulfillment. Unresolved worries and fears. Insecurity in early childhood. The miracle healing regime for personality disorders. When you have discovered the cause or causes for your own particular type of personality disorder, set to work first to rid yourself of the cause of your condition. You should practice daily to adopt a positive course of action in handling the problem. If it is fear of failure, build your confidence by adopting the attitude that everyone has some failure in his life. Then pick little things that you can do successfully and achieve these. When you once build the mental habit of success, you will banish the fear of failure. Check back over your life every night before you go to sleep and analyze the negative or distressing emotional experiences that afflicted you in your early life. Very often, these early childhood experiences cast a pall over a person's entire adult mental and emotional life, causing symptoms that vary from stuttering to fear of speaking before an audience. Stuttering overcome through metaphysics. A young man who came to our classes in Carnegie Hall was afflicted with stammering and stuttering. In talking to him in a period of consultation, I discovered that he had been beaten by a foster mother when he was a child. When he had unburdened himself by telling me all about these distressing conditions of his early youth, I told him that he was now an adult, that his childhood was behind him, and that he must try to understand and forgive the foster parent for her mistakes. I gave this young man a series of positive affirmations which he was to repeat every night upon retiring, and when he faithfully followed this regime for 3 months, he had reached a point where he only stuttered when he became excited. It is only a question of time before he is fully healed of his personality disorder. When you discover the particular emotional block that causes your personality disorder, rationalize it. That is, reason it out with yourself, and then give yourself positive suggestions that will help overcome this condition. The following is a good suggestion for general use. I now understand the reasons for my personal problems. I now appeal to the divine mind within to take over all these personality problems and to dissolve them completely. I have faith in the miracle-working power of my higher mind. I am confident, peaceful, poised, loving, and joyous. My body operates under the power of my higher mind. It is now healthy, vital, and strong. I rest in the loving arms of God, secure and serene, and sleep peacefully, knowing I am being refreshed, restored, reinvigorated, and rejuvenated while I sleep. How hatred and resentment cause sickness. If you have any hatred or resentment within your mind for any person or any condition, try to change it to love and forgiveness and understanding. Most negative emotions create sickness. The personality can become warped through greed, selfishness, worry, fear, or hatred. Many times these negative emotions will give one symptoms of high blood pressure, heart disease, ulcers, and other physical ailments. A man who hated his business partner developed a very bad case of ulcers. He was advised to have an operation, but he was afraid, so he went to a psychosomatic doctor. When the doctor discovered he hated his business partner, he told the patient to get out of the business as quickly as possible. The man followed his advice, and within 3 months' time, he was completely healed of all traces of his ulcers. Change the emotion of hate to love whenever you have any mental or physical symptoms that cause distress. Love is a healing emotion. 3. Healing of the environment. What are the principal causes of environmental discord? Friction and disharmony often create misunderstandings. We do not like certain things people do, or they become antagonistic to us for any one of a dozen reasons. We may work in an office where there is jealousy, resentment, and envy. Or it may be that the work one does is not to his liking and he resents it. Again, a person may feel he is inadequately paid, and this causes him to chafe against his employer and his working environment. Whatever the causes of your environmental discontent, there is a regime which can bring about a miraculous healing of the negative conditions. The miracle healing regime for wrong environment. 1. Imprint upon your consciousness the positive thought that you will rise above any and all negative conditions which exist in your present environment. If you cannot change your work or the location of your home, try treating the negative conditions metaphysically. See the people you are forced to work with or live with as being created in the image and likeness of God spiritually. Try to send out loving thoughts to them. 2. Negatively adapt to any condition you cannot overcome. For instance, you may have to stay in your present place of employment because you have put into many years to make a change now, or you may be in line for a promotion or pension. Negative adaptation means simply that you will live with the condition until such time as you can more easily change it. How one girl found romantic happiness. A girl who came to my lectures told me she disliked her office job. The other girls seemed to be malicious and gossiped about her constantly. She had a bad breaking out on her face that further added to her embarrassment and feelings of inadequacy. Boys didn't ask her out on dates, and she was already 24 and was afraid she would become an old maid. What should she do? She couldn't quit her job because her widowed mother and small brother depended on her income. I told her that most of the trouble was within her own consciousness. I urged her to negatively adapt to the situation for a while, until she could take positive steps to change the conditions which caused her such distress. Her approach to life was all wrong. She began using the metaphysical principle of love and understanding. She developed a sense of humor, and when the girls made cutting remarks, she learned to turn them into a joke. Soon the other girls were laughing with her, not at her. She was less aloof in her attitude towards her working companions. After 3 weeks of this metaphysical treatment, a man she had long admired in another department of the firm asked her for a date. He fell in love with her, and they were married. I attended her wedding. She looked radiantly beautiful. Her skin had cleared up, and she was poised and well-adjusted. She is now the mother of 2 children and has found the happiness she always desired. 4. Healing of romantic and marital problems. One of the most common areas of difficulties that affects human relationships is that dealing with romance and marriage. At some time or other, every person has some such problem which disturbs his tranquility and happiness. Metaphysical miracle power can be released to heal such problems. First, let us examine these problems in the light of reason and find out the causes of most romantic and marital problems. Mismating often brings 2 people together who have no reason for marrying. What should they do in such a situation? Divorce or live together with friction, misunderstanding, and the subsequent chaos it produces for their children. Then there is the problem of philandering, indulged in by one or both of the marriage partners. This leads to jealousy, accusations, and sometimes violence. Often 2 people will suffer from sexual maladjustment, frigidity on the part of the wife, or impotence on the part of the husband. Such a problem can make a marriage miserable and must be handled delicately if the marriage is to survive. Then there is the problem of quarreling, nagging, friction, and general bad temper. This type of negative atmosphere can destroy a marriage and cause the parties concerned to suffer from feelings of guilt and misery. The miracle healing regime for romantic problems. 1. Realize that no marriage is perfect. Each person must bring to the union vast patience, love, and understanding. When problems of any kind arise, both parties should sit down and frankly discuss them, and try to think out a solution that is equitable and just. Try to rise above the petty level of human thinking into the realm of divine love, where each sees the other as encompassing the spiritual qualities of the soul that can make a marriage a blessing instead of a curse. 2. If two people have married who have little in common other than a physical attraction, they can still make the marriage a success. Unity can come in such a union by building interests in common. The parties concerned should make an effort to cultivate the same friends, the same interests, read the same books, see movies and other entertainment together, thus giving them a frame of reference for the future, which encompasses similar experiences. 3. The problem of philandering often arises after 4 or 5 years of marriage. One of the marriage partners may grow tired of the other. When these extramarital relations come to the attention of the other marriage partner, it often leads to bitter recriminations and finally, divorce. How can such a breach be healed in metaphysics? Let each partner in the marriage realize that to err is human, to forgive divine. Try to be understanding of the other's weakness. Then try to work out a basis for future understanding and harmony in love and sexual relations that give satisfaction to both parties. Infidelity led to this woman's crippling. An instance where infidelity led to a crippling condition of the wife came to my attention some time ago. The wife found out her husband had been going around with another woman, his secretary. She developed paralysis of her limbs and became a chronic invalid. Of course, the affliction was a psychosomatic one in which the woman's subconscious mind wanted to be crippled so she could punish her husband by making him wait on her. It immobilized her so she could no longer give him the comforts in the home he had grown so accustomed to. Upon examination by many doctors, it was found there was nothing physically wrong with this woman. One doctor who had studied psychosomatic medicine finally arrived at a solution. He told the husband to leave the wife in an upstairs bedroom. He advised him to have parties 2 or 3 times a week down in the living room and not to have the wife down. After the first big party, the wife could no longer stand the agony of knowing everyone downstairs was having such a good time without her. On the night of the second party, the husband heard a shuffling sound from the upstairs bedroom. Soon he saw his wife's head protruding between the banisters of the stairs, trying to see who his guests were. Within a few weeks' time, this woman had a complete healing. The higher centers of her mind, galvanized by curiosity and a desire to participate in the merrymaking, had effected a cure where doctors had failed. If sexual maladjustment should arise, owing to any one of a dozen different reasons, the metaphysical approach to the problem should be as follows. First, try to discover what the trouble is, how it had its inception, and if necessary, probe back to the early childhood of the mate to see if conditioning occurred in childhood that might have caused the difficulty. The mate should show more tenderness and solicitude in lovemaking, for very often a woman who becomes frigid in the love act has been shocked in some way or repelled by some early experience that actually makes her hate and fear the sexual act. In such instances, the husband should show consideration and understanding and try to adjust his needs to the wife's existing limitations. Sexual frigidity overcome through metaphysics. A woman came to me for consultation once who had this problem of sexual frigidity. In the interview, she told me frankly that she had been molested when she was 10 years of age by an uncle, and the sexual act had revolted her ever since that time. She had thought marriage would change the situation, and that her love for her husband would help her overcome it. I gave this woman a constructive analysis of her entire problem, and explained that her higher mind would be able to rationalize this problem and help her overcome it. Now that she knew the reason for her frigidity, her subconscious mind would begin to release her from the torture she had endured. In a few weeks' time, she reported to me that with her new understanding of her problem, She was beginning to enjoy the sexual act for the first time since she married. 5. Healing of economic and financial conditions. Elsewhere in our study, we have given metaphysical laws for demonstrating money, jobs, and anything else that one desires. If these sections of our study are thoroughly absorbed, there should be no future economic and financial problems. However, if such problems should continue to exist, there is a regime for helping heal the sick economy. Regime for healing economic and financial conditions. 1. Try to find the cause of your financial problems. There are several. Causes to financial limitation. There. A. Lack of preparation for suitable work. B. Lack of a goal towards which to work. C. The wrong master motive for achievement. D. Waste, extravagance, or laziness. If the cause of your financial limitations happens to be, then prepare your mind for future work by taking a course in evening high school or in a trade school to help prepare you for another vocation. If B is the cause of your financial problems, try to have a definite goal towards which you are striving, to own your own home, to educate your children, to travel, etc. If C is the cause of your economic limitations, try to have a high master motive to spur you on. Some good master motives are a desire to help your family, a desire to give something to the world to make it a better place in which to live, a desire to improve your intellect and acquire greater knowledge, a love of humanity, and a love of God. If you suffer from cause D and are wasteful of money or time, you must begin at once to change the habit patterns of your daily life through the regime given elsewhere in our study. If you are suffering from mental and physical inertia, known as laziness, you must make a supreme effort to shake yourself out of your lethargy by visualizing the rewards and achievements possible for you in the future. 2. Work with the divine mind within and ask it to guide you in finding solutions to your financial problems. In meditation, ask specific questions. How can I make more money? Where can I get a better job? What vocation should I study for? Then wait for the answer to come to you from your higher mind. 3. Look about you in your own environment and see how you could improve some product or evolve a new method for doing your work. Examine the possibilities for going into business for yourself, since you can seldom make a fortune working for someone else. 4. Write letters to important people who might be able to help you better your position. Many times, if you write to some wealthy person who has a business and show you have originality and a creative mind, you will be given an interview for future employment. Chapter 13. The little everyday miracles that can enrich your life. In our search for life's great experiences, we are apt to overlook the little everyday miracles, which can tremendously enrich the lives of those who are aware of them. The generous outpouring of divine blessings showers upon mankind all kinds of bounties and treasures in the physical and material universe, which we accept as a matter of course. We are the divine recipients of these bounties of nature, the season's outpourings of abundance, the beauty of spring, the miracle of summer's growth, the bountiful harvest, and the winter's serenity and peace, in which the earth pauses a moment in its creative outpouring, to rest and prepare for a new cycle of planting, growth, and harvest. These blessings we take for granted and scarcely pause to give thanks for the rich metaphysical bounties of the universe. Let us explore below this world of everyday miracles, in which we discover the 12 hidden treasures that can enrich life and make it beautiful, opulent, and magnificent. 1. Discovering conscious awareness of your mind, your body, and the world in which you live. It is awareness of yourself as an individual that gives you awareness of the miracle-working metaphysical power within your higher mind. A. Stop for at least a half hour a day for the next month or two, and concentrate on yourself and the amazing powers that you possess. In the modern world, we are often so busy with external problems that we seldom, if ever, take time out for the spiritual pause that refreshes the soul. Most people give more time to television, bowling, golfing, or other sports, and never stop to discover the mind with its rich treasures, the body with its pleasant emotions, the soul with its love and tenderness and understanding of the miracle of divinity. B. In order to discern the spiritual truth of your reality more clearly, learn the method taught me by a guru in India for overcoming the confusion and disorientation of mind, which keeps us from seeing clearly the spiritual reality back of all life. Put a pinch of mud into a glass of water and stir it up until the water becomes cloudy. This is similar to the human mind when it is troubled, restless, and the thoughts jump about frantically, refusing to be controlled. Then sit for a few moments until the mud has settled to the bottom of the glass. The water is once again clear and pure, and you can see through the glass. When confusion, doubt, fear, worry, hatred, or other negative emotions cloud your mind, you cannot see the beauty of life about you. You cannot know the purity of the emotions of love, joy, and expectation. This emotional and spiritual purity can only come when you have overcome the animalism and greed and selfishness which cloud the mirror of the soul and keep us from seeing the reflection of the divine image within. C. When you walk about, be aware of the world of beauty and abundance all about you. You can learn most of the spiritual lessons of life by observing how the miracle power works in nature. Open your inner eyes and see the significance of what you observe in nature. 2. The I am consciousness. Your soul has been stamped with an individuality that is totally different from that of the nearly 3 billion people on the face of the earth. This makes you unique and different from everyone else. You possess gifts and talents that are different. The I am consciousness is your true spiritual identity. It accepts no limitations and no restrictions to your miracle powers and your achievements. This spiritual identity must be consciously built and expanded through a regime of thinking. Here is how you can build greater miracle-working power through the I am consciousness. A. Think of the identity you wish to assume in your life and imprint your brain cells with that image. The French philosopher Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." Your life is shaped by the thoughts you think. Let the I am consciousness be built of thoughts that are dignified, noble, expansive, generous, kind, loving, and beautiful. Practice this regime of I am thinking every day of your life. B. Express your divinity in words that have the creative life spark. Every day get in the habit of thinking and saying such positive words as, I am perfect. I am healthy. I am rich. You may not actually be rich in money, but you are expressing the spiritual state of being, in which you are rich with the blessings and hidden treasures which we are studying. I am joyous. I am created in the image and likeness of God. I am peaceful. I am loving. These I am statements will make you that which you have created in the I am consciousness of your higher mind. C. The I am consciousness represents the Spirit of God within your immortal soul. Accept this mantle of your divinity, and you will set into motion the miracle-working powers within your higher mind. You will never again feel inferior, inadequate, or self-conscious. You will be fortified by a new sense of dignity, majesty, and might. The authority for this I am consciousness comes to us from the Bible. When Moses went up into the mountain to speak to the Lord, he heard a voice from a flaming bush. This is symbolical of the ascension of man's mind into the higher consciousness of the God mind within. And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you. And they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. Exodus 3:13-14. D. Every morning when you arise, give your higher mind the spiritual laws which shall prevail in your thinking and in your actions for that day. Here are some that I have given to my students in Carnegie Hall with wonderful results. I am created in the image and likeness of God. I am therefore perfect, even as God is perfect. I am a channel for the working of infinite intelligence. I now partake of the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-wise, and all-powerful infinite Spirit of God. I am abundantly blessed by the ever-present mercy of God who created all things for my good. I am peaceful and serene as I now ascend the spiritual mountaintop of my higher consciousness. All peace, all joy, and all power are now mine. 3. The creative imagination. The creative imagination is one of the everyday miracles which can enrich your life tremendously. Elsewhere in our study we have shown how the imagination can be used, but now let us see how it can set into motion inner forces that enrich your consciousness and radiate into your external world. Imagination is man's most precious mental gift. With it, man has been able to create incredible beauty in the world of nature. Here is how you may use this gift of creative imagination to stir your higher mind into dynamic action. Review some of man's greatest achievements in the realm of your imagination and visualize how these great things were accomplished through man's creative imagination. The pyramids of Egypt were built nearly 5,000 years ago as a memorial to ancient Egyptian kings. Without machinery and with only slave labor, these huge stones were cut and hauled incredible distances, and then elevated to the lofty heights of the pyramids. Let your imagination ponder this feat and play with the creative principle involved. The Parthenon of Greece, built 2,500 years ago, is one of the world's most beautiful and perfect architectural triumphs. Built of solid marble, it stands upon a 500-foot elevation, overlooking the entire city of Athens and the Aegean Sea. Look up the history of this amazing triumph of man's mind over matter, and learn all you can about it. It will inspire you and stimulate your imagination to do great deeds. The Great Wall of China is 1,600 miles long, about the distance from New York City to Kansas City. It is built of solid stone, is 20 feet high, 6 feet thick, and proved to be a costly folly. But the imaginative concept of it is stupendous, and you can learn from the mistakes that the Chinese rulers made in imagining that this wall would keep the Mongolian hordes that threatened China from invading her territory. The armies merely went around both ends of the wall. Another great man-made wonder is the Panama Canal. Look up facts about this enormous feat that saves ships weeks of sailing time in going from the east to the west coasts. The man who conceived this project had a great imagination. You can stimulate your own imagination by learning all you can about this miraculous project. 4. The beauty and greatness of nature. Be aware of God's creative miracle power in the realm of nature. A. Stop at least once a day and see the beauty of nature, the trees, the flowers, the sun and moon and stars. Be aware of them as creative expressions of the cosmic mind of God, who created them for your enjoyment and benefit. B. Your own life will reflect more beauty, more love, more goodness, if you reflect the wonder and joy of all nature. Be aware in your everyday life of the miracle of bird song, of trees waving in the breeze, of sunrise and sunset, of the majestic oceans stretching to the horizons. See the starlit wonder of the heavens at night, and the majestic full moon etching nature's landscape with delicate silver. Be conscious of the mountains, streams, and flower-strewn valleys that come to life every spring with the miracle of multicolored blooms. See the world every day through the eyes of a child who is discovering the wonder and beauty of the world for the first time. 5. The power of your sense perceptions. One of life's everyday miracles, which we take too much for granted, is the power of your sense perceptions. We have dealt elsewhere in our study with the development and control of your 5 senses. Now let us learn how you may enrich your life through this knowledge. A. Are you grateful to God for your eyesight? It is one of the most precious gifts that has been bestowed upon mankind. Only when we lose this precious treasure do we realize its true value. Give thanks to God daily for your sight. B. When you listen to beautiful music, or the sound of children's laughter, or the loving voices of your friends, do you stop and thank God for your sense of hearing? Consciously be aware for a full day of your sense of hearing. C. Do the same thing with your sense of scent and feeling and taste. Be consciously aware of the rich blessings that are conferred on you momentarily by your God-given senses, and use them consciously every moment of your life. They will continue to enrich and bless your life as long as you live. 6. The precious gift of your emotions. Your entire reaction to the outer world and to other people is through the medium of your emotions. We have learned of the power of positive emotions for coloring life. Now let us learn how to enjoy the everyday miracle of the emotions and see how they can enrich life. Your emotions are like the keyboard of a piano. If you play on only one octave of the keyboard, you have a limited type of music. If you extend the range to 2 or 3 octaves, you have more beautiful music. This same rule applies to your emotions. Each day exercise the full range of your positive, life-giving emotions, and you will live in a mental and emotional atmosphere of peace and happiness. The positive emotions that are most enriching are sharing your good, love, peace, compassion, joy, forgiveness, enthusiasm, and truth. B. The emotion of happiness must be cultivated each day. Happiness is not guaranteed, not even by our Constitution. We are guaranteed only life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Happiness is an elusive emotion. When you most search for it, it evades you. Go about your ordinary round of daily work and useful activities, and happiness will seek you out. Someone has said, "Plant the roses near your neighbor's fence so they will shed their fragrance and beauty in his garden too." Happiness is like that. As you give joy, you will receive immeasurable satisfaction, and happiness will be yours. 7. The joy of your right work. Many people think of work as drudgery, and they miss out on one of life's everyday miracles, which can enrich life. If you are in work that bores you and which you hate, you should try to change your work by preparing for something else. As you spend 1/3 of your 24 hours a day working, it is vitally important that you like your work. Whatever work you do can be made more interesting if you will feel that it is important and is helping others. B. If you are a housewife and your work seems like drudgery, see how your work is giving great benefits to your husband and your children, thus enriching them and you in turn. C. If you are in work that you cannot change, look for other ways in which you can do creative work for the good of the world. A woman who was an Indian princess became Gandhi's secretary when he lived. She believed in his great work, and for 15 years she served his cause faithfully. She became one of the most influential women in India and obtained a sense of satisfaction from her unselfish service that she had never been able to receive from her wealth and power as a princess. 8. Parenthood, one of life's great treasures. One of the greatest gifts God has given to man is that of parenthood. Do you stop and thank God every day of your life for the blessings bestowed upon you through your children? When you are tested or tried by the seeming ingratitude of your family, stop and meditate on the true function and purpose of life. Procreation is a divine gift. Enjoy the privilege of having a family and overlook the work, the ingratitude, the suffering and privation that often seem to come as a result of bearing children. A man and woman sought me out for counseling one day. They had 5 children, and they had numerous problems, financial and otherwise. They felt that their poverty was unbearable, and they wondered how they could ever rise above it. I suddenly asked them, "Would you take $1 million for one of your children?" They were stunned, and both quickly replied, "No, we wouldn't take any amount of money for them." Why? Then I replied, "You see, you already possess treasures that are beyond any monetary value. You will find the solution to your financial problems. The money will come to meet your every need." A few days later, the man called to tell me he had a wonderful job as a painter, making good money, and they were moving into a new home in the San Fernando Valley. B. If you have not been blessed with children, why not try adopting 1 or more children? I was an orphan, and I was adopted by a farm family in Upper New York. I don't think I could have loved my own parents more than I loved my foster parents, and they returned that love most devoutly. 9. The treasure of love in your life. Love is one of the noblest emotions that can bless the human consciousness. Are you aware of the power of this divine emotion in your life? If not, then you must awaken to the blessings that this everyday miracle can bring. Let love enrich your life by consciously loving people. Love can be many different things. It can be physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional. You can love the world in an impersonal way, and everyone in the whole world will seem like a brother. This is the true type of divine love which we should express in consciousness. Express personal and emotional love daily to those who are close to you. Friends, members of your family, your mate, and those who work with you. Tell people when you like them. Nothing fosters feelings of love so readily as being told when someone is appreciated and loved. C. Do little things that express your love without words. When a friend is sick, a card or a gift shows your loving thoughts. When friends have birthdays or anniversaries, a little remembrance is always appreciated. D. Try to see the good side of those you love and overlook their little faults and weaknesses. The Quaker's advice to his young daughter is a good one to adopt in relation to our marriage partners. Daughter, before marriage, keep thou both eyes open. After marriage, keep thou one eye closed. 10. The treasure of vibrant good health. Have you ever stopped to give thanks for the many months and years of vibrant good health you have had in your life? There may be times when you have had pain or been sick, but the majority of life is spent in a state of good health. Learn to appreciate this everyday miracle that can enrich your life. A. Thank God every day that you are without pain and that you enjoy the benefits of vital good health. B. Try to live under the natural laws of the universe and avoid overindulgence in every department of your life if you wish to keep your body healthy. C. Eat natural foods that have not been processed if possible. Avoid too many starches and carbohydrates in your diet. Honey, fruit, and vegetables give one the balance needed in his modern diet. As you grow older, you can eat less, for your body does not require as much energy as when you were young. D. Every time you breathe, let it be a symbol of a prayer to God for the life-giving oxygen, which you inhale with every breath. 11. Peace of mind and happiness. One of the greatest everyday miracles is peace of mind and happiness. Most people shatter their peace and happiness by constant worry about things that usually never happen. They live under stress conditions, which gradually erode their minds and break them down. Try to eradicate these stress conditions from your mind. A. If you are in work you dislike, either change it or negatively adapt to it until you can find something better. B. If you work for a boss who treats you badly and does not pay you enough, try treating him metaphysically, as we have learned elsewhere in our study. If you do your work well and maintain a positive, happy attitude, your quality will gradually wear down his resistance. C. If you suffer stress from some in-law who lives with you, try to change your mental attitude towards the person. Send out more loving thoughts and actions, and if the person still does not change, try to remove the person from your home environment. D. If your peace of mind is shattered by financial problems and limitations, ask your higher mind for ideas that will help you make more money outside of your work. E. If there is friction between you and your co-workers in your job, then use the metaphysical method we have studied to treat these negative persons. Smile, share, love, and forgive. This formula usually works miracles. F. 12. The metaphysical treasure of God within your immortal soul. The conscious awareness of this most priceless treasure of all will add new dimensions of joy to your life. You are aware of yourself now, the I am consciousness, the senses, the world in which you live, the joy of loving others. All the physical, emotional, and material values of life you have now explored and accepted as the everyday miracles of your life. What time and thought do you give to the love and worship of God? A. Every morning, awaken with a prayer of gratitude on your lips. Thank you, God, for another joyous day of life. All day long, when you enjoy every experience, exhale a silent prayer to God, who created the universe and gave you life. B. When you envy the rich and think they are happier than you, remember that their burdens and their worship of purely material things often blinds them to the greatest treasure of all, the love of God. Set this spiritual goal higher than any other goal in life, and see how your life will suddenly blossom with every good and beautiful thing. C. When you serve humanity, you serve God. Make your life a mission of service. You need not be a millionaire and give big sums to charity. You can serve by volunteering your services to an institution for the blind, a foundling home, a veterans organization, or some other worthy cause. D. Find the divine romance which can bring you perpetual joy and a consciousness of your future immortality. Man, in the generic sense, is searching for his lost spiritual half, the Godhead with whom he can merge throughout eternity. Never lose sight of our true earthly goal, for sometimes we are blinded by an awareness of our physical and material needs. Remember the spiritual injunction of the Bible. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Summary. 1. The 12 everyday metaphysical miracles that enrich your life and enlarge the awareness of your mind and its hidden treasures. 2. The I Am consciousness and how it enriches one's life. 3. The expression of divinity in our thoughts. 4. The affirmations for building the I Am consciousness. 5. God's creative miracles in nature are available to you. 6. The power of sense perceptions for enriching your life. 7. How the emotions create miracles of everyday treasures. 8. Your treasure of love can change your life. 9. Peace of mind and happiness, the everyday metaphysical miracle. 10. The metaphysical treasure of God within your immortal soul is available to you always. Chapter 14. Your metaphysical Shangri-La of peace and contentment. Can man ever truly find peace, serenity, and contentment on this troubled earth plane? In a world where we have had 4,900 years of war and 5,000 years of civilization, it can safely be said that there is no peace in the outer world of confusion, discord, and physical existence. However, in the metaphysical inner realm, there is a way by which you may know peace of mind and contentment. Let us explore this realm and discover the mystical land of Shangri-La, where all miracles are possible of achievement. In the book and movie by James Hilton, called The Lost Horizon, we are told of a mystical land named Shangri-La, where there is no age, sickness, sorrow, or death. Here, in peace, beauty, and perpetual security, the residents of this heaven on earth knew only perfection and goodness. They had found their immortality in this peaceful valley that lay beyond the storm-torn mountains of the outer world. However, when dissident forces entered the peaceful valley of Shangri-La and brought with them their confusion, greed, selfishness, and hatred from the outer world, the spell of enchantment was broken, and Shangri-La became strife-torn and fear-filled, even as the outer world was. There is a metaphysical Shangri-La. This entire story has a metaphysical symbology, which we may well study and emulate. Shangri-La represents the mystical quest of man's soul in his search to find the land of eternal peace, beauty, and serenity. This state of consciousness does not exist in the outer world of confusion, discord, and selfishness. The land of Shangri-La was shut out from the outer world by towering mountain ranges. So too, this inner, peaceful spiritual state of Shangri-La is concealed from man's higher vision by the mortal mind mountain crags of fear, hate, worry, suspicion, and doubt. When man once learns how to scale these lofty peaks of the mortal self, his vision becomes gloriously expanded, and he is able to see beyond this earth's horizon into the vast vistas of God's unlimited and expansive universe. Man's eternal soul quest. Throughout his existence, man's soul quests for fulfillment. He finds love, marries, rears a family, and knows a sense of contentment and accomplishment. But is it complete fulfillment? No, for his soul has a vague sense of unrest, and he longs for spiritual completion, cosmic fulfillment. He searches in the outer world of reality for fame and fortune, youth and beauty, money and jobs, social life and friends. These are all evanescent and subject to the law of change. The president pays dearly for his moment of glory in the White House. When President Coolidge left the White House, he said it had cost him the life of his young son. The boy had a slight infection in his foot, but the President and Mrs. Coolidge were so busy being the first family of America that they neglected their son. A few days later, the boy was dead. Ask Jacqueline Kennedy which she'd rather have, her loving husband and father of her children alive and with her, or the empty glory of a glittering mansion. There is no question as to which she'd choose. The Buddha's last words to his disciples as he lay dying were, "Remember, transience is in the nature of all things. Strive diligently for emancipation therefrom." How to find your Shangri-La. 1. Be aware that your greatest joys and satisfactions do not always lie in the outer world with its physical and material objects, sensations, and desires. The true permanent values of life reside within your own mind and soul. The memory of an event is more permanent than the event itself. You are no longer a child, but you can recall the memories of your childhood at will and live once again in that dimension through your memory. So it is with your future. You can build a vast repository of happy events within your inner consciousness, and you can relive these at will. Build mental habits of joy, peace, love, happiness, and beauty, and try to minimize the unhappy, disastrous, and fearful experiences that are a part of every life. 2. To find your Shangri-La of happiness within, try to remember that there are 4 octaves on the keyboard of life. You can only have sweet music when you play on all of these octaves. The first octave consists of the physical and material experiences of the outer world. Your work, making money, and your business accomplishments. Your play and relaxation. These are all very important and should not be neglected, but they are not all of life. There is still another octave to be explored. The second octave consists in mental and intellectual enjoyments. Art, music, literary treasures, the beauty in nature. All these things should be in your life, for they bring much pleasure and enjoyment. The third octave consists of emotional enjoyment. Friends, loved ones, the sharing of beautiful and exciting experiences with your mate and your children. The emotional octave on the keyboard of life adds riches of mind, body, and spirit to every life. The fourth octave is that of the love of God and of humanity, of worship and prayer to the divinity. This final octave on the keyboard of life is where man knows some of his noblest and grandest experiences. The principles of truth, honesty, goodness, charity, forgiveness, love of humanity, and love of God. These are all experiences that vibrate to the higher spiritual octave of the cosmic consciousness of God Himself. To find your inner Shangri-La, you must live in this awareness of the spiritual values that make up so much of the hidden mystery of man's life. 3. Do not try to find your private land of Shangri-La by escaping from life and its problems and seeking out the mountaintop of some hidden island in the Pacific. You still must live with yourself even there. You may shut out people, but you cannot shut out your own appetites, desires, fears, and perplexities. You must build your mystical land of Shangri-La wherever you are by retiring into the inner sanctuary of your own soul. And there, through meditation and mystic contemplation, you may explore the mysteries of life and find the true meaning that is hidden behind the physical and material facade of life. 4. Discover your Shangri-La within the minds and hearts and souls of other people. When you once learn to share your life experiences with others, you will find that you will be more in tune with life, and you will never again be lonely or friendless. Learn to love people, to be tolerant of their weaknesses, and to forgive them for their errors. Suddenly, the true beauty and purpose of life will dawn for you, as you share your hopes and dreams with others. Now is the perfect time to live. Do not wait for the perfect time to be happy and to begin to live. There is no such thing as the perfect time in this outer world of changing reality. Some people tell themselves, "I'll wait until the children are grown, and then I'll begin to do things." Others say, "I'll wait to marry until the war is ended and we have peace." Such people would never have married for 50 centuries. For most of that time, we have had a state of war somewhere in the world. Others say, "I'll wait until I have a big fortune and then really start to live." Most of these people who put off living until some better time never get around to it and they die, never having fulfilled themselves. Now is the perfect time to live. Take the tools and materials you have this moment, and with the inspiration of beauty in your mind and soul, shape of the malleable clay of life a magnificent destiny. An artist had a dream one night in which a mystical voice told him to carve a beautiful Madonna. He searched far and wide for the perfect piece of wood to make his masterpiece, but he could not find it. One day he came across an old twisted piece of driftwood, and the voice within him said, "That is the wood for your Madonna." The artist took the driftwood home and began to carve his Madonna. From his mental concept there emerged a beautiful and graceful figure that somehow fitted itself to the curves and outlines of the driftwood perfectly. So too you must carve from the substance of your life a beautiful and lasting memorial to your life. The materials may not be to your liking, but you can utilize your life experiences to the best of your ability and fashion a destiny that will be noble, worthwhile, and magnificent. Shangri-La is a state of consciousness. From the word Shangri-La, I have formed an anagram, showing the negative of the state of consciousness which keeps man from achieving his perfect Shangri-La, and the positive state of consciousness which admits him to this mystical realm of peace, beauty, and fulfillment. The negative forces that, the positive forces that shut you out of Shangri-La admit you to Shangri-La. S. Selfishness, selflessness. H. Hatred, hope. A. Anger, aspiration. N. Negativity, nobility. G. Greed, goodness. R. Revenge, righteousness. I. Ignorance, inspiration. L. Lust, love. A. Animalism, aestheticism. Remove the negative forces from your consciousness and supplant them with the positive forces, and you will enter that mystical land of the mind and spirit, which we call our Shangri-La. When you remove the negative barriers of the mortal mind senses and rise on wings of the soul, scaling the lofty mountain peaks of Earth's barriers, you suddenly enter that peaceful, sunlit valley of the soul where joy and love reside. When you broaden your mental and spiritual horizons and have complete detachment from the bonds of materialism, you will discover this mystical land of Shangri-La within. This spiritual awakening comes only when you have learned the great principles of non-attachment and non-resistance. The effortless flow of spirit can carry you on wings of faith and hope to the celestial heights of peace and beauty. The horizons for which the soul searches throughout eternity may be found in the majesty and grandeur of nature. In the peace and solitude to be found in the midst of a great forest, the sunlight streams through the tall treetops, like light shining through the stained glass windows of a beautiful cathedral. The true wonder of life lies in the symphony of love in the human heart, when we have lowered the bars of selfishness to admit others into the paradise of our newly discovered Shangri-La. This type of love is sacrificial and anxious to give, to share, to create, and to beautify all whom it touches. The hidden valley of your soul. Shangri-La lies within the hidden valley of your own immortal soul, when you have awakened to the glorious spiritual truth that your soul is immortal and eternal. Spring is a symbol that God has given to earth to remind man, after the barrenness of winter, that the earth can still bloom with the multicolored flowers of spring. So too, Shangri-La is the eternal springtime in the human hearts and souls of those who love life and who love others, but who love God even more. Then we enter into that divine romance which lasts, not for a lifetime, but for an eternity. We become serene and peaceful, secure and happy in the loving embrace of God's golden magic circle of love, which bridges the mystic gulf between heaven and earth. Summary. 1. The mystical inner realm of peace and contentment is the metaphysical meaning of Shangri-La. 2. How hate, selfishness, and confusion destroy Shangri-La. 3. Regime for finding your mystical land of Shangri-La. 4. Shangri-La is a state of metaphysical consciousness. The negative forces that shut you out of Shangri-La. The positive forces that admit you. 5. How to broaden your mental and spiritual horizons. 6. Eternal springtime in man's heart and soul is ever available. 7. God's golden magic circle of love is metaphysics in action. Chapter 15. The metaphysical realm of infinite powers. For centuries, man has searched for proof of God's existence. Man's deep spiritual needs necessitate a belief in a higher power, with an all-pervading intelligence, which can motivate and control all life. The realm of the infinite is God's domain. Scientists who have investigated spiritual matters agree that some superior and infinite intelligence exists in the universe. For want of a better name, we call this infinite intelligence God. Voltaire said, "Even if there were no God, it would be necessary for man to invent him." We cannot conceive of a watch without a watchmaker. No canvas could exist without a painter who created it. So too, creation cannot exist without a creator. Always a cause precedes an effect. This is the law of all metaphysical creation. God is the causeless cause, the initial motivating intelligence which always was, and without which there is no creation. To explain God away is impossible, for the finite mind of man cannot conceive the infinite mind of God. Shakespeare said, "There is a divinity shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will." The secret power behind life. This divinity, the secret power behind all life, is a high order of infinite intelligence. We cannot conceive of God as a physical, corporeal being such as man, for this would be to limit him to the finite. As God is infinite, all-powerful and all-intelligent, it is most unlikely that we can find him in nature or in man. However, being infinite spirit and infinite intelligence, God does reflect in all his creation, and man may tap this power of the infinite and perform miracles of creativity, even as God does. It is this reflection of the infinite mind of God within man's soul, which causes man to become a creative being and accomplish such magnificent works. The main proof of God lies within his own created universe. When we see how perfectly the universe operates under the impetus of God's infinite intelligence, we realize that the cosmos itself is the greatest proof of a higher intelligence which regulates all things. Our complex solar system, a metaphysical demonstration. Think of the profound intelligence that could create such an amazing thing as our complicated solar system. Out in space, we see billions of stars, all rotating in their orbits without collisions or accidents. We see perfect order, harmony, and unity in the entire solar system. The Milky Way, that path in the heavens which seems completely devoid of other planets, is actually made up of billions of stars, so distant that they cannot be counted or seen by our modern electronic telescopes. These are worlds bigger than ours, complete with their own suns and moons revolving around them. Creation is infinite and extends in all directions endlessly. The creative and infinite mind of God is constantly evolving new worlds and new solar systems. Science now has proof that God's creation is constantly expanding and growing. New worlds are coming into being as old ones die out. The sun gives of its substance every day, pouring out millions of tons of energy, which sustains our Earth 93 million miles distant, and yet the sun is not dying out, as was thought some years ago. With the new 200-inch telescope at Palomar, scientists have observed that by some cosmic metaphysical miracle, the sun is constantly replenished as it gives of itself. How infinite intelligence works. To see how this infinite intelligence of God works in his universe, we have only to observe some of the cosmic phenomena which make life possible on this planet. Our Earth is just far enough away from the sun to keep life from freezing or burning out. The Earth rotates on its axis once every 24 hours, making our nights and days of the right length. The Earth rotates at a rate of 1,000 miles per hour, making our seasons the right length for sowing, growing and reaping the harvest which sustains life on Earth. If the Earth rotated on its axis at only 100 miles per hour instead of 1,000, life would be impossible on this planet. There is an amazing system of checks and balances in the universe which shows that some high order of intelligence is behind creation. For instance, if insects bred 1% faster than their death rate, man would soon be crowded off the planet. Life is possible on Earth only because a blanket of ozone in the atmosphere sifts out the dangerous ultraviolet rays which come from interstellar space. If this blanket of ozone were not there, man could not survive on this Earth. Man's creation a miracle of the infinite. This amazing infinite intelligence of God's mind even extends to man's own creation. Think of the amazing intelligence within ourselves which knows how to build and repair the human body. The miracle of a child's birth baffles the minds of scientists. Created within the mother's body, all the elements are drawn from the mother's bloodstream with which to build teeth, hair, skin, nerves, muscles, bone, and tissue. The complicated workings of a kidney, the heart, the brain are so astounding that science is only now beginning to even halfway understand the miracle of life. In 9 months' time, all these elements within the embryonic child create a miracle that baffles the most learned human being. The infinite master plan in nature. Back of the created material universe, there is an infinite master plan or blueprint, which is everywhere evident. From the vast system of planets in the heavens to the tiniest microscopic atom, this master plan may be seen constantly working under cosmic laws to evolve all creation. This infinite master plan creates according to a pattern, which is the cosmic intelligence that reflects in all nature. This master plan includes the following elements. These same elements must also be in your own master plan or blueprint of destiny, if you wish to reflect the infinite intelligence of the cosmos in your life. Order, unity, harmony, balance, intelligence, evolvement, creativity. Let us now analyze these 7 elements as follows that exist in God's master plan for His universe, and then apply them to your own blueprint of destiny for the more perfect expression of your own gifts and talents. Cosmic order. Ask yourself every day, do I have order in my life? Then carefully check your personal affairs and see if you do. Are your thoughts orderly and controlled? The regime for the control of your thoughts is given in Chapter 10. Practice this daily until you are able to direct your mind energy in any channel you choose. Do you have order in the handling of your finances? It is wise to live by a budget and to carefully check your expenses. You can only attract more money by carefully handling the money you now have. Do you have order in your home? You should have a place for everything and try to keep a neat, orderly environment. Confusion in your surroundings communicates itself to your thought process and makes you inefficient and ineffective. Do you approach your work in an orderly way? If you work at a desk, you will probably accumulate many odds and ends which tend to confuse your thinking. Every so often spend a few moments in removing this clutter. Put letters and papers into orderly groups where you can attack them gradually. Have you a place for your clothing where you know how to find objects you want without wasting time and causing confusion in your mind? Learn to regulate your life by developing a routine. Do certain things at specified times. This gives a greater sense of efficiency to your entire life and helps release more mental energy so you can accomplish more. Unity. Unity also relates to your personal environment. If you live in an atmosphere of antagonism and friction, you cannot do your best work. Strive to achieve inner balance and unity so you can function as a fully integrated personality in the environment you have chosen for your creative efforts. Harmony. Harmony relates to music and art, but it also relates to human relationships and ideas. Harmony means agreement in action or ideas. It also means that which is peaceable and friendly or harmonious. Just as discords in music jar the sense of hearing, so too disharmony in your relationships with others causes the mind to be jarred into a state of confusion and discord. This inhibits creative effort and interferes with the law of infinite harmony, which exists in all parts of God's creation. Regime for achieving harmony. Control your temper and your tongue. It takes two to quarrel. When someone disagrees with you, let him. It is better to give in a little than to live in an atmosphere of bickering and quarreling. The Bible gives this rule for harmony. Agree with thine adversary quickly. Try to anticipate difficult situations that may cause future disharmony and avoid them. Certain conversational topics among friends or acquaintances are controversial and lead to arguments and discord. Try to avoid talking to people about their political or religious beliefs. It is useless to try to change them, so why let yourself be led into disagreeable arguments that are apt to lead to enmity? Every morning when you start your day's activities, affirm this sentence: I am the center of peace and harmony. I am filled with the consciousness of love for every person I meet today. There is no room in my consciousness for hate, intolerance, or resentment. Whenever you feel discord in your environment, say this affirmation over to yourself 5 or 10 times until you once again feel a sense of peace and harmony within yourself. Balance. Balance, or the law of equilibrium, is essential in your life if you are to channel the infinite power of creative spirit in your consciousness. A mind that is engrossed with only the gross physical and material universe and ignores the mind and spirit cannot be said to have balance. Psychologists now find that there is a cross of balance that must be maintained in daily living if we are to avoid the dangers of mental or physical breakdown. This cross of balance consists of work, balanced by relaxation and play; love, balanced by worship of God. This is a simplified version of this cross of balance, but you can see how these 4 elements must be in your life daily. If any one of these elements is overdone, it tends to upset the cross of balance and leads to serious consequences in some department of life. Strive for moderation in everything you do to maintain balance in your life. There are 24 hours a day, 8 for work, 8 hours for sleep and rest, and 8 hours to spend in self-improvement, relaxation, entertainment, spiritual study, and meditation. Learn to withdraw from the outer world of confusion and action at least 1 hour a day for soul search and mystic contemplation. The infinite power of God's domain can only flood your mind and soul in these interludes of spiritual contemplation. Occasionally remind yourself of these words: what shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world and lose his soul? To achieve balance of mind, body, and soul, indulge in daily activities on these 3 planes of expression. Each day, exercise your mind and intellect by reading something constructive that will enrich your consciousness. Listen to beautiful and inspiring music that will elevate your mind to lofty planes. Pray each morning and each night so that you will be in tune with the infinite mind of God. Intelligence. Intelligence relates to the entire state of consciousness that you build. Never stop studying and improving your mind. No matter how old you are, study a new language, take a course in art or music or dancing. Write a short story or a poem. Try your hand at some hobby to keep your mind young. Take up golfing, gardening, woodwork, or modeling in clay. Anything that will keep your brain cells active and healthy. Read good books and keep up on news of the world by reading such current publications as Life, Look, Time, and Newsweek. The Reader's Digest is excellent for giving you short, informative, and interesting information about many different subjects. Intelligence is more than book learning. It comes from life experiences. Absorb as many different kinds of constructive experiences as possible. You can learn from other people, even from their mistakes. Study the lives of the great men of history and emulate their great thoughts and deeds. Sit in meditation at least half an hour a day and develop the higher mind within you, and ask it for intuitive guidance. The highest order of intelligence is that which your subconscious and superconscious minds can give you. This higher mind power, which reflects the infinite mind of God, knows the secrets of the universe. You can tap this higher intelligence when you wish to. Evolvement. The great law of evolution in nature is at work everywhere in the universe. New forms and new creations are constantly being evolved by the infinite intelligence of God. This is not a static world, but one of flux and change. Apply this law of evolution to your own life. You must constantly strive to evolve to a higher and better position in your personal life. This law of evolution should apply to your personality, your work, your social relationships, and your finances. If you do not evolve and grow, then you will inevitably retrogress. If you do not use the muscles of your arms or legs, they soon atrophy and you cannot use them. When you fail to grow and evolve under this infinite law of evolution, you will be immobilized and soon you will be unable to act in a decisive and constructive manner. Your gifts and talents should also evolve and grow. Make an effort to be outgoing in the expression of your personality. If you suffer from inferiority and self-consciousness, try to remove the cause of this defect. Study public speaking to improve your voice. Study dancing to acquire grace and poise. Learn how to converse intelligently so that you can hold your own socially. Develop whatever natural skills and aptitudes you have, so you will no longer feel inadequate and inferior. Try to evolve and grow in your business and financial affairs also. Set a goal for yourself in business. When you achieve this goal, set others until you have risen as high as you can in life. Creativity. The infinite law of metaphysical creativity is nature's greatest tool for shaping and molding the products of nature. Wherever you look, you see this wonderful power of the infinite as it creates a multitude of shapes and sizes in a variety of products. You can duplicate this power of the infinite in your own creative efforts in your life. Look about you and ask yourself, what hast thou in thine house? You possess some special gift or talent which can be developed. You can draw on the infinite intelligence in the universe and use it to shape your own destiny. You must discover your own metaphysical creative power and then use it every day of your life. You can use this creative power in your own environment. Look about you and see how you can improve your living conditions. You may live in a house or apartment that you do not like. Use your metaphysical faculties to see how you might improve it. A bucket of fresh paint can work miracles with a dingy and dark interior. Bright new curtains at the windows can make a room sparkle with warmth. As you release the urge to beautify and improve your environment, new ideas will come to you for making changes that bring about great improvements in your circumstances of life. You are an undiscovered genius in your own right. All great geniuses of the past had no more brain power than you possess. The only difference was that they worked harder than most of us to create their great masterpieces. Use just 10% more of your present brain power creatively, and you will see amazing miracles happen in your life. The 5 attributes of divinity. The infinite mind of God bestows upon man 5 attributes of divinity. You may tap these 5 forces of creative spirit and channel them for your own creative efforts. 1. Infinite intelligence. This is the omniscience of the God mind, which has within it all knowledge and all wisdom. You can draw upon any part of this infinite intelligence when you put yourself in tune with the infinite. 2. Infinite power. This is the omnipotence of the God mind, which has within its domain all creative power for every purpose in creation. You can call upon any degree of this omnipotent, infinite power from your higher consciousness. As you have a need for more creative power and ask for its release, this higher mind within you will pour forth its refreshing stream of infinite power. This is the creative, infinite power that performs miracles of healing and transformation. 3. Infinite good. Infinite good is the omnipresence of the God mind. Everywhere you look, you see this infinite good in God's bountiful creation. God has released His good to bless all creation, and as you are a part of that creation, you may draw upon this stream of infinite good at any time you choose and have anything that you desire, if it is for purposes of good. 4. Infinite love. Love is the channel which the God mind uses to create the infinity of its divine outpourings. Wherever you look in the realm of nature, you see this divine mutation, in which the magnetism of love is at work creating, refining, evolving, expressing, and creating its infinite variety of products and creatures for the good of the entire universe. You can draw upon this outpouring of infinite love from your higher mind and use it to channelize your own creative efforts in every department of your life. 5. Infinite riches. The God mind has created a vast repository of riches in the universe. In the soil, the sea, the air about us, there are chemical and electrical elements which can convert the flow of God's infinite riches into millions of different forms. Man may use any part of this stream of infinite riches. When he once awakens the miracle-working, higher mind within him, he can use this never-ending stream of infinite riches to beautify and uplift his life. He can create new products. He can discover new dimensions for living. Infinite riches are yours if you know how to tap the universal storehouse of riches which is in the infinite, the domain of God. Summary. 1. The metaphysical law of all creation is proof of the existence of God's power. 2. Our solar system and its order demonstrates God's metaphysical creation is an expanding one. 3. How infinite intelligence works. 4. Man's creation, a miracle of the infinite. 5. The 7 creative elements in your blueprint of destiny demand cosmic order in your metaphysical life. 6. The regime for achieving harmony in your life. 7. The law of balance and how it works. Infinite intelligence, the law of the cosmos. 8. Creativity, the channel for infinite mind in nature. 9. You are an undiscovered metaphysical genius. 10. The 5 metaphysical attributes of divinity. 11. Infinite intelligence, how to tap it. 12. Infinite metaphysical good and how to draw on it. Chapter 16. Universal metaphysical laws that work miracles. The entire universe operates under immutable laws that are invisible, yet all-powerful. Because these laws work in the invisible, we call them metaphysical laws. The law of gravity holds our planet in the heavens and keeps our oceans and earthly objects from flying off into space. The law of growth works in the soil and produces abundance for the human race. Elsewhere in this study, we have mentioned some of these metaphysical laws. Now let us study them separately in relation to the miracle-working power of the higher mind. These 6 metaphysical laws are everywhere in nature. They also operate in man's mind and body. When we know how to use them intelligently, we can unlock tremendous reserves of mental, psychic, emotional, physical, and spiritual power. Let us carefully study these metaphysical laws and see how you can harness their tremendous invisible power to work the miracles of health, wealth, peace, and contentment in your own life. The law of cause and effect. When you see an effect in the outer world of matter, you can be certain that there has been a cause set into motion somewhere in the inner world of mind. This is a metaphysical principle that works in the visible and invisible world. When you see a chicken, you are looking at an effect produced by some cause. The cause was the egg. But before that egg was laid, there had to be another cause, and it was another chicken. This chain of cause and effect continues on, and you can trace everything that happens in the universe back to some original cause. So too in your own life. The things you are now doing, the work you are in, the home in which you live, the mate you have married, the friends you have, the money you do or don't have. All these things are effects, but somewhere in the background of your life, they were set into motion by causes. Most of the causes of your life you can control. Therefore, you can almost at will select the effects you want to produce in your life, and then by exercising your mental causes, you can achieve those effects you desire. Let us now examine how this law works in relation to the various departments of your life. Wealth and abundance. The effect you want to achieve, let us say, is more wealth and material abundance. How can you use the law of cause and effect to achieve this result? You must set into motion within your mind the cause which can produce wealth, the effect. What are some causes that produce this effect of wealth? A desire for the good things money can buy. An ambition to educate your children. A desire to own your own home. A desire to have friends, a better social life. A desire to travel and see foreign lands. A desire to own a car, a television set, better furniture, more modern comforts such as refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, air conditioning, modern plumbing. What effects are set into motion by the above causes? You might change your job and obtain work where you make more money. You would begin to study and prepare your mind with specialized skills and knowledge, so you could make a move to another job. You would take steps to improve your personality, your voice, your ability to speak in public, your sales ability. You would work more industriously, save your money, invest it carefully, apply thrift, patience, and perseverance. When these effects are set into motion by your mental cause, a desire for wealth and abundance would have a chain reaction of cause-effect that would lead you ultimately to the achievement of more wealth and greater abundance than you now have. A desire for improved health. Let us apply this law of cause and effect to a desire for better health and see how this metaphysical principle works. Health. The cause to be set into motion is a desire for better health. The effect you are trying to achieve is improved health, more vitality and energy, longer life, greater efficiency, and a youth consciousness. What effects are now set into motion to achieve the cause you want of better health? You would search books by authorities on the right diet. You would strive to achieve balance in your daily life, work, rest and relaxation, varied interests, fresh air, sunshine, and moderate exercise. You would intensify the will to live by having a purpose for living that is above a mere desire for personal gratification. A desire for love, happiness. Let us apply this metaphysical formula now to a desire for love, happiness, and see how cause and effect work in that department on your life. The cause you wish to set into motion is a desire to be happy in love and marriage. The effect you are trying to achieve is fulfillment in love, gratification of your urge to procreate and have a family, the achievement of your own home, a desire to express love and receive love. What effect should you set into motion to achieve this objective? You would search for the ideal you have envisioned in your mind for years. You would act in an unselfish manner towards the object of your love and affections. You would show your love in words and actions, so that there was no doubt as to the emotion that motivated you. You would develop qualities of kindness, consideration, sharing, forgiveness, tolerance, and understanding. This regime for setting into motion the causes and effects you desire be applied to every department of your life and be made to work its miracles for you. The law of desire. We have mentioned desire elsewhere in our metaphysical study, but now let us study the working of this universal law in relation to working the miracles you want in your life. Desire is inherent in every atom and cell of the entire universe. It is this law what works as cohesion and adhesion in the atoms, keeping the elements of this invisible particle together. It was God's desire for creation that caused him to evolve the universe and the human race. It is man's desire for woman that attracts the sexes and brings about the miracle of procreation. It is desire to become rich that motivates those who become wealthy. We have shown above how a desire for some specific condition or thing sets into motion the dynamic law of cause and effect. Now learn how to harness the power of desire in your life and see how it produces miracles for you. Regime for harnessing desire. A. Have clear-cut desires, not half-formed, vague images in consciousness. B. Write your desires down on a blueprint of destiny. Number them. Have as many things on this list as you want. C. Read this list over every morning upon arising and every night before retiring. I use this list constantly. I keep it pasted near my shaving mirror and never fail to glance at it morning and night, and as often during the day as possible. Out of 15 items listed on my blueprint last year, 13 have already come to pass. I do not set time limits, for the universal mind knows when the time is ready for maturity of your dreams and desires. D. Do not be afraid to put down seemingly impossible desires. During the Depression years, I listed a desire for $5,000, a new car, and a home of my own. All three things came within 6 months' time. It was the beginning of my awareness of the metaphysical miracle power within my higher mind. In the early 30s, asking for $5,000 was equivalent to now asking for $50,000. When you list your desires, be sure to be motivated by a sincere desire to share your good with others. F. When some of the things you put on your blueprint mature, scratch them out and write others down. The law of faith. The Master Jesus was one of the first great teachers to use and to teach this dynamic metaphysical law. When you have expressed your desires and dreams in a concrete manner through your blueprint of destiny, sit down quietly for a few moments each day and/or affirm your faith with a statement of positive affirmation. I now appeal to the indwelling Father who doeth the work. I affirm my faith in the higher mind within. I joyously await the fulfillment of my desires. I have confidence in the miracle-working power within. I am patient and await my good with joyous expectation. Regime for harnessing faith. A. When you have set your desires into motion, begin to act as if the thing were already fulfilled. B. Stop using negative words that kill your faith and inspiration, such as, "I'm afraid, I don't think I can do it. I'm worried about the future. I can never succeed," or any other negative phrases which you might now be using, and which destroy the metaphysical power released by your higher mind. C. Read of the miracles performed by the master metaphysician Jesus in the Bible, and study the laws he released. D. Do something each day to show your faith in the things you have asked for. E. Talk with a positive, confident tone, and express at all times the positive conviction that you will achieve the dream you hold in consciousness. F. When something that you asked for has been fulfilled, thank the indwelling Father for the miracle of fulfillment. The law of capillary attraction. We see this metaphysical law at work everywhere in the universe. Plant a seed in the soil, and it is able to attract to itself the moisture and nourishment it needs for fulfilling its pattern of destiny. This same law of capillary attraction works for you mentally. You are able to form mental concepts of things you want to materialize in your life, and through capillary attraction, you will attract the persons and conditions that you desire. A man came for consultation with me. He had 3 children and could not keep a job. He worked as a carpenter, but he wanted his own business. He was a good handyman around the house and loved to tinker with machinery and electrical appliances. After talking to him a few moments and learning of his secret desire to own his own business and be his own boss, an inspiration came to me. I told him to take his savings and buy a second-hand truck and to paint on its side. Home repairs. Handyman Inc. Then he would go from house to house seeking out any repairs that needed to be done. Within a few weeks' time, he had all the work he could do and had to hire 2 men to help him. Soon this man had a fleet of 4 trucks working for him, and within 3 years he bought a home in San Fernando Valley with a swimming pool, and now his children are on their way to college educations. The law of capillary attraction worked for this man the moment he knew what he wanted to do. Regime for harnessing law of capillary attraction. A. Plant the seed within your own mind of the things you wish to attract. The law of the harvest works for you to attract the elements you need for fulfilling your destiny in the moment you know what it is you want of life. B. Express your innermost dreams and ambitions daily, either to other people or to yourself. This gives your inner desires greater drive and energy. C. Remove the veil of doubt and confusion that might be clouding your mind and which can keep you from attracting the things you desire. D. Realize that nature matures her products slowly and gradually. First the soil is prepared, then the seed is planted, then it is watered, weeded, protected from insects. Gradually it matures, and finally the crop is ready for the harvest. This same cyclical order must be observed in your own life. Work with the laws of nature and be patient for the maturity of your dreams and desires. E. Release the dynamic energy of your higher creative mind by having high goals and purposes behind your life. A desire for $1 million with which to have a wild time furnishes less motivation under the law of capillary attraction than a desire for a fortune with which you can do good for the world. The law of reciprocity. The law of reciprocity is a metaphysical principle which is at work in the entire universe. The earth gives us the substance to sustain life, but it demands in return the seed which can produce the crops of abundance. The law of reciprocity is tied in with the law of the harvest. When you use this law, you will always get back more than you give out. A few grains of wheat or corn, when planted under this law, return a yield of 5 or 10 times what was given into the earth. You may not see the monetary returns for the kind acts you have done to others, but the returns may have been there in the forms of satisfaction, better health, and happiness. You can always be sure that life will repay you for every kindness you do for another, and even for monetary help you give to others. Regime for using the law of reciprocity. A. When you ask something from life, be sure that you are willing to give something in return. If you want friends, you must give time, attention, love, and kindness. If you want money, you must give ideas, work, creative imagination, and effort. If you want health, you must give time and attention to diet, exercise, and suitable rest. B. Seek out friends who are on the same mental, intellectual, and social plane as yourself. The law of reciprocity demands that giving and receiving be equal. You can pour out all kinds of bounties on certain people who are either unappreciative or unlearned, and nothing will be returned by them. This is one-sided giving and does not follow the law of reciprocity. It is like planting seed in a desert place without water or nourishment. Nothing can come of such a wasteland. This was the case of a woman who had an alcoholic husband. She tried everything known by her to help her husband, but the more she did, the more he abused her, until finally she had to take her 3 children and leave her home. Of course, she might have used metaphysics to help her overcome this tragic problem, but at that time, she acted in desperation, fearing for her own and her children's lives. Sometimes in life we must know when to retire from a barren situation and not continue on endangering health of life when the person is not willing to change. C. Reciprocity means a mutual exchange. You may not always get back the equivalent of what you give out, but perhaps you will receive some other return that will be mutual. D. If you do not receive back what you give out, do not let it make you bitter and cause you to stop giving to life. Remember the biblical injunction. It is more blessed to give than to receive. You will be blessed in your life in direct proportion to your desire to continue helping others and doing good for the world. The law of dynamic action. The first law of the universe is action. Everywhere in nature you see this law at work, constantly changing, refining, transmuting, and evolving all creation. Scientists now find that people who keep their brain cells busy and active throughout their lives do not grow old and do not get sick as quickly as those who fail to use their brain cells. Mental action of the various brain centers is tied in with your body organs. When all areas of the brain are active, the body's organs are activated also, and the flow of magnetism, electricity, and life current keeps the body cells young, vital, and energetic. Regime for using the law of action. A. Have a daily action regime in which you plan your day and write down what you will do. B. Have a weekly study program in which you plan your reading and studying program to keep your brain cells exercised. C. If you are finished with your education, make it a point to study something else, either through night school or through correspondence courses. D. Subscribe to a Book of the Month club and keep up on the literature of the day. It helps keep your mind youthful and up to date on current events. E. Take an active interest in some sport that will get you outdoors at least half a day a week, and which will serve to exercise our body as well as your mind. F. Join some social club or dance class as you grow older that will force you to get out at least 1 or 2 evenings a week and break the habit of television that is making many Americans old before their time. G. Enlarge your social contacts and make new friends so that you can keep active in your social life. This will tend to give your mind new impetus and a variety of stimulating activities. How to use these metaphysical laws. Jot down on a sheet of paper each of the above metaphysical laws. Use a different sheet for each law. Then study one law for a period of a week, applying its principles as given above to every day of that week. Do not go on to the next law until you have thoroughly applied and practiced the principles given in the preceding one. Example: Law 1. Cause and effect. Monday. I set into motion the law of cause and effect in my business. I started by telephoning 10 different firms, suggesting they use our services. I wrote 10 letters to heads of companies, suggesting they use our products. Tuesday. I set into motion the law of cause and effect for attracting more money to myself. I set the cause into action by beginning the study of writing to help increase my income. I obtained books on short story writing from the library. I enrolled in a course in short story writing in evening high school. I bought a book on touch typing to help me for the future. This cause can be any one of dozens of avocations to help you increase your income. Wednesday. I took the first step today to set into motion the causes which can bring me more friends and a more active social life. I joined a local club which meets every week on Wednesday. They are people of my age bracket and my social position. This process should continue throughout the entire week. A definite course of action should be plotted each day to set into motion the causes which will produce the effects you desire. The second week, use the second law of desire. The third week, the law of faith, etc. There are other metaphysical laws which can be set into motion to help you achieve your innermost dreams and desires, and which we have studied elsewhere in this work. These are the law of universal good, the law of the subconscious, the law of creative imagination, the law of affirmative will, the law of adaptation, the law of change, the law of transmutation, the law of evolution and involution. Chapter 17. Money, fame, power, all can be yours through metaphysics. Now that you have learned of the metaphysical laws that work miracles, you are ready to set these laws into motion and create the miracles in your everyday life that you desire. No two people ever desire exactly the same things in life. Some people have a desire for large sums of money, thinking that with money they can buy anything they want. There is nothing wrong with this desire, for money is good if it is used for good purposes. Some people desire fame. They wish to have acceptance of themselves and their creative gifts. It is all right to use this miracle power to achieve fame and recognition, if it does not blind one to the true permanent values in life. Others desire power, social power, business power, or personal power, so that they can command the respect and admiration of others. They want to become leaders of men and be recognized as being superior in social, political, or industrial circles. Any one of these ambitions, or all three, are all right if one wants to achieve them. You can ask what you will of the higher mind within, and if other conditions are right, and you have preconditioned your mind to release the dynamic inspiration for achieving these things, you may have them all. The secret ingredient for attracting money. There is a secret ingredient for attracting big money. You can have unlimited wealth if you once know this secret and put it into action through your miracle-working higher mind. The principle we shall study metaphysically is very similar to that used by a computer. Information is fed into a giant computer, thousands of figures and facts, scientific data, and other information. The machine is able to memorize this material through an elaborate mechanical and electrical process. The machine has been preconditioned with patterns of facts and knowledge fed into its electrical mechanism. Then, when certain information is desired, impulses are fed into the machine. These impulses instantly touch off hundreds or thousands of related facts or figures or scientific data, and those are correlated and released as the sum total of all the information desired. Your higher mind has a similar mechanism within its electrical and magnetic forces. It carefully stores within itself all related facts and information on any given subject in separate compartments. When you send forth a request for some specific thing, such as money, fame, or power, or anything else you desire, it touches off vibrations in the higher mind, and all related facts and information pertaining to the things you desire are fed back into the conscious memory paths for you to instantly use. Try this experiment and you will see how this higher mind works. Think of yourself at the age of 10 and ask for information regarding that phase of your life. Suddenly, from the vast storehouse of memory, there will come all the related facts pertaining to that period of your life, where you went to school, the new house where you moved, events that occurred, such as illness or injury, special occasions such as Christmas or Thanksgiving celebrations, your first bicycle, a trip you took to visit relatives, the vacation camp you attended for the summer. Where were all these facts stored? They were within the miracle working centers of your higher mind. There are billions of such facts stored there, awaiting your commands and directions. Why, you can ask what you will. Your brain is greater than a man-made machine. It was the human mind which created the spaceship, television, radio, the electric light, and the computer. Deep within the recesses of your consciousness, and within the memory patterns of your genes, there are locked the formulae for the body's creations, its growth and healing. The knowledge is there for creating a hair follicle, or the miles of tubes which the kidneys require for perfect functioning. The miracle of how a human eye is able to transmit light waves to the brain and interpret them is too baffling for any human mind to comprehend. And yet, this miracle-working power of your higher mind has this secret locked in its vault of memory. This secret creative power was given to man by his creator, and the mind never forgets this priceless cosmic knowledge through metaphysical application. You can tap this miraculous power of your higher mind and ask what you will of it. Within your mind is the secret for bringing you money, fame, power, love, happiness, or any other thing that you desire. You can ask this higher mind for what you will. Money, fame, power, material possessions, a new car, a house, another job, friends, love, fulfillment, anything that you can picture and imprint upon this higher mind. And like a vast computer, the miracle-working power within you will release a stream of ideas, impressions, suggestions, formulas, songs, stories, inventions, new discoveries, a multitude of gifts and talents, and you can receive these money-making suggestions and carry them out in the visible material world. Infinite possibilities for your future. This amazing metaphysical miracle power, in infinitely many ways, can release infinite possibilities for your future. Not only is it the storehouse of memory, but it possesses cosmic knowledge which can be given to you when you call upon these higher centers. This higher mind can also take all the facts and data stored within it and rearrange them into millions of new and vital patterns which can be released to your conscious mind. In every instance where any genius of the past has created some new and great invention, or discovered some new scientific principle that has changed the course of history, it has been because of this inner metaphysical power which somebody tapped, and which was able to release new combinations of ideas that formed the basis for their inventions or discoveries. This higher mind metaphysically told Columbus that the world was round, not flat, as was then believed. It told him how to go about winning Queen Isabella's support for his daring venture. It was this same inner higher power that told Galileo of the force which Newton later called gravity, also that the Earth was not the center of our solar system, as many believed, but that the Sun was the center, and that the other planets revolved around the Sun. It was this higher mind which gave to Pasteur the amazing discovery that revealed to him that most sickness was caused by invisible germs, and then showed him how to create a vaccine to counteract many diseases. When 15 Russians were bitten by a mad wolf, this higher mind within told Pasteur to try his first human experiment with his vaccine against the deadly scourge of rabies. The Russians were brought across the vast continent to France, and Pasteur gave them the injections. Although several days had elapsed since their exposure to rabies, all but one survived, and Pasteur was proclaimed a national hero. How many millions of lives have been saved because of this great man's discoveries? Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Marconi, Henry Ford, Whitney, Fulton, Lincoln, Fleming, and Salk. All these great geniuses drew upon this higher mind, and they asked for what they wanted and metaphysically received the answer in every instance. Ask metaphysically, and ye shall receive. The great metaphysical key that must be used to begin this flow of dynamic, miracle power is to ask. The verb ask is a form of action, mental action, that helps stir the miracle centers of your brain. Perhaps that was why the master metaphysician Jesus gave the formula for achieving miracles in the sentence, ask and ye shall receive. Before you can ask this higher mind for the things you desire, there should be a photographing process of your conscious mind on the objects that you desire, and this procedure must follow a definite pattern to be effective. It is not enough that you merely say, I want a fortune. I would like to become famous. I desire personal power so I can influence others. Before you begin the process of asking, let us see what steps you must take to imprint your desires upon this higher mind. Regime for releasing the metaphysical miracle power. 1. If you are asking the higher mind within for the sum of, say, $10,000, it is important that you have some way of fixing this figure in your consciousness. You must fix the exact mental image of the amount of money you wish to demonstrate. In our study work at Carnegie Hall, I have long used this principle of metaphysically photographing the amount of money desired, and it has worked miracles. I have a reproduction of a $10,000 bill. Here is how our students fix this amount in their consciousness. They are required to concentrate on this photograph of the $10,000 bill for a few moments. On the face of this bill, there are certain facts which they must memorize. There are 4 $10,000 figures, one in each corner of the bill. Then there is written on the bill, the United States of America will pay to the bearer on demand $10,000. Then they are to observe the photograph of the man who is on the face of the bill. It is Samuel Chase who has been called the father of modern banking, because of his work in creating a universal monetary standard of banking in the United States, at a time when all the states had their own currency. Then the student is required to reproduce this $10,000 bill on a piece of paper, the same size, and to write on it the 4 $10,000 figures in the 4 corners. The name of the man, Samuel Chase, is written on the paper. After this process of mentally photographing this $10,000 bill, the students mentally visualize the equivalent of that money in material goods or other values. They go on a metaphysical shopping spree. They see in shops and store windows all the goods that this amount of money could buy. They mentally claim a car, a fur coat, a pearl necklace, a trip around the world, household furniture, or anything else that they desire. It does not matter if the things you claim are worth more than the $10,000. For you are going to learn how to claim as much as $100,000 with this metaphysical method, or even more, if your heart's desire is a vast fortune. Let me show you how this metaphysical principle worked for some of our students who used this principle. One man was in television and newspaper advertising. He was not making enough money when he joined our classes, and he wanted to learn how to increase his income. I urged him, as well as other members of the class, to go down to the Chase Manhattan Money Museum in Rockefeller Center, at 49th Street and Avenue of the Americas in New York City. There they have on permanent exhibition an actual $10,000 bill, from which my copy was made. I urged him to visit the museum at least 3 or 4 times a week, and to claim that $10,000 bill as his very own. He did this conscientiously for a period of 4 weeks, and then came back and announced the startling results. In that time, an idea came for a new television commercial that was bought by a big company, and the amount he received for it was exactly $10,000. This same man kept up this practice, and within 1 year had gotten ideas that brought him over $50,000 in added income. Truly a miracle. Now you might say, this was only one isolated instance. But listen to the other demonstrations made by members of the class who photographed the $10,000 bill. One woman multiplied this $10,000 bill by 15 and asked for the sum of $150,000. A few months later, she won the Irish sweepstakes ticket and won $140,000. I have told of this elsewhere in this book. A man who was in real estate used this principle and went into business for himself on the West Coast and sold over $1 million worth of property in the next 2 years. A girl who studied this principle went into her own beauty salon and soon had 5 hairstylists working for her. A pair of twins from Texas, giant strapping boys of 6 feet 2, studied this principle and decided to go into the hairstyling business. Everyone thought they were crazy. They worked on this principle for 4 years, and after finishing their schooling and working in various shops, they both obtained a position with one of the leading beauty product companies and went on the road doing exhibitions in advanced hairstyling. Their income soon jumped to $40,000 a year each. Another student, a doctor who had just started his practice, learned of this principle. One day his higher mind told him to go into a certain neighborhood and open a clinic, and to specialize in handling obese patients. In a very short time, he was making $5,000 a month, and soon bought a home on the East Side. He is now one of New York's busiest physicians. In my files, I have hundreds of such instances of men and women who have used this metaphysical principle and who have attracted sums of money ranging from $10,000 to inheritances of $250,000. This is not unusual, for it is happening in the world every day. Many people have used this metaphysical principle instinctively all their lives. They are the ones who are rich, prominent, socially successful, and who lead well-adjusted, balanced lives. 2. Now it is time for you to build your own blueprint of destiny. When you ask the indwelling higher divine mind for something, you must have it so clearly in your mind that you could draw a blueprint of it. When a builder wants to create a house, he first has a blueprint drawn up. This blueprint gives all the details he wants incorporated in the house: the size and style of architecture, the number of rooms, closets, the location of the kitchen, the bathrooms, the porches, the windows, and the 1,001 details that are in a house. Only then is the contractor able to assign various workmen to the actual task of constructing the house. You must have a clear-cut blueprint of your destiny also. Write this blueprint down on a piece of paper that you can study every day and change it to fit your changing needs. When one thing has materialized, scratch it out and add something else that you desire. Here is a sample blueprint of destiny. You can make up your own using the following as a model. My blueprint of destiny. I have confidence that my higher divine mind can bring me all the things that I desire in my life. I shall faithfully read this blueprint every morning and every night until these desires have materialized. 1. I would like to change my work. If you do not know the type you want to do, you must find out as quickly as possible, for the higher mind cannot direct your energies in a specific direction if you do not even know what you want of life. I would like guidance as to a course I should study to prepare myself for my future life work. 2. I desire an increase in salary and advancement in my present work. I would like to make at least $200 a week in my present job and more in my new work in the future. 3. I desire more perfect health. I would like to have more energy and vitality so I can live a fully rounded life. 4. I would like to own my own home, located in a quiet place in the country, where I will have a garden and peaceful surroundings. Describe the type of home you would like to have. Picture it clearly in your mind, and then cut pictures out of home magazines, which you paste into a book you can call your scrapbook of destiny. In this book, also paste pictures of cars, clothes, jewelry, or other objects you wish to attract. 5. I would like to own my own automobile. Write down the make, color, and style of car you want. Be specific and don't worry about how it will come to you. 6. I desire a happy marriage and a family of my own. My mate should possess the following qualities. List the type of mate you would like to attract, the mental traits you want, etc. 7. I desire a more dynamic personality. 8. I would like to develop the following gifts and talents. List the talents you desire, such as writing short stories or novels, composing music, playing the piano, violin, or guitar, public speaking, designing or decorating, etc. 9. I would like to overcome the following negative habits. List these: smoking, drinking, gambling, procrastination, laziness, negativity, etc. 10. I desire the sum of $10,000 from unexpected sources. Or you may make this sum larger, depending on your ability to believe you can attract it. With this money, I would like to do the following things. List what you want the money for, and if it is a larger sum, ask your higher mind to manifest it for you. Do not set a time limit on this, as it takes some people more time than others to demonstrate large sums of money. Change your blueprint as often as necessary. When you have completed this blueprint of destiny, read it over every morning when you arise and every night just before retiring. It is at such times that the higher mind is able to imprint it on its surface and involve it in the nerve and body mechanism, which sets into motion the forces for the fulfillment of the things you desire. When you have read this blueprint over, and some of the things have already occurred, change the blueprint often. Write it over in your own handwriting at least once a week. Put even little everyday things you want to demonstrate on it, and then change the blueprint to encompass other things that you desire. Write down on a card these words: that which I can conceive, I will achieve. Carry this card in your purse, and every time you see it, remind yourself that you can and will achieve your desires. This helps reinforce your power of faith in the miracle working power. Carry in your pocketbook a check made out to yourself for $100,000 or more, depending on how big your money consciousness is. This check should be signed, God, the Universal Banker. It will help implement your faith in the power of divine mind to demonstrate for you the money that you desire metaphysically. Do not tell anyone, even your most intimate friend, of the process you are using, nor show them your blueprint of destiny, nor the check made out in your name. Their ridicule or negative thoughts about this method could easily be the damper that would limit your consciousness. Many a great idea has died because someone told his family or his friends about it. Remember, a prophet is without honor in his own country. To build your consciousness of bigger sums of money, cut out 10 pieces of paper and write $10,000 in the four corners of each. Then add these together, and you have the sum of $100,000. To gain an idea of what $1 million really is, take 100 of these pieces of paper with $10,000 written in each of the four corners and multiply them, and you will have an awareness of what $1 million really is. To further help build your consciousness of big money, study the financial reports of the biggest companies in the world. You can go to any investment house and they have books listing the assets, liabilities, and yearly earnings of the following companies: United States Steel, Bethlehem Steel, General Motors Corporation, American Telephone and Telegraph, International Business Machines, Standard Oil of New Jersey and California, Chrysler Corporation, Ford Motor Company. This will help give you a bigger money consciousness and possibly lead to your future investment in the stock market, where some of the world's greatest fortunes have been made. Study the lives of some of the great fortune makers of the world: Rothschild, Rockefeller, Astor, Morgan, Vanderbilt, Hearst, Getty, Carnegie, Baruch, and Morgenthau. Through this study, you will learn how great men have thought and lived, and you will even learn from their mistakes what to avoid in your own life. Live in the best environment you can afford at the present time. Dress in your best clothes when you go out. Eat in the restaurants that give you quality food. In other words, build your standards, so you will have an awareness of the position you will come into when you attract a fortune. Begin to act, think, and feel that you are already a millionaire. When you see a program on television, remember that you are viewing a production that cost hundreds of thousands. Like a potentate of the Far East, you can command the great talents of the Metropolitan Opera at Carnegie Hall and the greatest concert halls of America to give command performances for your enjoyment. This will build your consciousness of being wealthy at present and give you greater enjoyment of the finer things of life. Chapter 18: How to Achieve Great Daily Power Through Metaphysical Meditation. From the Orient there have been handed down many wonderful exercises and metaphysical or mystic meditations, which we may use to elevate our consciousness to higher spiritual levels. A study of this metaphysical knowledge will enrich your soul and help you rise above the mortal mind realm of everyday problems and material and physical limitations to find greater power in every department of your life. The metaphysical teachers such as Lao Tse, Confucius, Buddha, and Zoroaster emulated the precepts found in the realm of nature. There they saw the metaphysical laws at work, and they applied these laws to their own lives and were able to perform miracles and achieve transcendental power. They taught that man is a part of God's natural realm, and that he may blend and coalesce with the forces of air, water, fire, and earth, and release powers within his consciousness that are truly miraculous. By learning how to blend with these natural elements, man achieves a sense of unity with the cosmic power known as God. To become well-versed in the art of metaphysics, a student should study these Oriental forms of mystic meditation. They will give him a greater sense of power and inner tranquility. The spiritual mountaintop for serenity. Lao Tse taught the spiritual mountaintop exercise for achieving inner tranquility and peace, or serenity. Sit alone where you will not be disturbed for at least half an hour. Sit in the Buddha pose, with your legs crossed under you and your hands on your lap. The eyes should be gently closed. The breathing should be rhythmic and slow. Now visualize a beautiful mountain peak in the distance. Perhaps you've seen pictures of Fujiyama or Mount Everest with their snow-capped grandeur. Let your mind be aware that the mountain rises from the shadow-filled valleys to its majestic position of aloofness and serenity. Now you mentally begin to climb up this distant mountain. You are climbing out of the shadow-filled valleys below, which represent mortality, sin, sickness, age, poverty, and death. As you ascend the first hillock, you will rise in spirit to the consciousness of loving service, beauty, and transcendental joy. Now you continue climbing higher up the mystic mountain until you have attained the lofty, snow-covered peaks, with crowns of clouds obscuring their sharp outlines. You become aware of the moon and the stars and the heavens above. A mystical veil of serenity and majestically dignity is now drawn over the slumbering earth. You feel a sense of deep peace and tranquility within yourself. All your problems, worries, and fears remain far below you in the shadow-filled valleys of your mortality. As you now hold your mind on the spiritual mountaintop, you will feel the sudden rush of inspiration and beauty that floods your mind and soul. Now you can encompass the entire cosmos. You achieve absolute quiet within yourself, and suddenly you have soul awareness. You listen for the music of the spheres, and you know the divine voice of intuition, which speaks to you now in the silence of your own soul. It is at this high state of mystic elevation that you can achieve cosmic consciousness. You will have a spontaneous awareness of inner knowledge. You will have high ideals, and the beauty of your soul will unfold, revealing your own inner soul beauty to the world. You can now reach out into the infinite and touch the robe of God's infinite beauty and radiance. You will become transformed by this mystical experience of rising to the spiritual mountaintop in meditation. The Lotus Blossom Exercise for Inspiration. Sit quietly in meditation, with the eyes closed and the hands relaxed in your lap. The lotus blossom is now visualized as the prototype of the human soul. In its beauty and perfection, it represents all that is pure and lovely. When you wish to attain elevated mental and inspirational powers, you visualize a delicate pastel-colored lotus of orchid or pale blue. You see the lotus now elevated to a position of about 3 feet from the earth. You are tied to this spiritual prototype, very much as a child is connected to its mother by the umbilical cord. As the lotus blossom is elevated, so too your own inspirational level is raised, and your soul ascends into higher spheres of spiritual action. When you wish to have extreme elevation of your mind and soul for an unusual effort of creative imagination, you elevate the lotus blossom to a 6-foot plane. Your mind rises with the lotus blossom to this level. This elevation will give you greater idealism, aesthetic powers, creative gifts, and talents, and will help intensify your imaginative concepts. This is the elevation used by many poets, writers, artists, composers, and others who do creative work. The third position for the lotus is 10 feet. This extreme elevation is for complete release from Earth's mundane problems. It is the elevation used for spiritual contemplation of the divine mystery of life. It is also the elevation used by many mystics when they are doing healing work for those who are sick. Truly, one can become 10 feet tall. The Oriental Lake for overcoming problems. The mystic meditation known as the Oriental Lake is for two purposes: to help a person overcome his daily problems, and also to help him achieve a state of peace and inner poise. Sit in the silence and meditate on a quiet lake. See this peaceful lake extending out from your temples and including the entire world. When your thoughts are troubled and turbulent, this causes ripples to form on the surface of the lake. Now reach out mentally and push these ripples of your mind down into the body of the lake. Soon the lake will be smooth and peaceful, and your mind will be tranquil and calm. The mind's makeup is likened to water by the mystics of the Orient. Just as a storm has the power to churn up the water and create turbulent waves, so too, man's thoughts of hate, revenge, war and destruction, fear and worry, and all his negative thoughts and emotions cause the mind to become agitated, and the mortal mind waves inundate and destroy the poise, peace and creativity of the human mind and soul. When problems threaten your peace of mind and you worry and cannot sleep, use this Oriental Lake meditation. Push each worrisome thought down into the water of the mind, and when it is safely submerged, it will be buried from sight and will leave the focus of your mind. You will then be restored to peace automatically. Attainment of inner perception. Oriental mysticism teaches that the outer world is transitory and subject to the law of change. The only real and permanent reality is the realm of the spirit or soul. By entering this hidden mystical realm of the innermost self and attaining true perception, man can know that the so-called realities of life, matter, pain, sickness, suffering, war, poverty, age and death, are only illusions and not real, but constantly changing. This inner perception is achieved through a process of physical and metaphysical action, including breathing. Sit in the silence with your hands in your lap. Control your thoughts and emotions by a deliberate effort of the will. Repeat to yourself over and over, "I'm now still and at peace. My mind is now under perfect control. My body is in perfect repose and is relaxed. My nerves are quiet, and all the forces of my mind and body are now concentrated on achieving inner perception." Now breathe deeply through both nostrils and slow the breath down to a point where you are comfortable without strain or tension. As you breathe in deeply and exhale, you will control every muscle and nerve of your body. Then you will enter the mystic silence, where you will find the true power of your innermost being. Now you are ready to go into two of the most mystical states of consciousness taught in the Orient: the moon and sun blending exercises, which help give you the qualities of that which you concentrate on. For instance, when you think of the sun, you think of power, heat, life, growth, and all the properties that represent expansion and movement. The sun becomes the mental and spiritual symbol of the qualities you wish to incorporate in your mind and body. The sun is said to represent the masculine virtues, that which is expanding, aggressive, and metaphysically fertile. The moon is said to be feminine, passive, lambent, romantic, and beautiful, representing all that is metaphysical and inspiring. The elements of fire, air, water, and earth are interchangeable. Each of these elements enters into the earth's composition and becomes a quality of the sun, the moon, and the earth itself. Sun blending for power and growth. To blend with the sun, sit with the eyes closed and mentally visualize the great golden globe of the sun high in the heavens. Then meditate as follows. The sun is the giver of all life on earth. It is the father of the heavens. I now take on the creative power, the majesty and might of the golden, life-giving sun. As the sun's rays now warm the earth, causing all things to grow, so too I am now inspired by the sun to growth and evolvement of all my inner creative powers. My life grows and evolves under the impetus of divine inspiration. As the sun is the center of our solar system and gives life to earth, so too, God is the spiritual sun in the center of the cosmos, and his divine rays now illuminate the dark places of Earth, bringing illumination, power, light, love, peace, intelligence, and beauty to all creation. As you meditate on the above thoughts and make them your mental and spiritual reality, you will feel the inspiring flow of power that will engulf your being. Then you visualize your mind as the sun, radiating its light, intelligence, and power throughout your personality. You feel the magnetism of the sun flowing in a dynamic stream of energizing, life-giving power through your mind and body, causing you to be attractive and dynamic. You then feel the warm, healing rays of the sun, tranquilizing your nervous system and calming and soothing your mind, removing all tension and friction from within your mind and body. Moon blending for beauty and love. Now you perform the same mystic meditation with moon blending. Repeat to yourself these words and thoughts, or make up your own, to fit the qualities represented by the moon. I now blend with the full, silvery, romantic moon. I absorb the passive qualities of beauty, light, and romance that the moon represents. My mind and body reflect peace, tranquility, and joy and beauty. My heart expands and vibrates to the power of love. I am as the fertile earth, receiving the seed for the future harvest. All my affairs of life grow and prosper under the mellow light of the peaceful, fecund, and silvery moon. My ideas evolve and grow under the inspiring flow of creative power of this mystic orb. Blend with all elements of the universe. This blending may be performed with all the elements of the universe, and your mind and body take on all the qualities represented by these elements. You can blend with water and state the following. I now blend with the life-giving stream of water, which nourishes all life. I feel the cool, soothing softness of the stream of consciousness flowing over my mind and body, healing me, restoring me, rejuvenating me, revitalizing my body, reinvigorating me, and replenishing me. My work and my life now flourish, and the harvest of abundance is assured. The gentle stream of divine consciousness now washes away all my guilt and feelings of moral wrong, and submerges my problems and worries, leaving me free and clean and restored once again. The fire blending exercise. In ancient times, men worshipped the sun, fire, and the other elements, believing that they were invested with special powers for good and evil. The fire blending exercise is for the purpose of mentally stimulating and inspiring the creative centers of the brain. Visualize the glowing fire burning away all physical obstructions and releasing the pure spiritual reality of power and inspiration. Meditate as follows for fire blending. I now blend with the creative and inspiring celestial fire that bathes my mind and soul with its iridescent light, joy, peace, and beauty. Let there be light. This spiritual command now releases within me the creative fire that purges and cleanses me of all problems and obstructions that keep me from seeing the true spiritual reality of my being. I now blend with this spiritual fire of divine inspiration, and it cleanses my body, my emotions, and my soul of all the dross, common things of earth, revealing the pure golden splendor of the divine image and likeness of God which dwells within me. Blend with earth for greater prosperity. The earth is the solid base of man's existence, containing within its elements all the properties needed to sustain all life. Now you can blend with the fertile, productive earth when you wish your own life to prosper. Earth blending is for success, growth of your ideas, monetary rewards, and material treasures. Sit in the silence and meditate as follows. I now blend with the life-sustaining fertile earth. I take on the qualities of fertility, growth, and evolvement, which the earth gives to all things. I become one with the lofty hills and mountains that raise their majestic heads to heaven in spiritual and perpetual adoration of God's creative power. I now take on the qualities of earth's beauteous springtime. My senses are beguiled by the intoxicating perfume of 1,000,000 blossoms, which send their perfume upward in the sunlight, golden sunshine. I am one with the fertile soil that receives the seed for the future harvest. I feel the cool, refreshing rains that beat upon the bosom of the earth and which cascade in laughing, rippling motion to the distant cosmic sea. I revel in the wind and lightning and snow, all the elements which cause Mother Earth to echo a joyous song of creativity and release a pageant of rainbow-hued and iridescent flowers in a cosmic bridal bouquet at the altar of divine love. Air blending for the soul's aspirations. The air which sustains all life and possesses the healing, invisible, cosmic rays, magnetism, and electricity, is used for blending when man wishes to indulge in inspiring soul flight that takes him above the mortal limitations of this earth with its problems and perplexities. Sit in the silence and meditate as follows. I now take on the purifying elements that cleanse my body of all impurities. I luxuriate in the soft, gentle breezes of a tropical island, as they murmur in the midst of a palm grove. I stir with the lambent breeze as it caresses the waxy petals of a magnolia tree. I drink deep of the fragrance stirred into exciting motion in the midst of a blooming orange grove. I am one with the wind in the tops of the towering oak trees, singing a gentle lullaby to fledglings slumbering in their nests. I roar with the wind as it sends crashing waves in its ceaseless motion upon a million sandy beaches. My spirit soars and my mind becomes one with the freedom of the wind as it sings joyously in a gay carousel that embraces 1,000 spice-scented islands and wipes clean the face of heaven, revealing to earthbound man the sparkling stars in the purple veil of night. You may use soft music and candle light for your periods of metaphysical meditation. These help the higher mind centers achieve a sense of tranquility and calm. Be sure that you do these metaphysical exercises where you will not be disturbed by anyone for at least a half hour. You can do one or all of the exercises at one sitting. The main thing to remember is that you achieve the true spiritual understanding of what you are trying to attain. Summary. The great teachers who used metaphysical meditation had many teaching methods as follows. 1. The spiritual mountaintop for serenity. 2. Cosmic consciousness through mystic elevation. 3. The lotus blossom exercise for inspiration. 4. The oriental lake for overcoming problems. 5. Attainment of inner perception. 6. Sun blending for power and growth. 7. Moon blending for beauty and love. 8. Blending with all the elements of the universe. 9. Fire blending for creative inspiration. 10. How to blend with the earth for greater prosperity. 11. Air blending for soul's aspirations. Chapter 19. The miracle working power of metaphysical love. One of the greatest metaphysical forces for working miracles is the power of love. If this emotional force is channeled correctly, it can unfailingly bring you health, happiness, peace of mind, and the fulfillment of your right destiny. Someone has rightly said, "Love is the purification of the heart from self. It strengthens and ennobles the character, gives higher motives and a nobler aim to every action of life, and makes both man and woman strong, noble, and courageous." Love is like a many-faceted diamond. It has many aspects, and most of them are essential to a well-rounded, happy, and integrated life. Unselfish love always gives of itself most generously. It seldom asks rewards. The very act of loving is, in itself, an adequate reward for the person expressing the emotion. It pays rich dividends in better health, greater energy and vitality, and even longer life. Love is the most constructive force in life, and without love, life loses most of its purpose and meaning. An excellent definition of this positive, miracle-working emotion is given in the Bible, in 1 Corinthians 13, by St. Paul. The King James Version uses the word charity, but the original sense of that word, the Latin caritas, is love. Love as an energizing force. The emotion of love generates great energy in the human body. It is a wonderful stimulant to most of the body's glands. This is a scientific fact, established in the laboratory. Chemicals and valuable hormones are actually released through the glands under the stimulus of the emotion of love. Some of these chemicals aid digestion. Love releases sugar into the bloodstream, This is stored in the liver for emergencies. Tests taken in the laboratory have shown that people who are consumed with hatred and bitterness, the emotion opposed to love, are generally tired and filled with toxins that slowly poison them. When such persons are moved from hate to love, there are amazing changes in the body's chemistry and health. Your body has astounding reserves of energy and vitality in its cells. When you feel the powerful emotion of love, it helps release this reserve energy and sends it flooding throughout your bloodstream into your brain, awakening latent energies and creating powerful inspiration for healing, restoring and reinvigorating the body cells. Regime for using metaphysical love as an energizing force. 1. Have some person in your life that you can love. If you do not have a romantic love in your life, at least try to have some close relative or friend that you can send out love to. Emotional love for some person of the opposite sex is one of the greatest of all energizing forces. But as love is of many different types, it may be directed towards a cause, or some friend, or love for humanity. 2. Spend at least an hour a day being aware of this miracle-working power of love. Concentrate your loving thoughts on doing something unselfish and good for someone you love. Of course, mothers and wives do this hours upon hours each day, cooking, shopping, cleaning, caring for their children. This is using the love force constructively. But make it a point to use this power consciously at least 1 hour a day. You will see an immediate increase in your energy. 3. Before the positive force love can exist, you must banish its opposing negative force, hatred. This should be eliminated consciously. Check over in your mind and see if there is anyone you really hate or resent or are jealous of. These are all mild forms of hate. Then change that hatred into a neutral force. If you cannot love the person, at least do not hate him, for the hate only poisons you. If you can send thoughts of forgiveness to the person who might have hurt you, do so. It will help energize you. And if you are suffering from some physical ailment, it may even heal you. One lady who came to our lectures in Carnegie Hall had hated her sister for 20 years. When they were young, her boyfriend had married her sister, and the girl became a spinster, never married, and actively hated her sister all those years. This woman developed rheumatism and arthritis quite early in life, and no amount of doctoring helped her. When she was told that her hatred of her sister might be the chemical poison that was crippling her, she stopped hating the sister. She called her up, talked to her the first time in all those years, and forgave her. Within 6 months' time, this woman's crippling condition was beginning to show signs of radical change and improvement. Love as an inspirational force. The power of love as an inspirational force has long been known to create miracles in all fields of human endeavor. Thousands of artists, writers, poets, composers, scientists, inventors, and industrialists have been inspired to create something great for the world through the power of love. Chopin composed some of his most beautiful music under the inspiration of love. Florence Nightingale established nursing as a profession by virtue of her deep love for her fellow humans. The Taj Mahal, one of the world's most beautiful buildings in India, was created as a memorial to a woman's inspiring love. Regime for using metaphysical love as an inspirational force. 1. If you want to have more inspiration for some creative work, make it a point to love someone. This love can be personal, or it can be an ideal. You can direct it towards someone you know, or it can be a love of humanity, such as that which inspired me. Curie and her husband and caused Father Damien to give his life for the lepers. 2. When approaching some creative work you plan to do, sit and meditate for a few moments on the purpose of your work. Then lovingly dedicate your creative efforts to the good of humanity. Great artists and sculptors generally had such an ideal in mind when they created their masterpieces. Many times they were inspired by some specific person, who was the object of their affection at the time they created the masterpiece. Most of Michelangelo's great works in oil and in marble had back of them the inspiration of love. 3. You can tap this inspirational force of love early in your life by falling in love and marrying. It is wise to have a family as early in life as possible. The love of your family will serve to inspire you to greater effort. 4. Use some of the great love stories or poems of the past to help stimulate your mind to new, fresh, creative activity. The inspiration of love need not always be your own personal love. It can be any of the great love stories of history. Metaphysical love as a rejuvenating force. There is no such thing as crippling age for those who love. The emotion of love is a rejuvenating force that puts eternal spring in the heart and soul. People who do not love others show the effects of age quicker than those who live under this stimulating emotion. The loveless become withered on the vine of life. True love is like the springtime. It causes the rejuvenating sap of life to flow more strongly. Lives that are dedicated to unselfish love never know winter's chilling blast, for they carry the blossoms of spring forever young in their hearts. Regime for using love as a rejuvenating force. 1. Lavish your outpouring of love on other people, not just your intimate family. 2. Associate yourself with young people as you grow older, serving them, loving them, and helping them find themselves. Working with a foundling home is an excellent way of doing this. I knew an elderly lady whose husband had died. She felt she no longer had anyone to love and no further reason for living. She was rapidly declining in health, and she sought me out for a consultation. I told her that she must now begin to love others, for this form of love would be a fitting memorial to her husband. I told her to enroll for volunteer work in several charitable organizations. She was finally called to a foundling home, where she devoted herself to loving the little children who had no one to love them. Soon this woman became sprightly and youthful in appearance, and she radiated a happiness that was visible to everyone who saw her. 3. Take up some active, creative work or avocation where you can join groups who are trying to achieve the same objective. Joining a social club or a dancing class will give you an opportunity to express the emotion of love in group form. Many senior citizens who have joined such groups have reported amazing new vitality and an improvement in health and energy. Love as a healing agent. True love is a healing, potent power. Science has now proved that love metaphysically stirs the chemicals of the body in such a way that the heartbeat is quickened and the circulation of the blood is increased. In laboratory experiments, people were tested while thinking of some person they loved. Measurements were then taken of the blood pressure, pulse, and metabolic rate, and it was found that all of these were most favorably affected by thoughts of love. It is natural that love should be a healing agent. From the procreative impulse of love springs the greatest miracle, the new life. What greater proof do we need than this creative power of love? If it can create new life, it can surely conserve and intensify the life spark within the human body. You may add years to your life by loving some person for whom you wish to live. If you should be left alone, do not grieve and long for the deceased. Dedicate your life anew to love and service, and get busy either finding someone you can love or serving some great cause which can help inspire you anew. How to use love as a healing agent. 1. If you should be sick, check your subconscious mind carefully and see if perhaps it is because you are not really expressing your love daily. One lady I know had been married for 10 years, but she did not really love her husband. She wanted a divorce, but stayed married because of the 2 children born in the union. She was listless, had sinus trouble, indigestion, and low blood pressure. After spending much money on many doctors, she finally found one man who told her the cause of her illness. She was not in love with her husband, and the chemistry of her body simply could not function as it should. She began a series of therapeutic treatments to help her mentally adjust to her husband, and when she began to express more love in her relationship with him, she began to have more energy, her symptoms disappeared, and she was on the way to becoming healthy and normal once again. 2. There are many modified forms of love, such as expressing kindness towards others, serving them, advising and guiding friends, working with your co-workers to provide a more cheerful and pleasant environment, remembering people's birthdays and anniversaries, giving little gifts and mementos. These are the concrete, objective ways by which we express love every day. The ingrown personality, who is selfish and who never expresses any form of love, soon becomes bitter, and his personality becomes warped and antisocial. Such a person is more apt to become sick than one who expresses his love daily. 3. The expression of spiritual love is as great a miracle healing force as that of physical and emotional love. A person who radiates spiritual love glows with a luminous quality of the soul, which creates its own special beauty. Your love should not only be personal, but it should embrace all of humanity as well. Never stop loving. Even when your children have grown up and have children of their own, you can still express the creative miracle of love. You can work for your church in some way, or join a group that is engaged in charitable work locally. In this way, you can continue using the miracle-working power of spiritual love throughout your life. 4. Love many times helps heal the physical body, but as a healing agent, it also helps heal personality maladjustment. Many people who have suffered from feelings of inferiority, self-consciousness, and inadequacy have completely overcome these defects when they fell in love with someone and had some big goal towards which to work. Jane Addams was such a weak and inadequate personality. She lived in a beautiful home in Chicago, but she was frail and sickly, and her life seemed incomplete and futile. The doctors told her she had only 6 months more to live. She was listless, had no objective in life, and the struggle seemed useless. Then Jane Addams had a sudden inspiration. Walking down the streets of Chicago one day, she saw the poor children of the tenements living in wretched squalor. She made a big decision. She would turn her own beautiful home into a haven for these derelict children. Many of their mothers had to work, and the children wandered the streets unattended and in misery. Jane Addams opened her home for these unfortunate children. She cared for them, cooked, cleaned, nursed them. Soon other women volunteered to help her. In a few months' time, what was later to become Hull House Settlement was flourishing. But more important still, the frail, sickly woman who was supposed to die lived on and on. She became healthier and stronger as her tasks increased, and as she tells in her autobiography, she lived to bury 4 of the doctors who had said she would die, and her life continued until the late 80s. Truly, love is a miracle-working force that releases our reserves of energy, gives us better health, and even extends our lives for many years. Chapter 20. Cosmic Fulfillment for You. The Ultimate Goal of Metaphysics. Now that we have traveled together down life's mystic pathway in our soul quest for metaphysical truth and spiritual wisdom, we have discovered much that can help you continue on this cosmic journey into the golden sunset years of your life. After you have spent a lifetime in using the metaphysical miracle-working power for fame, fortune, power, material possessions, and physical satisfactions, you must realize that these things are not the whole of life. There is still another dimension of life, the spiritual plane of consciousness, where you must find cosmic fulfillment, the ultimate goal. Man's soul quest throughout time and space is for the glorious hyacinths of life. The beauty, peace, love, and joy that make life a pageant of shimmering, iridescent loveliness. You now possess all the metaphysical knowledge you need to give you everything life has to offer, and which can satisfy the human craving for possessions and material things. Now realize that what your soul truly searches for is cosmic fulfillment, what the ancient Sanskrit calls darshan, ultimate fulfillment. The soul is embarked upon a mystical journey throughout time and space, and in its search for God, it knows many joys and many tribulations. Ultimately, each of these life experiences adds to the sum total of your soul's unfoldment, like a lotus blossom unfolding petal by petal to reveal its hidden innermost beauty. Likewise, your soul is many-faceted and reveals its hidden splendor as you meet the challenges of life courageously and conquer the opposing elements of earth. There is a saying, "He who would have the crown must first bear the cross." What is cosmic fulfillment? Cosmic fulfillment is something you may attain here and now while you are on this earth plane. It is not some future glory which you shall inherit after death. If you live according to cosmic laws on earth, you can be quite certain that you will also share in any future heaven that exists after life on this earth is over. Cosmic fulfillment comes in the moment you realize that you were created for some higher purpose than merely to marry, rear a family, work, make money, and then die and leave behind you everything you have created. What is this higher purpose, the ultimate goal which man's soul strives to achieve? It is an inborn desire to create happiness and to share that happiness with everyone we meet in life. Aristotle claimed that happiness is the sum total of a person's whole existence. It is not to be thought of as a single, isolated personal experience that gives one emotional pleasure. Another great teacher declared that a person can be said to be happy if he possesses the good things of life, things that bring one satisfaction and a feeling of completion and fulfillment. He said the one sure way to tell if a man is happy is when he wants for absolutely nothing in the way of material or physical possessions. This also includes all the deep-seated urges and desires that generally obsess a person and cause him to be dissatisfied with life. This includes such things as worldly recognition, friends, love, fulfillment, and joy in his work. These desires, often unfulfilled, can cause a person restlessness and make him feel that life is not worth living. Material possessions alone do not give a person joy. Such things as money, houses, lands, cars, clothing, jewelry, and household furnishings are symbolized by modern society as status symbols and show that a man has achieved a certain social and financial position. These things are fine, and the metaphysical laws you have learned in this study can be invoked to bring you all these material and physical possessions. However, in searching for cosmic fulfillment, life's ultimate goal, realize that there are other intangible values in life which make for happiness. These things cannot be counted in terms of dollars and cents, but they constitute happiness on an emotional and personal plane. This type of happiness is produced by good health, friends, social honors, and the possession of peace of mind and a clear conscience. How few millionaires can claim for themselves this type of happiness. Cosmic fulfillment can be yours, even if you do not have a fortune, and even if you do not achieve every single goal you set for yourself in life. Cosmic fulfillment has to do with certain qualities of the mind and spirit, which can bring the most lasting and enduring type of happiness known to man. These are the cosmic qualities of compassion, understanding, forgiveness, integrity, honesty, goodness, generosity, and a high moral character. Cosmic fulfillment can also be achieved through mental and intellectual enrichment. Intellectual happiness consists in the possession of knowledge and wisdom, the enjoyment of good music, fine books, and great art. It can also come through the exchange of high ideals and ideas in social conversation. Money alone cannot buy happiness. Without cosmic fulfillment, true happiness is seldom found on this earth. Of 12 cases of sweepstakes winners that I investigated, who had won $100,000 or more, I discovered that 9 of these winners had lost their money and were made more miserable than before they won it. Only 3 out of 12 wound up with any kind of financial security and happiness. These 3 winners were persons past 60 years of age. Money alone cannot buy happiness and peace of mind. Of all the multimillionaires who lived during the days before the Great Depression of the 1930s and who controlled the financial markets of the world, a great many either went broke, died in prison, or were dishonored and impoverished in their lifetime. Money is important for buying the physical and material comforts man needs, but do not let the glitter of gold blind you to the cosmic realities, which are the true gold of the metaphysical spirit. The regime for cosmic fulfillment. 1. A creative mind that is busy creating for the good of others is a happy and contented mind. All the cosmically illumined souls of the past who created their music, poetry, art, and literature for humanity to enjoy were happy and found their ultimate fulfillment in releasing their creative works for the good of humanity. Keep your mind busy, creating good for others. Every day see what you can do to make others happy and more comfortable. This does not take money, but merely a little time and effort. 2. To achieve happiness, you must deserve happiness. Cosmic illumination comes to man when he thinks more of the happiness of others than of himself. The selfish person, who thinks of himself only, seldom ever achieves cosmic illumination or true happiness. 3. To achieve cosmic awareness and fulfillment, make it a point to every day practice the cosmic and spiritual qualities. These are goodness, honesty, love, forgiveness, justice, truth, charity, compassion, and integrity. 4. The most common causes of misery and disappointment in life should be studied and understood. In striving to overcome the gravity pull of Earth's problems and to rise to the realm of cosmic illumination, metaphysically overcome some of these negative forces that tend to keep man earthbound. A. Disappointments in love and marriage. B. Loss of loved ones in death. C. Poverty. D. Ill health. E. Accidents or other misfortunes. F. Inability to achieve social acceptance. G. Failure in business. H. Sense of inferiority in expressing the personality. I. Loneliness and lack of friends. J. Various fears and phobias, including fear of old age, sickness, death, and disfigurement. K. Emotional insecurity. L. Ignorance and superstition. M. Immoderation in drinking or other habits. And negative emotions of hate, revenge, greed, envy, fear, worry, jealousy, and malice. O. Violating the mental, moral, ethical, social, physical, and spiritual laws of the universe. This includes the Golden Rule and the 10 Commandments. We have studied the regime in this book for overcoming most of these negative forces that keep man from rising above mortal mind limitations into the realm of cosmic fulfillment. 5. Look about you in this moment and see how many things you can find in your life to be joyous about. A man complained because he had no shoes until he saw a man who had no feet. 6. Add the spiritual plus to everything you do in life. For example, your marriage partner may annoy you with nagging or some other irritating habit. Add the spiritual plus and neutralize that quality by seeing the kindness, the consideration, the good homemaker that she is. In this way, your spiritual plus will outweigh the minus of nagging. You can do this with your work, your boss, your friends. Always add the spiritual plus that erases the irritating quality. 7. Develop your mind so that you can let intelligence rule instead of emotion. Cosmic illumination comes when we have developed every facet of the human mind. Inquire into all branches of knowledge, psychology, philosophy, literature, music, art, science, social sciences, for as you develop your mind more and more, you will achieve the state known as cosmic illumination. 8. Enthrone in your consciousness some of the great spiritual precepts and principles enunciated by the great teachers of the past. From Moses we have the 10 Commandments. These are moral precepts by which society lives. Learn these and live according to them. They will help give you greater cosmic illumination. Also, the Golden Rule and the Beatitudes given by Jesus in his famous Sermon on the Mount. These should be learned in their entirety, for they state cosmic principles that will illumine your mind and give you cosmic illumination. To achieve the same type of cosmic illumination as some of our great geniuses of history, go to your library and study their lives and works. To be a hero, think heroic thoughts, Voltaire said. When you align yourself with some of the great thoughts of the most illumined men in history, you cannot help becoming cosmically illumined. Some of these great of the past are Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Shakespeare, Shelley, Keats, Byron, Galileo, Columbus, Marco Polo, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Pasteur, Edison, Burbank, Einstein, George Washington Carver, Lincoln, Marconi, Washington, and many others who have contributed to the world's knowledge and progress. This course of study can be extended to art, literature, music, politics, industry, and exploration. 9. Also study some of the world's great religions including the metaphysical teachings of the Orient. From the great prophets of the past, you can obtain many illuminating passages that will reveal to you the true mystical purpose of life. 10. Never let any emotion affect you so deeply that you are permanently scarred psychically. The soul's peace and serenity can only be maintained when you stop reacting to every disappointment and failure with a deep emotional hurt that leaves permanent scars on the psyche. Many people never get over a broken love affair or the loss of a loved one. This is a wrong principle and keeps one from sharing in the joyous and illuminating cosmic experiences that still lie ahead for them. Grief is natural when one loses a loved one, but it should not become so deeply imprinted in the consciousness that it robs one of all future enjoyment. 11. Realize that all things are transient, including life itself. Never try to hold on to any person, emotion, or thing permanently. This intense possessiveness makes many people miserable throughout life. Be willing to enjoy every single experience that life gives you, but also be willing to let go of it when the law of cycles has run its course and it is taken from you. Instead of thinking of what you've lost, think rather of the years of enjoyment it has given you. 12. Build mental and spiritual values that depend on the inner, permanent things of the mind and soul, rather than the worship of physical and material things only. This does not mean that you should retire from life in mystic contemplation all the time, but only occasionally, to give important things their right place in your life. 13. Build your own mental garden where others come to share your simple life, rather than search in the outer world of changing and shifting values for your happiness. Very often, a frenzied search for pleasure leads one to disillusionment and misery. People who must go on a constant round of nightclubs and places of entertainment, who demand more and more liquor and other forms of physical stimulation, soon fall into a dull and deadly routine that robs them of peace of mind and, very often, their mental and physical health. 14. Live in the present instead of putting off living until the future. How often people wait too long to begin to live? This is the tragedy of modern life. A Latin proverb says, "Let us live while we live." 15. Enjoy the beauty of nature and the changing seasons. Be in tune with the cosmos by being aware of God's miraculous universe. Only when you are in a state of attunement to the world about you can you be said to be in tune with the infinite. Cosmic illumination flourishes when your senses are awakened fully and when you appreciate all the wonders of nature, the beauty of spring, the miracle of summer's growth, the fall's harvest, and the winter's lambent beauty. As Emerson said, "Throb thine own with nature's throbbing breast, and all is clear from east to west." When burdens and problems press on your mind too much, make it a point to get away to the country. Walk in a forest and see the beauty that God has so lavishly bestowed upon the earth. Stand by the ocean and look out to the horizon. Feel the majesty and mystery of God in His creation. Turn your face to the western sky at sunset and let the incandescent crimson and gold flood your being with warmth and joy. Sunshine, fresh air, fields waving in the breeze, birds singing in the treetops, and rain cascading to the sea. These forces of nature can cleanse the heart and mind of man when he is sorely tried by the vexatious problems of life. Make it a point to pay a visit to nature every once in a while and become healed and restored by God's wholesome cosmic forces of beauty and goodness. 16. Lift your heart and soul in prayer every night before you retire. The spiritual exaltation that comes when you pray with faith can become a healing balm for every problem of your life. Prayer puts man into cosmic attunement with God, the source of all life and all power. The Bible gives us a good formula for achieving cosmic fulfillment. "I shall lift mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my deliverance." The hills are symbolic of man's aspiring soul, as his vision is expanded upward into the cosmic realm, where the transcendental beauty and joy of cosmic illumination pours in a flood tide of inspiration into man's immortal soul. The high, aspiring hopes and dreams of man have always lifted him from the mortal dust of his physical and material origins into the lofty, empyrean heights of the metaphysical realm, where man's ultimate fulfillment exists in the forever now. This recording of metaphysics New Dimensions of the Mind by Anthony Norval was presented by David De Angelis. Sound recording copyright 2022 and produced by DeepSend Limited 2022.
Life can be hard sometimes. If you or someone you know is struggling emotionally, experiencing an issue with drugs or alcohol, or having a hard time, the 988 Lifeline can help. Calling can connect you, a friend, or a family member to mental health services and referrals. We don't have to face these challenges alone. Dial the 988 Lifeline today and receive support from a local counselor at no cost. That's 988.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 159 by Rudolf Steiner, 15 lectures given in assorted cities to members of the Anthroposophical Society between the 31st of January and the 19th of June, 1915, translated by Simon Blaxland DeLange. And it's entitled The Mystery of Death. This is Lecture 1, given in Zurich on the 31st of January, 1915, entitled The Four Platonic Virtues and Their Connection with the Mysteries of Man's Being, the Influence of Spiritual Powers upon the Physical World. Our spiritual science has the task of removing for our consciousness, and indeed for our whole inner life, that gulf which extends for outward human consciousness between the physical world, where man abides between birth and death, and the spiritual world, where man spends the other part of his existence, the time between death and a new birth. For someone who lives in spiritual science with every fiber of his soul, such a statement is both familiar and one that he takes for granted. But in the moment when I am speaking to you now, one may well say that it acquires a particularly sacred quality. We have, after all, recently lost a number of our dear friends and members through the grave events of the war, and we are about to accompany two friends upon their last paths here on earth. Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, we shall have here in Zurich the cremation of a dear member, Frau Dr. Kalatza, who left the physical plane this week, and we have just received the news that our dear friend Fritz Mitscher died around 5 o'clock this afternoon near Davos. With these two members, souls dear to us have left the physical plane. However, spiritual science shows us the way to understand that in a far higher sense than we otherwise are able to understand, we do not lose such souls, but remain connected with them. A considerable number of souls who have belonged to us since the work in our movement began have already passed through the gate of death. And from those sources whence spiritual knowledge flows to us, it can be said that they have, in accordance with their respective powers, become faithful collaborators in the spiritual world. Indeed, with the full responsibility with which one can say something that is founded firmly on spiritual knowledge, I can say that we have in them gained pillars for our spiritual movement. Many have passed through the gate of death who worked within our spiritual movement and who look down upon that to which their love is directed. In the period between birth and death, they have grown attached to the kind of aspiration which is pursued in our circle. They have left something behind them in our society, which is itself on the path between death and a new birth. Just as the nature that surrounds us is a world upon which we look back, so can we look back upon our physical life from that moment which one can compare with a person's birth. Immediately after death, man passes through a condition that can be compared with embryonic life, with life in the mother's body, except that this period in the life after death lasts only a matter of days, and is therefore much shorter than embryonic life in relation to physical life. Then follows what can be compared with the entry into the physical world, with the taking of the first breath. This can be called the awakening in the spiritual world, of which it can be said that it is like an awareness that the will of the soul that has crossed the threshold of death is being received by the beings of the higher hierarchies. Just as a person emerging physically from the body of the mother into the physical world initially finds himself able to take in the outside air and then experiences the gradual awakening of his senses, so after death does there come that moment when the soul feels the power of physical life was contained within the limits of the physical body is now flowing from me out into the universe. And the soul then feels how this will is indeed received through the activity of the next higher hierarchy, the beings belonging to the hierarchy of the Angeloi. This is like the taking of the first breath in the spiritual world and gradually growing into one's spiritual surroundings, for this is what spiritual knowledge shows us. I should like to speak about the destiny of those who have gone from us in the course of the years. I should like to cast an eye upon those who have developed a fondness for our spiritual movement and look down upon it as something of which they know that it speaks to human souls, of that within which they are living also within physical life. To be able in this way to connect oneself in memory to earthly life is something that here in the physical world already belongs to the world of spirit. For those who have crossed the threshold of death, this is something of infinite value, of infinite significance. And when the stream that flows up to them from the physical world, which has its source in what they have experienced in our movement, is augmented by them as a tributary to a river, when the thoughts of those who were attached to them in love or from family ties are added to it, because it is based on spiritual relationships, the community is far more intimate than it could otherwise be in our materialistic age. Again, we may say that in the case of many a person who has passed through the portal of death into the spiritual world, it appears to us as if he or she had done this out of intimate love for our spiritual movement, in order to be able to contribute stronger powers from the spiritual world. A considerable number of those who have gone from us have living in their souls the most wonderfully clear feelings about the need for our spiritual movement. And for someone who is able to acquire insight into the spiritual world, all those who have crossed the threshold of death and now look down at the movement with which they were connected are like the spiritual heralds of our movement, those who carry their spiritual standards before us, constantly calling to us, "We were convinced while we were united with you of the necessity of this movement, but now that we have entered the spiritual world, we know that we can and must help at a time when this movement is needed." This is something which those who remain behind on the physical plane, who have lost relatives and friends, will increasingly be aware of. For them, what has been said can represent the deepest comfort of having everything that brings about a still deeper bond between souls, even if we are no longer in the position of being connected with those souls outwardly through physical eyes and physical words. This spiritual movement of which we are to become participants has a great deal that it must bring. I should like today to choose a particular aspect out of the many things that it must bring to us. A time like ours, when outward culture, notwithstanding the last echoes of the old religions, is based wholly on a materialistic consciousness, can also only develop the impulses of moral life in a way that takes account solely of the life between birth and death. Among the many things that will emerge from our spiritual movement will be a new upsurge of humanity's moral life, the whole life of the virtues. For human beings will learn to regard moral life, the life of the virtue, from a standpoint that extends beyond birth and death, and which reckons that the human soul passes through repeated earthly lives, that just as it lives its life between birth and death, it has also passed through many lives and can hope in anticipation of further lives which it will live in future. When we have extended our frame of vision from one life to successive earthly lives, we shall have a more comprehensive and more appropriate conception of life, together with a more appropriate and more comprehensive conception of virtue and the moral life. When we speak of the human virtues, we can distinguish essentially 4 such virtues, of which we can speak in ordinary language. As we shall indicate later on, there is one virtue that lives in the depths of the human soul, but of which we should, as we shall see, speak as little as possible, for reasons that are held sacred. All other virtues, which exist in life and which together constitute moral life, can be regarded as special cases of the 4 virtues that we wish to consider, and which were fully described in antiquity. Plato, the great philosopher of ancient Greece, distinguished these 4 virtues because he was still able to derive his wisdom from the echoes of ancient mystery wisdom. From this standpoint, Plato was better equipped to distinguish the virtues than later philosophers, and certainly than those of our times, where knowledge of mystery wisdom has become so remote and so chaotic in nature. The first virtue, which we must consider if we are speaking of a moral life, as it arises from a comprehensive knowledge of human nature, is that of wisdom. However, this wisdom is to be understood in a somewhat deeper sense, and as related more to ethics than one would normally understand it. We cannot say that wisdom is something that can, as it were, simply come to a person of its own accord. Still less is wisdom something that a person can learn in the ordinary sense. It is, moreover, not easy to characterize in a few words what wisdom should signify for us. If we pass through life in such a way that we allow what comes toward us in this life to influence us, if prompted by the various events of life, we learn from the one event how we might have been able to respond to this or that more appropriately, how we might have used our powers more skillfully and effectively. If we take account of everything that befalls us in life, so that when we encounter something similar a second time, we do not any longer respond as we did the first time, but feel that we have learned something. And if we maintain throughout our life the mood of being able to learn from life, and of being able to regard everything that nature and life brings toward us in such a way that we learn from it, and moreover, not simply by accumulating knowledge, but by becoming inwardly better and richer, we will then have grown in wisdom. And what we have experienced will not have been without value for our life of soul. Life will have been worthless for us if we have lived for several decades and continue at a later time to judge something that we have experienced in the same way that we evaluated it when we were younger. If we spend our life in such a way, we are very far removed from wisdom. Karma may have brought it about that we became angry when we were young and condemned this or that quality in other people. If we hold fast to this, we will have made poor use of our life. The opposite will be the case if, in an instance where we formed a derogatory judgment in our youth, at a later stage of life we judge not disparagingly, but with understanding and forgiveness, if we make the effort of wanting to understand. If we have an innate tendency to erupt with a violent anger at certain things, and if when we are older, we are not led to blind anger as we were in our younger days, if the violence of our anger has been tempered by what life has taught us and we have become gentler, we have profited from life in accordance with wisdom. If we were materialists in our youth, but have subsequently allowed the revelations from the spiritual world that our time has sought to impart to us, to influence us, we will have employed our life in the service of wisdom. If we have closed ourselves to the revelations of the spiritual world, we have not lived our life in accordance with wisdom. To be enriched in this way and to achieve a wider horizon may be called making use of life in accordance with wisdom, and what spiritual science wants to give us is fitted for opening ourselves up to life so that we may become wiser. Wisdom is something that opposes egotism in the strongest possible way. Wisdom is something that always reckons with the course of world events. We therefore allow ourselves to be instructed by the course of world events, because we thereby free ourselves from the narrow judgment made by our ego. A wise person cannot actually judge egotistically, for if one learns from the world, one learns to understand it. One learns to let the world correct one's judgments, so that wisdom extracts us from narrow, limited points of view and brings us into harmony with itself. Much else could be said, which could gradually provide us with a description of wisdom. We should not attempt to arrive at a definition of such concepts, but rather open our hearts, so that we can become ever wiser also about wisdom itself. Here in the physical world, everything that a person has to experience in waking life has to make use of the instruments of the outward physical and etheric nature. As human beings between birth and death, it is only when we are asleep that our soul nature, insofar as it consists of an ego and astral body, is outside our physical and etheric bodies. When we are in a conscious waking state, we avail ourselves of the instruments of our physical and etheric bodies. When we fill ourselves with wisdom, when we try to live in our actions and thinking, in our feelings and sensations, in accordance with wisdom, we make use of those organs of our physical and etheric bodies, which are in a sense the most perfect in our earthly life. Those organs that have needed the longest for their development, which were already prepared by Saturn, Sun, and Moon, and have come into our lives as a heritage, and have reached a certain culmination. I should like to present to you from another point of view an idea of what one can understand by more or less perfected organs. Let us, on the one hand, take our brain. The brain is not the most perfect organ, but we can regard it as more perfect than other organs, for it needed longer for its development than these other organs. Compare the brain with our torso, for which our hands extend. When we undertake to do something with our hands, we have the thought, I stretch out my hand, I take the vase, I retract my hand. What have I done? I have extended not only the physical hand, but also the etheric and astral hand, and a portion of my ego. But the physical hand went with them. If I merely think and entertain only thoughts, clairvoyant consciousness can see that something like spiritual arms stretch out from the head, but the physical brain remains in the skull. Just as my etheric and astral hand belongs to my physical hand, so does something etheric and astral belong to the brain. The brain cannot follow, but the hands can do so. At a later time, the hands will also become fixed, and we shall subsequently only be able to move their astral part. The hands are on the way to becoming what the brain is already today. In earlier times, during the old sun and moon periods, that which today extends as something purely spiritual or intellectual from the brain was also still accompanied by the physical organ. It has now been covered over by the skull, so that the physical brain is held fast within it during earthly evolution. The brain is an organ which has passed through more stages of evolution. The hands are on the way to becoming similar to the brain, for the whole human organism is on the way to becoming a brain. Thus, there are organs that are more perfect and have evolved into something more self-contained, and those that are less perfected. The most perfected organs are needed by what we achieve by way of wisdom. Our ordinary brain is actually used only as an instrument for the lowest form of wisdom, for earthly cleverness. But the more we acquire wisdom, the less we depend upon our cerebrum, and the more activity is, unbeknown to modern anatomy, withdrawn to our cerebellum, to what is enclosed within our skull as a smaller brain resembling a tree. When we human beings have become wise, when we have attained wisdom, we do indeed find ourselves beneath a tree, which is our cerebellum. and which then begins in a particular way to unfold its activity. Imagine how a human being who has become especially wise extends the organs of his wisdom mightily, like the branches of a tree. They have their source in the cerebellum, which resides in the hard covering of the skull. But the spiritual or intellectual organs extend outward, and he is as a spiritual reality beneath the tree, the Bodhi tree. Thus we see, too, that what we do in wisdom is the most spiritual aspect of our nature, or at least one of the most spiritual, for the organs are already at rest. When we do something with our hand, we must use a portion of our forces on moving the hand. When we make a wise judgment or decide something wisely, the organs remain at rest. No force is employed on a physical organ, because in such an instance we are more spiritual. And those organs that we use on the physical plane, in order to live wisely, are those for which we need to use the least strength, those that are already the most perfected. Wisdom is, therefore, something in the moral life which enables human beings to experience themselves in a spiritual way. This is associated with the fact that the wisdom that a person acquires enables him to derive the greatest possible fruits from his former incarnations. Because in the realm of the spirit, we live in wisdom without any effort on the part of our physical organs, we are, through a wisdom-filled life, also most able to make what we have acquired in former incarnations fruitful for this life, in that we bring this wisdom over from former incarnations. We have in German and also in English a good word for someone who does not want to become wise. We call him a Philistine. A Philistine is a person who resists any development of wisdom, someone who wants to stay as he is for his entire life and does not want to arrive at a different opinion about anything. But someone who wants to become wise makes the effort to bring the work that he has accomplished and accumulated in former incarnations into his present life. The wiser we become, the more do we bring into the present incarnation from earlier incarnations. And if we do not want to become wise, so that we elect not to cultivate further the wisdom developed in previous incarnations, then along comes one who gets rid of it altogether, Ahriman. No one likes it better than Ahriman if we do not become wiser. We have the power to do so. We have acquired far, far more in previous incarnations than we think. We gained far more in the times when we were living through the old conditions of clairvoyance. Everyone could become much wiser than he does become. No one should try to persuade himself that there is not much that he could bring over from the past. To become wise means to bring forth what one has acquired in former incarnations, so that one may be filled with it in this incarnation. Another virtue, although it is difficult to describe it exactly in a single word, is that of courage. It represents the mood of soul that does not passively attend to life, but is guided by the inclination toward active participation. One might say that this virtue derives from the heart. It can be said of someone who has this virtue in ordinary life that he has his heart in the right place. And this is a good expression for when we are able not timidly to withdraw from things that life demands of us, but have the capacity to take ourselves in hand and know how to intervene where this is necessary. When we are in such a way inclined to press on with our activity in a confident and good-hearted manner, the expression good-hearted is applicable to this virtue. We have something of the quality of this virtue. One could also say that this virtue is associated with a healthy feeling life that gives rise at the right moment to bravery, whereas its absence engenders cowardice. Naturally, this virtue can, in the physical course of life, be exercised only through certain organs. These organs, which include the physical and etheric heart, are not so perfected as those which serve wisdom. They are still on the way to becoming different, and will in future indeed become so. There is a great difference between the brain and the heart in their relation to cosmic evolution. Suppose that someone passes through the gate of death, and then through the life between death and a new birth. His brain is altogether a work of the gods. The brain is pervaded by forces which completely separate themselves from him when he passes through the portal of death. And for his next life, the brain is built up entirely anew, not only in a material sense, but also as regards its inner forces. This is not the case with the heart. The situation with the heart is that not the physical heart itself, but the forces that are active within it continue in existence. These forces withdraw into the astral realm and into the ego, and also remain there between death and a new birth. The same forces that beat within our hearts also beat next time in our new incarnation. That which functions within the brain does not feature in a forthcoming incarnation, but the forces that inspire our heart also reappear in the next incarnation. When we contemplate ahead, we can say, invisible forces are working within it, of which the brain is composed. But when a person passes through the gate of death, these forces are given over to the cosmos. When, however, we listen to someone's heartbeat, we are hearing spiritual forces which are present not only in this incarnation, but will also live in the next incarnation, having passed through death and a new birth. Popular consciousness had a wonderful sense of such things. That is why so much importance was attached to the feeling of the heartbeat, not because the physical heartbeat is so greatly valued, but because we perceive something far more eternal when we consider a person's heartbeat. If we have the virtue of courage, of valiant good-heartedness, we can use only a part of certain forces for this virtue, and we must use the other part for the organs that serve as the instruments for it. These are organs for which we must still use a portion of such forces. If we are not courageous, if we do not develop the virtue of brave good-heartedness, if we let ourselves go, timidly withdraw from life and give ourselves over to the gravity of our own being, we cannot enliven those forces which must accompany the full expression of the virtue of courage. For as long as we take a cowardly stance in life, the forces that should fire our heart remain inactive. They are a seed for Lucifer. He takes possession of them, and we do not have them in the next life. To be cowardly in the face of life means that one is providing Lucifer with a quantity of forces that we will lack when we want to build up our hearts, which are indeed the organs, the instruments of courage. We will come into the world with defective, underdeveloped organs. The third virtue, which reckons with the least perfected organs that will acquire a form only in the future, and of which they contain at present only a seed, is one that we may call temperance, circumspection, or discretion. It can also, in one of its shades of meaning, be referred to as moderation. Thus, we have three virtues: wisdom, courage or good-heartedness, and temperance. One can be intemperate in the most varied way, such as overeating or drinking to excess. This is the lowest form of intemperance. The soul is totally engulfed in bodily desires, and our life is dominated by the body. If, however, we take our desires in hand, if we directly command the body as to what it may and may not do, we are then temperate, or as one could also say, acting in moderation. And through such moderation, we also maintain some order amidst those forces whose task it is to prevent the organs in question from falling prey to Lucifer in the next incarnation. For the forces that we expend through giving ourselves up to a life of passion, we make available to Lucifer. This is most severely exacerbated by our passions, if our consciousness becomes submerged in a dreamy, drowsy state. When we lose our sense of temperance or moderation, we always make forces available to Lucifer. He takes these forces, but he also takes from us the forces that we need for the organs of breathing and digestion. And our organs of breathing and digestion are adversely affected if we do not cultivate the virtue of moderation. Those who like to be carried away by their desires and give themselves up to their passions are candidates for being the decadent people of the future, those who will suffer from all possible aberrations of their physical body. One can say that this virtue of temperance is dependent upon the least perfected organs of man's being, upon the organs that are in the initial stage of development and must still essentially be transformed. When we consider our organs of digestion and all that is connected with them, we have to apply our ego, astral body, etheric body, and physical body in order to set them in motion. With the organs that serve as the instruments for courage, the situation is different. In this case, our ego remains more or less outside, in that we move freely, and only our astral and etheric bodies reach into the physical domain. When we come to the virtues that comprise wisdom, we keep the ego and astral body freely detached. For as we become wiser, we develop the organization of the astral body. We take hold of it. That is the essential point. That through becoming wiser, we transform the astral body into the spirit self. And only the etheric body combines with the physical body. In the brain, the physical aspect of our being is accompanied only by the etheric. And whereas during waking life we are, with respect to the rest of the body, very closely connected in our physical organism, at any rate with our astral nature, we retain for the brain the condition in which we are in sleep to the highest degree. Thus for the brain, we are in the greatest need of sleep. For likewise, when we are awake, our ego and astral body are outside the brain, and they have to make the greatest effort within themselves without having the support of the external organ. Thus we find a connection between our human nature and the virtues. We can call wisdom a virtue that belongs to man as a spiritual being, where he is freely active with his ego and his astral body, and his physical and etheric organs merely offer a kind of support. We can refer to courage as a virtue where a person is free only with his ego and has his supports in his astral, etheric, and physical bodies. Finally, we can speak of temperance, circumspection, or discretion, where the seed within our ego is becoming free, where our ego is nevertheless bound to the astral, etheric, and physical bodies, and we work by means of it to free ourselves from these bonds. But then there is a virtue which is the most spiritual of all. This most spiritual of virtues is connected with the whole human being. There is a function of human nature which we lose early and have only in the first years of childhood. I have often mentioned what I have in mind here. When we arrive on the physical plane, we are not in the position that we need for our human dignity. We crawl on all fours. I have pointed out that it is only through our own forces that we achieve the right situation of uprightness. Similarly, we develop through the forces that bring about speech. In short, in the first years of our life, we develop forces which in all essentials, note the expression, draw us into the position that we have in the world as true human beings. We do not come into the world in such a way that we already find our right orientation in it. We crawl, but we are rightly placed when we direct our head toward the stars. This corresponds to inner forces. In later life, we lose these forces. They cease to manifest themselves. Nothing any longer appears of a similar nature in human life to match the energy displayed in learning to walk and acquiring an upright posture. We become increasingly weary when it comes to our capacity of uprightness. If we begin early in the morning to live with our brain, we become tired. When we have come to the end of the day, we are in need of sleep. When we are tired, that which gives us our upright posture in childhood itself remains somewhat weary and degenerates into feebleness. And anything comparable to the achieving of uprightness in childhood no longer happens in later life. And how do we orient ourselves in life when we learn to speak? Also, when we are learning to speak, guiding forces are working with us. The same forces that we use in early childhood are, however, not lost in the course of later life. They remain available to us, but they are associated with a virtue, with the virtue that is connected with rightness, with what is right, with the virtue of all-encompassing justice, the fourth virtue. The same power that we use as a child, when from a being that crawls we raise ourselves to uprightness, lives in us when we have the virtue of justice, the fourth of those mentioned by Plato. Anyone who really practices the virtue of justice puts everything and every being in its right place, goes out from himself and into the others. This is what it means to live in all-encompassing justice. To live in wisdom means to derive the best fruits from the forces that we have stored up in previous incarnations. And if we had to point toward what was imparted to us in former incarnations, when divine forces still pervaded us, we must with justice further emphasize that we derive from the cosmos. We practice justice when we develop the forces through which we are connected in a spiritual respect with the whole cosmos. Justice represents the measure of a person's connection with the divine. Injustice is, to all intents and purposes, equivalent to godlessness, to one who has lost his divine origin, and we blaspheme against God, from whom we spring, if we do any human being an injustice. Thus we have two virtues, justice and wisdom, which direct us back to what we were in former times, in other incarnations, in the times when we ourselves were still in the womb of the Godhead. And we have two other virtues, which may be designated as courage and temperance, which point us toward later incarnations. We build up all the more forces for these, the less that we give to Lucifer. We have seen how what is associated with courage and temperance goes into the organs, and how the organs are thereby prepared for the next incarnation. In the same way, moral life extends into future life if we fill ourselves with spirituality. Two virtues extend their life over past incarnations, wisdom and justice. Courage and temperance shed their light upon future incarnations. The time will come when people will see clearly that they are throwing themselves into the jaws of Ahriman if they shut themselves off from justice and wisdom. And what they had in former incarnations, what belonged to the divine world, would be made available to Lucifer through intemperate or cowardly actions. What is seized by Lucifer is taken away from the forces available for building up our body in our next life.
If you were in San Diego Juvie, you've probably seen the ads for the lawsuit going around, maybe even clicked on one or two. But did you know that if you were in Juvie in San Diego and are eligible for compensation, most of those lawyers aren't maximizing your payouts? There's a huge range for compensation. You could end up with very little or a whole lot, depending on what happens next. Like in Maryland, the state was paying out $890,000 per incident in Juvie if the lawyers presented the case right. If they got it wrong, that number got cut in half. Now it's San Diego's turn. All you have to do is click through this ad and fill out 3 simple questions to see if you qualify. Then our team of experts will contact you today to show you our 3-step process on how to maximize your claim and get way more than if you went with the other guy. It's all free and completely confidential, so you don't have to tell your story to anyone except our discreet intake team. Then leave it all up to us.
You can't blame me, rein me in, or try and tame me. It's time to push yourself first. Don't stop believing your worth. Let it rain on you, 'cause you're fabulous. Hello, Moto.
We cannot practice wisdom and justice without becoming selfless, as has been indicated. Someone who is self-seeking can only be unjust. Someone who is self-seeking can only be wanting to remain unwise. Wisdom and justice lead us beyond ourselves and make us members of the whole organism of humanity. Courage or good-heartedness and temperance make us in a certain sense members of the whole organism of humanity. Only by experiencing courage and temperance and expressing them in our lives do we ensure that in the future we shall engage with humanity as a whole with a stronger organism. What we would otherwise cast away to Lucifer will not then be taken away from us. Egotism is of itself transformed into selflessness when it is extended in the right sense over the whole horizon of life, and man finds his place in the light of the fourth virtue. This is what spiritual wisdom will bring to the future of humanity, and will extend to include ethics and the moral life. This will then also flow into methods of education. If wisdom and justice are understood in the way that I have indicated, one will want to learn throughout one's life. One will see that one has to begin learning in the right way only when one is no longer young, whereas people nowadays think that when one's youth is behind one, there is nothing more to learn. In this way, even the greatest and noblest fruits of art, of the great writers and poets of mankind, are lost. We would approach them most fruitfully if we were to take up these works again in old age. When people read Goethe's Iphigenia or Schiller's Tell, they usually think, we've already read that at school. But this is not right, for it should not be forgotten that these works have the greatest effect on us when we read them in old age. For it is then that they promote justice and wisdom. Again, the education of children will be particularly fruitful if the virtue of courage and the virtue of temperance are seen in the right light. When it is a case of educating children, these virtues must be viewed in an individual way, in that children are again and again shown that they are to take hold of life in a good-hearted way, that they should not be afraid of everything or withdraw from all manner of situations, and that they embrace life with circumspection and moderation in order gradually to free themselves from their passions. An immense amount can be done for the education of children in this way. These things will be explained further as we proceed in our spiritual scientific studies. So you see that the laws in moral life, which otherwise only apply to the outward physical plane, to the life between birth and death, extend through spiritual scientific observations to an endlessly wide horizon. The situation here is the same as it is in other areas of spiritual science. And yet humanity has also had to experience an extension of its horizons with respect to natural science. Giordano Bruno pointed out that there is not only one earthly life, but that there are many earthly lives. Before Giordano Bruno, people believed that there is a fixed boundary up in the sky. He made them aware that this is not so, that the blue of the sky does not constitute a limit. Spiritual science shows that birth and death are as such not really there at all, and that we introduce them into life through the limitations of our understanding. Thus, the gulf between the physical and the spiritual can be spanned. And for those who establish a real, true monism, the things that have their foundation in spiritual science have a real existence. It may often happen that those who call themselves monists make their monism very simple. They take one part of the world and make it into a single entity by getting rid of the other half of the world. True monism comes about through allowing both halves to intermingle in a meaningful way. This happens through spiritual science, but not only that this impresses itself on our consciousness, but arises for the whole of our life. We must increasingly come to the real knowledge as we look into the world that in what is around us, in everything that lives and is active everywhere, there is something supersensible, not only in what our eye beholds, but also in what our reasoning powers that are bound to the brain perceive. There are spiritual forces everywhere, behind every phenomenon, behind the phenomenon of the rainbow, behind the movement of our hand, and so on. If you read the cycle of lectures that I gave at the turn of the present year in Leipzig, you will find how the Christ impulse worked through the mystery of Golgotha, how Christ lives in the most important affairs of humanity, and not only in what people have consciously known about. There have, for example, been quarrels about dogmas. But while people were arguing, The Christ impulse was living through everything and bringing about what needed to happen.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
Oh, I thought we were going to recreate that photo.
Couldn't find it.
AI that with Copilot. Oh.
AI that with a Copilot Plus PC from Best Buy.
Let us take the figure of the Maid of Orleans. This simple shepherd girl makes her appearance in European history. She appears in a remarkable way, in that in her soul there live not only those forces that otherwise live within a person, but that the Christ impulse is working in this personality, enlivening and sustaining her through its mighty influence. She became a kind of representative of the Christ impulse itself for her time. This she could only do because the Christ impulse had entered into her being. You know that we celebrate Christmas at the time when the power of the sun is at its least, in the deepest darkness of winter, because we can be convinced that at this time the inner light, the spiritual light, has the greatest intensity. Old legends tell us that over Christmas, up to the 6th of January, people have had special experiences. Because at this time, earthly life and the inner forces of the earth are at their most concentrated. Those who have the right disposition for this then indeed experience spiritual forces within the earthly forces. Countless legends tell of this. The best time for this is the 13 days before the 6th of January. The Maid of Orleans spent these 13 days in a particular state, whereby her feeling life was not receptive to the outer world. Remarkably, the time when the Maid of Orleans was carried in her mother's womb came to an end in the Christmas period of 1411. She was born on the 6th of January, after she had spent the last 13 days in her mother's body. Before she drew her first breath, before she saw the physical light with her physical eye, she experienced the earthly realm during the 13 days in the sleep through which a person passes before he enters the physical world. I am indicating something of the greatest significance that shows how the world is ruled from out of the domain of spirit, how what happens outwardly in the physical world is given its direction by the spiritual world, how the spiritual world is flowing amidst physical realities. Thus, in our present time, we must ever more consciously remove the gulf between the physical and the spiritual through spiritual science. We do this in one realm of our lives when we become conscious that there are within our movement the forces of those who in the course of their earthly lives have united their soul and body with our movement and have passed through the portal of death. If we look across to the other bank of the stream where they are active and feeling ourselves united with them, direct our thoughts toward them, we do this in full consciousness, the consciousness that we gain through spiritual science. We know ourselves to be in living connection with those who have passed through the gate of death, and we know them as the best forces among us. When we are able to do or to think this, we are regarding life as a field that is to be sown. Between what we ourselves plant, we see springing up everywhere plants that we could not have grown ourselves. And we can then know that these plants have been put there by those to whom it has been granted to be in the world of spirit, those with whom we feel ourselves to be connected, those with whom we become one. It will be the characteristic sign of this movement and of those who feel themselves to be members of it and reckon themselves as belonging to it in future, to be in fellowship also with those who are no longer the bearers of a physical body. Other societies founded only upon earthly things will remove many barriers between one person and another. The barriers between the living and the dead will increasingly be removed by the movement that will unite those people who want to be united in the sign of spiritual science. We all want to carry this in our souls and retain as a lasting experience the characteristic quality which unites us with this spiritual movement that has become dear to us. and a small appendix at the end of this lecture. Aside, during the war years, the following commemorative words were spoken by Rudolf Steiner before every lecture that he gave to members of the Anthroposophical Society in the countries affected by the war. Steiner now. The first thoughts that we have as we meet together in our groups shall be directed toward the guarding spirits of those who are out on the battlefields, where they have to serve the great obligations of the time with their blood and soul forces. We want to direct our pleas to the guarding spirits of these souls, in order that what we contribute through our petitioning love can ray out and unite with the power of the spirits guarding these souls on the fields of battle. Spirits watching over your souls, may thy wings bring our petitioning love to the human beings on earth entrusted to thy care, that united with thy power our plea may radiate help to the souls whom we seek lovingly to reach. And for those who have already passed through the gate of death, spirits watching over your souls, may thy wings bring our petitioning love to the human beings in the heavenly spheres entrusted to thy care, that united with thy power, our plea may radiate help to the souls whom we seek lovingly to reach. And may the Spirit whom we have sought through the years of our striving enable the power that he carried through the mystery of Golgotha to ray forth to thee, so that thou might have strength for the fulfillment of what the great obligations of mankind demand from thee. May the Spirit who passed through the mystery of Golgotha, may the Spirit of Christ be with thee. That's the end of Lecture 1.
When the world gave them setbacks, science gave them bounce backs. And when your vet delivered life-altering news, science delivered life-changing nutrition. Hill's Prescription Diet. Science did that.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner to English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 159 by Rudolf Steiner, 15 lectures, entitled The Mystery of Death, The Nature and Significance of Central Europe and the European Folk Spirits, translated by Simon Blaxland de Lang. This is Lecture 2, given in Hanover on the 19th of February, 1915, entitled The Passing of a Human Being Through the Gate of Death, a Transformation of Life. It is a time when man's connection with the spiritual world, that world which he enters when he crosses the threshold of death, comes to our awareness with great frequency through the many deaths occurring on a daily basis. Moreover, this rapid succession of almost simultaneous deaths is occurring under quite particular circumstances. This is because many earthly human beings are passing through the gate of death, who under the conditions that ordinarily apply to human individuals would otherwise be able to live on this earth for several decades. And whenever people die prematurely, this also gives rise to circumstances of an extraordinary nature. We know that when a person passes through the gate of death, he leaves behind, gives over to the earthly element, what falls away from him in the form of his physical body. We know that the so-called etheric body is the second element to be considered, but that this too separates from the individuality, composed of the astral body and ego, which passes through the spiritual realms between death and a new birth. That this etheric body continues to work further, separated from the ego and astral body. As it enters the spiritual world immediately adjoining our own, a world that we have often referred to as the etheric world, this etheric body can be thought of as manifesting itself differently in the case of someone who passes prematurely through the gate of death from the way it does with someone who has lived to a ripe old age. For an etheric body which has to pass through the gate of death, where someone has died prematurely, would under normal circumstances have had the strength to imbue the physical body with life for many years, and even several decades.
David De Angelis presents Metaphysics.
Need to restock?
As you look about you at the world of reality, you must recognize the fact that we still have a long way to go before we come into the utopia of which man dreams. See the reality, but do not let it blind you to the higher dream towards which all men are striving. The world today needs to learn how to use this metaphysical miracle power more than at any other time in history. Over 25 million people in our country are handicapped in some way, blind, crippled, and sick. In 5,000 years of so-called civilization, man has only known peace for something like 100 years. The rest of that time he has been at war somewhere on the face of the earth. We have social maladjustment, juvenile delinquency, dope addiction, and criminality on a large scale. There are over 8 million alcoholics. Many people still live in slum conditions in this, the richest nation in the world. Millions of people still live on a starvation diet in this world that could produce plenty for all. Never have we known an age in which humanity suffered greater agony of mind and spirit. Humanity needs to use a greater force than book knowledge alone to help man achieve the dream of peace, prosperity, and happiness for which he so desperately searches. See what miracles these great men of history produced when they once learned how to unlock the metaphysical power of their higher minds. Columbus used this power when he searched within for guidance to new lands. This power of the higher mind told him that the world was round, not flat, as everyone believed in that age, and his dreams of discovering a new world were fulfilled. Burbank perfected new products by using this higher mind within. He was able to change growing things and create new species because he tapped this metaphysical miracle power. Michelangelo, the great artist and sculptor, turned to this metaphysical miracle power for gigantic new concepts in art that caused him to create the most perfect statues in marble that man has ever produced. His energy and creative power blossomed even when he was in his 70s and was called back out of retirement by the Pope to do his murals in the Sistine Chapel, which have been called some of the greatest art ever created by man. Pasteur, Edison, Franklin, Einstein, Florence Nightingale, Joan of Arc, Newton, Plato, and Marco Polo, all these great men and women of history had divine guidance in the discoveries, inventions, and creative genius they manifested. Alone, they could never have produced such greatness had they not turned to this miracle power within which we are studying together. They became geniuses and developed almost superhuman power of mind and spirit. What hast thou in thine house? Start today to work your little everyday miracles. Do not wait for a better or more auspicious time. The moment you study this method, you can begin to perform the miracles in your life that you desire and which will give you and your loved ones a better life. The Bible says, "What hast thou in thine house?" One man changed the entire destiny of the South using this metaphysical principle. I visited Tuskegee Institute in Alabama when the great scientist and educator, George Washington Carver, was its leader. He showed me through his laboratory, where I saw dozens of products he had created from the lowly peanut, which revolutionized the industry of the South. There were plastics, wallboard, insulating materials, asbestos, varnishes, paints, fodder for cattle, and all kinds of other products made from the peanut. Dr. Carver looked within his own mind for the miracle-working power that could lead him to perfecting and creating all these new products. He did not go to New York City or some other center and search for wealth and power. He busied himself using the materials at hand, and the divine mind within guided him unerringly in taking the right steps for achieving a great destiny and benefiting the world. Look around you today, in whatever environment you exist, and see what you can do to improve your life or change the conditions around you. The miracle power begins to work for you the moment you realize that it is a living, dynamic intelligence which exists within your own mind. The miracle-working Father within. The great master metaphysician Jesus spoke of a Father within who doeth the work in referring to his amazing miracles. For centuries, people have been puzzled as to his exact meaning. Now, in our scientific age, we know that every person possesses this miracle-working Father within. It is the higher mind, the spiritual intelligence that works in all of nature. It is the power that gave you life, the divine mind that causes you to breathe, that keeps your blood flowing through your veins and arteries. It is the intelligence in your cells that builds and repairs the body, which heals the sick, which creates the child in its mother's womb in 9 months' time. Like all great forces in the universe, this Father within is invisible, but it is as real and more powerful than the physical and material universe which it controls. This divine mind, which some call God, is in the fourth dimensional world where the miracle-working power resides. You can tap this divine mind which works miracles through a simple daily regime, which we shall now study together. It can be invoked this very moment through the power of faith to do your bidding. Like the Aladdin's lamp of the fairy tale, there is also a magic genie within your consciousness, which you can summon to assist you in carrying out the daily miracles of living. Let us see below how you invoke this magic genie of your higher mind for performing daily miracles. The miracle working regime. 1. First, believe in this miracle working power. Have faith that this miracle power of your higher mind can do for you what it has done for the great ones of the past. Daily invoke this higher power by opening your day with a short prayer, something like this. Father within, I now humbly ask that you take over my affairs for this day. Guide me to say and do the right things all day. I have faith in the Father within, and now place myself in the divine center of all good and constructive action, knowing that only that which is good can come to me. I am now the center of divine action, and everything I do will be prompted by the higher divine mind within me. 2. Look about you each day and be aware of the miracles that this Father within has created, and which are already at work for you without any conscious effort on your part. The life force flows within you, giving you health and energy to carry out your day's activities. The miracle power in the soil has grown the food you are to eat this day. Coffee will come from Brazil. Sugar from beets or sugar cane is already in existence. Eggs are being created on some farm from chickens that already exist. Beef is being nourished somewhere for your table tonight. Rubber is being grown or manufactured artificially for the tires of your car. Steel, iron, and coal have been built into the earth for your use in machinery, radio, TV, motion pictures. All exist because this miracle power put the elements into creation long before you were born. The oil which runs your car, which gives you heat in winter and cold air in summer, was starting to be created 1 billion years ago. The wool for making your clothing exists somewhere already on a distant flock of sheep. The cotton for shirts, dresses, and other items is now growing on some far-off plantation. Be aware of this miracle-working power of divine mind that is at work in the universe and is even now working for your own good. 3. Sit down for at least half an hour daily and concentrate on the power of this higher divine mind within you. Ask this power to give you perfect health. If you are sick and wish it to heal, you have faith in this power. Know that the miracles of healing are daily taking place in millions of human bodies, and the same power can work for you. When you cut your hand, what force within your body heals it? This force weaves new skin, sends the phagocytes to the wound to kill the invading bacteria, and creates new cells to take place of old ones. When a bone is broken, this same miracle-working power within rushes supplies of calcium and other elements to the fracture, rebuilding the bone and even making it stronger at the juncture where it was broken. 4. When you go to bed at night, the last thing you should do is spend a few moments instructing this divine mind within what miracles you wish it to perform for you during the time you are asleep, or the next day when you are awake. You may make up your own suggestions to the divine metaphysical mind, or you might use a statement for general well-being, such as this. Father within, I now go to sleep, confident that you will heal and repair my body perfectly while I sleep. I ask for divine guidance in all my activities tomorrow and in the days to come. I especially desire peace of mind and harmony in my home and work. I ask for new ideas to improve my finances and to bring me security for the future. I ask for the miracle of divine love to flower in my life and to bless all those within the center of my activities. I now go to sleep confident that I shall awaken on the morrow refreshed, healed, revitalized, and rejuvenated mentally and physically. 5. To concentrate the power of this higher divine mind within, sit down each day and make out a list of the positive and constructive things you want to happen to you. This list should include your working conditions, your home, your social life, your gifts and talents, your finances, and your state of health. Do not be afraid to ask the indwelling Father for anything you desire, for remember, He created the universe and all therein for you to use and enjoy. Your list might look like this. A. I desire a change in my work. Guide me to the finding of a new job doing. State the type of work you wish. B. I wish to make an extra $1,000 so I may buy the things I wish: a new TV set, a car, an air conditioner. Specify the things you desire and visualize them clearly. C. I wish to have romantic fulfillment and to find a mate who embodies these qualities. List the kind of mate you would like to marry, giving the traits, appearance, etc. D. I would like to travel. Guide me to the means for taking trips to. List the countries you wish to visit. One lady in our lecture group listed travel on her miracle guidance chart, and she soon found work on an ocean liner as a manicurist. She met a wealthy widower on this cruise, fell in love with him, and married him when the cruise ended. She achieved another objective which she had on her guidance chart: the finding of a suitable mate and financial independence. You never know from what channel your good will come to you. When you once release the tremendous power of your higher divine mind, you will begin to see miracles occurring on all sides of you. Things will happen that you never consciously realized were possible before. Have faith in this power and never doubt its spiritual reality, for the very fact that you exist is living proof of a miracle-working power in the universe that is greater than any other force in existence. Chapter 2. How to work miracles through metaphysical commands. We have learned that the miracle power is within you, and that it can work for you when you use a certain regime, which we studied in Chapter 1. Now let us learn how to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands that we shall give to the indwelling Father who performs the miracles we desire. The cells of your brain and body are like tiny batteries. They possess atomic and electrical charges that are diffused throughout your entire body. Science now has discovered that when we are sick, the brain and body cells have in some way become short-circuited, and their charges of electricity, magnetism, and life force are depleted. The miracle-working power of the divine mind within is what normally keeps the brain and body healthy. It is prejudiced in favor of health, not sickness; life, not death; success, not poverty; happiness, not misery; peace, not conflict; love, not hate. When you wish to work miracles of health or success or love happiness, you must learn to go to the very foundation of your life and work with the divine intelligence that has been implanted within your mind and body. To focus this creative miracle power, you must stir the positive with creative metaphysical commands. Let there be light. The first dynamic creative command in the Bible is, "Let there be light." Under the impetus of this forceful statement, the invisible atoms and molecules of unlimited space were set into motion, and all creation began. Light is synonymous with spirit or intelligence. Darkness represents ignorance and the forces of evil. So too, there are two opposite polarities in all of life. One represents the force of good or God, the other the force of evil, or, as religionists call it, the devil. Just as God used this dynamic command, "Let there be light," to start all creation, so too, you can summon up all the creative powers of your brain and body by using a similar creative command to invoke the miracle-working power that can change your life from a negative, fear-filled, and unhappy one to one of health, happiness, and fulfillment. Just as we have light and darkness, so too we have opposing states of consciousness which constantly struggle for supremacy. These two states of consciousness can be created through the words you think and speak. These words set up little electrical and magnetic charges within the brain, and then communicate themselves to the nerves and muscles of the body, setting into motion the conditions embodied in the words. The master metaphysician Jesus said, "If ye abide in me and my words abide in you, Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. John 15:7. What does this mean? It means that the creative intelligence of the divine mind within is unlocked through the use of words or creative commands. Positive words, thoughts, and emotions will release positive creative power within your body, whereas negative thoughts, words, and emotions will release destructive power within your body. Many modern doctors will not allow certain words to be used in the presence of their patients because they know that negative words can be harmful to the patient and decrease the healing power within the body. Focalize your creative miracle power. Everyone has a vague idea that he wants to be happy, that he would like a healthy body, that he would like to have a fortune, but most people occasionally release enough creative power through their positive thoughts and emotions to just barely get along in life. Some unconsciously use the right creative commands, and then they see amazing results in their lives. However, most people are so steeped in the consciousness of negative thoughts, words, and emotions that they are never able to achieve the big dramatic results that bring them complete fulfillment and happiness. To achieve the complete release of this inner miracle power, you must learn how to focalize the creative energies of your mind and your emotions. Just as the sun's rays can be focused through a magnifying glass and set fire to a piece of wood or paper, so your creative mental energies can be focalized through a process of concentration and dynamic mental action that can literally kindle the creative flame of genius within yourself. Secret of spiritual communication. Just as there is communication between fellow men through the use of words, there is a spiritual communication which can be invoked between man's conscious mind and the divine mind within. The conscious mind is the seat of reason, logic, and rationality. The soul is the seat of the higher divine mind within man, where spiritual communication takes place. When we pray, we reach out with spiritual language to this hidden, secret center within the soul and invoke God's help and guidance. The language of the soul is as real as the language which mankind uses to communicate with his fellow men. When you wish to invoke the divine mind within to carry out your wishes and aspirations, you must use this method of spiritual communication. To release the dynamic energy of this higher mind, you must see to it that the words you use in this spiritual communication are the right ones. Let us examine two states of consciousness that are represented by opposing words in the following listing. Life, death. Peace, war. Riches, poverty. Good, evil. Health, sickness. Youth, age. Joy, misery. Beauty, ugliness. Love, hate. Confidence, fear. When you wish to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands, you must be sure that you approach the divine center of your consciousness with words of spiritual communication that represent the positive, life-giving, healing qualities of divine mind. When you invoke the images of negative words given in the right-hand column, you will release mental and chemical forces that deplete your energy, lower your vitality, and create negative and destructive circumstances within your body and in the outer circumstances of your life. Science confirms miracle power. At last, in this scientific age, science confirms the miracle power that man possesses within his brain and body and soul. A series of laboratory experiments taken with school children showed that the sugar content of the blood could be raised or lowered by the experimenter at will. Two groups of children of the same age were taken from the same grade in school. These two groups were given the same problems to solve. The group were told that they could easily solve the problems, that the solutions were easy, and during the time they worked, they were given encouragement and praise for their efforts. The B group were told that the problems would be difficult to solve. They were told they could not easily solve them, and they were discouraged and depressed by the teacher. The A group finished their tasks quicker, with fewer mistakes than the B group, but the most startling part of the entire experiment was the fact that when the blood of the A group was analyzed, it was found to be higher in sugar content than the blood of the B group. This extra flow of sugar from the liver gave the A group more energy and helped them perform their tasks more quickly and accurately than the B group. It was also found upon analyzing the blood of the B group that it showed less sugar and more fatigue acids than that found in the A group. This was scientific proof that the creative energy of the mind and body, the glandular flow, and all the other activities of the brain and body are radically affected by the words, thoughts, and emotions that are imprinted upon our consciousness. How to give positive creative commands. The divine mind within carries out your instructions and commands. It had tremendous power, for it is the creative mind that originally created you and the entire universe. Within you is a spark of the divinity which brought you into existence, just as within the chick is the creative power which makes possible the miracle of future new life through the egg. Your creative commands reach this divine center of your being and release the miracle working power that can cause you to do anything you wish. This power can heal your body if you are sick. It can keep you healthy and strong and youthful as you grow older. It can guide you to your right work. It can give you songs, inventions, poems, stories, any kind of creative ideas you desire that might make you a fortune. All these things and more can this divine mind within do for you if you once learn how to invoke its dynamic, creative power through your creative commands. The regime for giving your higher mind creative commands. Each day, when you arise in the morning, give your higher mind a series of creative commands made up of the life-giving, positive words you will find in the left-hand column just presented. You can make up your own powerful commands or use those given here. Say these statements aloud if possible. If not, then say them quietly to yourself. Repeat them several times to give them greater effectiveness. Then, during the day, as often as you can, whenever you feel the need for more energy, more power, more intuitive guidance, say the particular creative commands that fit the situation. 1. Life. I am life. The life force now flows through my brain and body, filling me with energy and vitality. I now breathe deeply, and the life force is strengthened and fortified. I am young. I am strong. I am powerful. I now meet all challenges with new courage and optimism. The divine center of my being expands and grows more powerful under the impetus of divine mind. 2. Peace. I am now at the center of peace and poise and power. All disharmony and conflict fade away. I know the joy of perfect serenity, and like a peaceful lake, reflect the blue of the heavens. My serene soul now reflects the joy and radiance of the divine countenance, and I am at peace with the world. 3. Riches. I now command the forces of life to bring me abundance and prosperity and riches. I ask for divine guidance to my right place in life. The treasures of the universe were created for me, and I now accept abundance. 4. Good. I am good, and therefore I attract only that which is good into the orbit of my experiences. As God is good, I am now a channel for the perfect expression of God's goodness through my daily activities. I give out good, and good comes back to me. I operate under the law of good, and evil has no power to touch my life. 5. Health. I summon the miracle working power of my higher mind to heal my body of any and all negative conditions known as sickness. I command the life-giving forces within my brain and body to so regulate my glands and operate within my organs that I shall know health, vitality, energy, and strength. 6. Youth. I now energize my brain and body with the consciousness of youth. I recognize that the life force or divine energy is never old, sick, or tired. Therefore, my body can know only the enthusiasm and energy of youth. I am now in the consciousness of immortality and divinity, and the soul is ever young, and in the eternal image and likeness of God. 7. Joy. I vibrate on the plane of joy and happiness. I am filled with the vibrancy and thrill of life. I rise on wings of hope and optimism to new planes of consciousness, where all my dreams come true. I am happy, and I radiate that happiness to everyone I meet. 8. Beauty. I am filled with the ideal of spiritual beauty, which overcomes the limitations of the physical self. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and I now see the beauty of sunrise and sunset, of oceans and mountains, of bright blooming spring flowers, of blue skies and all the hidden beauty of my daily life. I am surrounded by beauty, and its creative miracle now changes my world from one of drabness to a wonderland of magic and enchantment. 9. Love. I now live in the radiant consciousness of love. I send out love to everyone I meet. This radiant stream of divine love negates all hate and resentment. I am like a loving, trusting child, having faith in all people and knowing that the divine image of love is within the soul of every living human being. 10. Confidence. I now surround myself with an aura of confidence and poise. I no longer fear anything in life. I know that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. I radiate confidence in my business and social life. I am at ease in the presence of others and operate with confidence and poise in every situation. Speak the metaphysical creative word. Have the miracle. When you once practice this form of spiritual communication with the divine mind that is at the center of your being, you can speak the creative word and have the miracle almost at once. As you grow stronger and stronger in the use of these creative commands for working miracles, you will be amazed at how quickly and easily all the forces of nature will bend to your will. Case history. She asked for and got $100,000. A lady who had a 17-year-old daughter came to my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall for about a year. Her husband was dead, and she had worked hard to bring up and educate her daughter, but they had never been able to make more money than just enough to get along. After this lady had learned the metaphysical method for performing miracles, she asked the divine mind within for the sum of $100,000. She did not know how such a vast sum could ever come to her, but she did have faith that the power within could bring her that sum of money. One day in meditation, she suddenly had a vision that she would win the money through buying a sweepstakes ticket. She had never gambled in her life, and she was astounded when this vision came to her so strongly. She bought a ticket in the Irish sweepstakes, and when the drawing occurred, her ticket was chosen for one of the biggest prizes, $144,000. She won that amount when the race was run, since her horse came in first. She came into the fortune she had dreamed about, and was able to do all the things she had wanted to do all her life. I have never bought a sweepstakes ticket in my life, and I certainly do not urge any other person to go about his demonstration of a fortune through this unreliable medium of gambling, but in this instance perhaps there was no other way by which this lady could have had the materialization of her fortune, and divine mind might have given her the intuitive guidance to buy that ticket. The power works in various ways for various people. It may take longer in some cases, but if one persists and has faith in this miracle power, it will ultimately bring one the things of which he dreams. The regime for releasing miracle power through creative words. 1. Concentrate your creative power of mind by organizing your thoughts into positive patterns, rather than negative ones. Remember, thoughts are things. You create the outer circumstances of your life by your inner thoughts. Each day practice thinking positive thoughts of health, happiness, peace, prosperity, and joy. 2. Make it a practice to eliminate all negative words from your vocabulary and supplant them with only positive words. When you talk to other people, use only creative commands. Learn to practice saying things that express positive convictions, such as, I'm happy. I am healthy. I can succeed. I can do that. I will be a success. I will have money. I will overcome my problems. Henry J. Kaiser, who is worth hundreds of millions, showed a friend who once visited his home in Hawaii a dictionary in which he had carefully cut out the word impossible. This was one of the secrets of his success. He refused to express any words that were negative and lived on in the positive conviction that he could accomplish anything he desired. 3. Daily, practice raising your energy levels by using energy-producing words which you repeat over and over, such words as love, success, happiness, good, achievement, God, harmony, peace, charity, brotherhood, forgiveness, faith. Great men in history have always used this theory for producing the positive chemistry of mind and body by using magnetically charged words, that helped them raise the creative energy levels of their consciousness. When Napoleon was preparing to become crowned as emperor, he strode back and forth before a full-length mirror, repeating over and over these words: "I'm Emperor Napoleon I." It is said of Caruso, the great Italian tenor, that when he was waiting in his dressing room to go on stage, he would stand before his mirror and sing, "I am Caruso." He would sing this over and over, up and down the scales, fixing the image of his greatness indelibly upon his inner consciousness. 4. While you are working to build your higher consciousness, you must practice, very much like an actor does for a stage role. Stand in front of your mirror in the morning before going to your office and practice your dynamic word commands in a firm, confident voice. You can make up your own statements or use these. I command the forces of life to do my bidding. I demand the best that life has to offer. I expect respect from everyone I meet. I request from invisible sources my supply and abundance to meet all my needs in life. I have important work to do this day, and I shall achieve greatness. I take on qualities of superiority in my personality and conduct, and therefore I become superior. It was a wise man who said, if you wish to become like Voltaire, you must think, act, and talk like Voltaire. 5. Form the mental habit of having faith in yourself and in the power of the divine mind within you. Express this faith in daily words and actions. Take on the expressions of a successful person if you wish to be more successful. If you wish to materialize riches and abundance, begin today to act like a person of substance. Dress like a person who is important, and if you have only one suit, be sure it is neat and clean at all times. Chapter 3. New Dimensions of Miracle Power Through Metaphysical Mental Imagery. In a study of miracles performed by the great men of history, I have discovered that most of them used new dimensions of miracle power through mental imagery. They were able to expand their states of consciousness to include new combinations, new ideas, and new concepts, which no one else had previously formed. What is the imagination? It is defined in the dictionary as the act or power of forming mental images of what is not present. The act or power of creating new ideas as by combining previous experiences. An image is a visual impression of something. In metaphysics, we employ mental imagery more than anything else to achieve fulfillment of that which we desire. The first place where the Bible speaks of mental imagery is in the story of creation in Genesis, where it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. The imagination is a God-given function with which man may perform the same miracles as God himself. It is within man's imagination that this divine function exists, and which man may use to create in the image and likeness of his innermost thoughts. Mental imagery as a spiritual function. Joubert said, "Imagination is the eye of the soul." All great things have been created through the art of mental imagery. This applies not only to our material world of skyscrapers, bridges, industry, and our jet and space achievements, but also to the world of the intellect. Einstein's theory of relativity was a mental concept. Rockefeller's great financial empire was formed in his mind through mental imagery before it became a reality. The miracle of mental and material creativeness which formed the Hilton chain of world-encircling hotels was born in Conrad Hilton's imagination years before it became an outer reality. When the Master Jesus performed his miracles of healing the sick, making the blind see, and feeding the multitudes with the loaves and fishes, it was a stupendous act of mental imagery focused through the higher spiritual dimensions of mind. The building of the first car was an extension of the mental imagery that first produced a horse-drawn wagon. Henry Ford carried the mental pattern further in his imagination and visualized the assembly line method, which produced the modern miracle of cheaper transportation that put America on wheels. How to form big mental concepts. To image a thing is to form a mental concept first. Then the projection of this mental concept to the outer world is an almost automatic function, which involves the mechanism of the higher mind, the sympathetic nervous system, and the reflex actions of the muscles and nerves. You may ask what you will of life, but you will only achieve it by first forming the correct mental images of what you desire. Ask yourself, what do I want of life? Image it clearly in all its details. This should include the things you want to do, the person you want to be, the things you want to have. You possess within your mind a metaphysical brain projector, which is capable of projecting to the outer world the mental images that you have built within. Just as a motion picture projector sends out a beam of light which focuses on a screen the picture on the film, so your brain projector can only project a picture if it is clearly imprinted upon the cells of your brain. If there are no images on that film, there can be no outer projection. Let us see how this works. There can be no successful projection unless you have first fixed the mental image of success upon your consciousness. What is the picture you hold of your success? Is it mediocre or big? Is it an image of your own business or working for someone else? Do you visualize a different job from the one you are doing, which you do not like? To have a great destiny, you must have big mental concepts. Here is the regime for building these big mental concepts, which can cause your higher mind to project the creative pattern you hold to the outer world of reality. 1. Sit down for at least a half hour a day and concentrate your mind on building big concepts. If you are making $100 a week, expand your image to $200 a week. Visualize yourself earning that money first. Do not make the mistake of raising your mental sights too rapidly, for you must really believe you can earn $200 a week before you can project that success image to the outer world. After you have built this mental concept for a week or two, you may be prompted to enroll in a special course in evening high school, a course that will actually project you into a future job paying the bigger salary. Example: a woman of 50 attended my classes in New York for several weeks. Her husband had died, leaving her some insurance money, but not enough for future security. She told me in a personal interview that she had tried to get a job, but no one wanted an old woman, as she put it. I told her to change that mental concept of herself at once. She had let her hair become dingy and gray-streaked. I advised her to search within her own mind to see what she really liked and wanted to do. She knew a man who was a judge, and one day she visited his court and became fascinated at seeing the stenographer taking notes on a stenotype machine. She told no one of her plan at the time, but she enrolled in a course in stenotyping, and when she had finished her course, she began to project the mental concept that she would one day be a court stenographer. A few months later, her judge friend told her that his secretary was leaving to be married, and he needed a good stenotype operator. It was only then that she revealed her secret to her friend, that she was a trained stenotype operator. He hired her at a good weekly salary, and this woman, who had felt that she was old and finished in life, began at 50 a new career that paid her well and gave her new dignity and self-respect. Miracles can truly occur through the use of mental imagery. 2. Look around you in your everyday life and see what conditions you would like to change or improve. Almost all great things have been accomplished because someone looked about him and was discontented with the way things were and wanted to change and improve them. This exercise should apply not only to your physical environment, but also to your mental gifts and talents. Perhaps you want to play the piano, or sing, or do public speaking. This desire to change the circumstances of your life can be extended to all departments of living. Visualize yourself playing the piano, writing the book, taking the trip, making a bigger sum of money. And soon you will be guided by the divine mind within to doing the things that you have created through mental imagery. 3. Constantly strive to increase your knowledge of the world in which you live. The power of imagery increases when you possess a mind that has many highly developed facets. Your imagination can only compile new and more effective forms of imagery when your brain has absorbed many new ideas. It is true, he who has imagination without learning has wings but no feet. The imagination must be developed through knowledge and solid facts. Make it a point to study all branches of knowledge so you will be well read and will have an appreciation of the better things in life. The Chinese say, Man with good education seems to have much luck. 4. Mentally practice actions that you would like to have take place in your life so that your imagination will be more fully exercised. For example, practice aloud and before a mirror, asking your boss for a raise in salary. Then practice selling some product to a prospective buyer. Make a speech before the Congress in which you plead some universal cause, such as peace or brotherhood. Visualize yourself buying a Cadillac or other fine car, driving it, showing it off to your friends. Do the same thing with buying your own home, investing money in the stock market, or taking a trip to some place you want to go. The ability to create mental images depends on exercise, just like physical development of a muscle. If you can pass a series of such mental images through your mind daily, you will soon find yourself reflecting these mental images in your daily life and doing the things you have held as mental concepts. 5. Mentally set some high goal for yourself and let this goal constantly inspire you to make bigger efforts to achieve your goal. You might, in your mental imagery, plan what you would do if you suddenly inherited $1 million. You might laugh at the thought that you would ever come into so much money, but remember, you are using a metaphysical miracle power that can work its miracles for you as it has for thousands of others in the past. Examples. Here are 4 examples of students in my classes who used this power of mental projection through the imagination and who came into unexpected sums of money. One young lady received money through a large insurance policy that a relative had made out in her name years before. A man had a sum of money come to him from reparations paid by Austria to those whom the Nazis had robbed when they occupied Austria during the war. A third member of our lecture group came into a large sum of money through the settlement of a court case involving a patent infringement. Another lady in our group sold her first novel, which she wrote after learning how to exercise her imagination. She was given a substantial advance payment for the book, and later received thousands of dollars from a movie company that bought the book. 6. Do not accept the limitations that might exist at the present moment in your life. In your mental imagery, see these circumstances changed by time into the new conditions that you hold in consciousness. If you were a shoeshine boy in Texas and someone told you that you would one day become President of the United States, it might almost appear laughable. And yet, a boy named Lyndon Baines Johnson made that type of amazing transition in a period of a few short years. He used these principles of mental imagery to amass his vast fortune, and even if he had not become president through chance, his life still would be counted a successful one. 7. Talk to your higher mind, just as you would talk to a person, telling it your secret aspirations and desires, and then sit quietly in the silence and let it guide you to taking the right steps, which will fulfill your destiny. Sammy Davis Jr. had every known limitation in his early life, but he kept telling himself, "I can do it," and visualizing and imagining his future success, until he finally won through and became a great star. Another instance of a man of the same race, who has amazed everyone in the boxing world, who has used this principle of imagination and mental projection, is Cassius Clay. Some people might consider his confident statements about victory in the ring as mere braggadocio, but the fact remains, he has up to this point fulfilled every promise he made to himself. 8. Perhaps you are not living the life in this moment that you would like to live in the future. You may be in the wrong work, and you may not be able to make a change at present. You may not have enough money to do the things you desire, and you may feel that you can never change these negative circumstances of your life. Should you let your situation depress and discourage you? Indeed not. By using the metaphysical miracle power that your higher mind can release in your everyday life, you can soon alter these negative conditions and create a positive, happy, successful future for yourself. In the meantime, make it a point to see your present environment through rose-colored glasses, and in your imagination, see the perfection you dream of in your inner world. How a child saw spiritual reality. I remember I once visited a place on the Pacific called Balboa. There were charming white stucco houses on the side streets facing the ocean, with purple and red bougainvillea spilling over their trim roofs. Suddenly I found myself at the end of the street, and there was a shabby little house that had been built of packing cases and odds and ends of lumber. It was obviously inferior to the other cottages that lined the streets. Playing in the yard of this shabby house was a little boy of 8 or 10, with blue eyes and a shock of golden hair. I pointed to the shabby shack and added, "Does anybody live in that house?" The boy looked up at me with a big smile on his bright face and said, "Yes, I live there. Ain't I lucky?" This child was seeing the true spiritual reality behind his life, not the ugly, limited shack, which had caught my attention. He had the blue Pacific at his doorstep. The golden California sun bathed his world with beauty. He had the unlimited vision, beauty and spirit of youth to buoy him up, and to him, this little shack in which he lived was a palace, and he felt himself fortunate to be living in it. This is the mental attitude that you must bring to your own life. You may not live in the most perfect home at present. Your job may not be to your liking, and you may not have all the money you would like to have, but don't let your discontent with your present situation blind you to the metaphysical miracle power within your mind, which can change these negative conditions, if you will, but hold the right mental images and concepts in your consciousness. Chapter 4. The Master Key That Opens Doors to Metaphysical Miracles. There is a master key which you may use to open miraculous doors to the secrets of the entire universe. This key is desire. In metaphysics, we call desire the divine emotion, for it is the master key which the Creator used to evolve the entire universe. When everything was created, God placed this divine emotion into all living creatures, and it serves as the motivating power that stirs all things into creative action. It is the desire to get out of that egg which causes the chick to begin to peck his way out of his prison. If this desire were not inborn, he would never know the breath of life. It is your desire for life that keeps the life force pumping through your body, propelled by your heart and glands. It is your desire for success that drives you on and gives you the motivation to seek out the means for making a fortune. It is the desire for happiness that causes people to overcome all kinds of discouraging obstacles and strive to achieve this desirable goal. This one master key alone can help you unlock doors to the mysteries of the universe. The Master Jesus knew of this master key principle. He said, "Ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you." There is a metaphysical miracle in this great spiritual formula which can help you unlock the doors to the invisible treasures of the universe. Do you recall the story of Ali Baba and the fairy tale? Before the door to the hidden treasures would open for him, he had to first learn the magic word. When he said the magic word, the door swung open, and he found unlimited wealth. The magic word, ask. Now let us analyze the metaphysical principle involved in the words ask, seek, knock. The first letters of these three words spell ask. You can only ask for something that you desire first. This is the beginning of creating any kind of a miracle. You must use the master key of desire before you can motivate the invisible forces of cosmic power, which work through your divine mind. Your mortal mind asks, and the higher divine mind within you answers. It knows all the secrets of the universe. It is the divine power which formed your body in 9 short months' time. If you are sick, isn't it natural to go to the master physician within who knows all the chemicals and elements from which your body was created? The miracle of healing through desire. If you want a miracle of healing, isn't it logical that the mastermind that rules the entire universe should know how to bring about the miracle of health? Think of the mystery of your heart alone, that little organ about as big as your fist, which pumps night and day, sending your bloodstream throughout your entire body, carrying the impurities to the kidneys, then pumping fresh, clean blood with its load of life-giving oxygen once again to your cells. Think of the miracle of your digestion. Solid food is broken up into liquids that are easily assimilated by a process known as osmosis through the walls of your intestines. The bloodstream is then able to carry necessary nourishment to all parts of your body. As if this weren't enough of a miracle, think of the even greater miracle when your body sends out a cell to the bloodstream for a particle of iron, or magnesium, or sodium. and the blood brings that element or mineral to the exact place where it is needed, be it in a brain cell or in a toenail. It is the master key of desire at work in your body and brain cells which makes possible this great miracle of life and of healing. Desire as a dominant and divine emotion. Desire is a powerful emotion within your brain. It is able to set up magnetic wavelengths, which reach out into time and space and attract the very things that are desired for fulfillment and growth. The cactus plant isolated in the desert must have moisture to live. In its desire for moisture, the plant sends its roots deep into the desert sand and causes it to attract any moisture that exists below the surface of the soil. Many a desert traveler, dying of thirst, has been saved because he knew that the cactus plant had a reservoir of life-giving moisture within its leaves, and by cutting leaves open and drinking it, he lived. Your emotions, working through the master key desire, can set up wavelengths of magnetism to attract to you all the elements you require for a healthy, happy, successful life. Let us learn more about this master key, which all the great teachers and prophets have used since time immemorial to produce their great miracles. The reason why such great teachers as Moses, Buddha, Confucius, and Christ were called masters is because they had completely mastered life by knowing of and controlling this master key emotion of desire. Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Also, what things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. This is why, in my teachings of metaphysics, I have named desire the divine emotion. It is the master key that helps us work the miracles which the Master promised we could also do. And greater works than these shall ye do. If you believe this statement literally, then you are on the way to performing miracles in your own life, which will astound you. What things do you desire? Before you can ask the miracle-working power that dwells within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite and clear-cut. Someone has said, metaphysics is the language of the soul. In any form of communication, there must be words that set up patterns of action and reaction. To reach the higher mind within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite, and be shown how to make out a blueprint of destiny, which can help you consolidate and concentrate these desires through your emotions. 1. Desire for a better life. 2. Desire for good health, youth, and vitality. 3. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. 4. Desire for happiness. 5. Desire for friends and social recognition. 6. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. 7. Desire for cultural achievement. 8. Desire for the right work and creative expression. 9. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. 10. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. A truly balanced and perfect life should contain all of the above 10 desires, fully expressed in all departments of your life. It is when one or more of these elements is missing that one feels a sense of incompletion and unhappiness in his life. Emotions, the building blocks of desire. Before we begin to use the master key of desire to shape your future destiny, let us study the basic emotions, the building blocks which desire uses for creating your future. There are positive emotions and negative ones. The positive emotions can be used to charge your mind and body with dynamic energy and to help you overcome the negative forces in life that are constantly opposing the positive ones. Positive emotions. Negative emotions. Faith. Hate. Love. Fear. Hope. Worry. Expectation. Jealousy. Enthusiasm. Envy. Anticipation. Revenge. self-confidence, resentment, charity, despair, goodness, avariciousness, unselfishness, discouragement. How to use positive emotions to charge your mind constructively. You can use the 10 positive emotions to charge your mind with dynamic energy and to instill within your body cells the life force which will keep you healthy, vital, and youthful into an advanced old age. In fact, through this metaphysical method of implementing the master key of desire with the positive and constructive emotions, you can learn how to live to a useful, creative, and energetic old age of 100 years or more. Some of the masters of the Himalayas who have learned this great secret have been known to live to be as much as 200 years of age. With our modern scientific study of geriatrics, which has to do with the processes of aging, it has been found that if we could entirely remove the poisons and fatigue acids caused by the negative emotions and insulate the mind and body only with positive emotions, man could live to an incredible old age. The body has the ability to repair itself perfectly, but it must use chemicals and elements which flow from the glands or which we take into the body through the foods we eat. Our thoughts and emotions help set the stage, chemically speaking, for the glands to release valuable chemicals for the body's perfect functioning. If the emotions are negative, they poison the body cells and make possible disease and the aging process. How to achieve a better life. First, let us take each of the magic keys of desire and use them to open channels for the fulfillment of that which you desire. Everyone has a right to the best that life has to offer. However, there is no guarantee that you will receive this until and unless you first will yourself to believe that a better life is possible. This will require the use of several positive emotions. Let us check our list of positive emotions now and choose those which will help stimulate the brain and body and release the energy and magnetism necessary to lead you to a better life. The better life includes security, peace of mind, and fulfillment of your innermost dreams and desires. The first emotion you should tap is that of faith, number 1 on our list of positive emotions. Faith is literally a miracle worker. The Master Jesus said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall ye do also. And greater works than these shall ye do." John 14:12. This is a powerful statement of faith. If you literally believe in the miracle-working power of your higher divine mind, nothing shall be impossible for you to achieve. You might think that this is limited, but actually it is not. You might say, "But if I wanted to become President of the United States or have $10 million, it would be impossible." Actually, you do not really believe it is possible. Therefore, you do not have faith. The dynamic law of expectation. This brings us to another important emotion for achieving the better life that you desire. This is our fourth emotion on our list, expectation. Do you really expect a better life in the future? Or do you constantly spend time and energy on bewailing the past and regretting the mistakes you made in the past? One man I knew in California lost his chance to become wealthy in the early days by practically giving away his property on Wilshire Boulevard. After the Second World War, this property sold for millions. He kept regretting this mistake and talking about it constantly. One day I told him to begin concentrating on the future and to expect his good fortune. He began to change his mental attitude, and soon he found some undeveloped land in San Fernando Valley, where he began a housing development that made him a vast fortune. The same mental energy he was dissipating with negative emotions, when converted into positive emotions, made him rich. What other positive emotions on this list might be tapped to bring one a better life? Enthusiasm is a needed ingredient in any success. Self-confidence must exist within the mind of any person who wishes to succeed in any venture. There must be the emotion of goodness, the desire to do good for others and to be good. This is a chemical force within the brain and body that is positive and dynamic. There should be unselfishness, a desire to share your good with others. It can be seen now that all these emotions help implement the master key of desire and direct the mental and physical energies in the direction of bettering your life. a desire for good health, youth, and vitality. There is no greater treasure in the world than good health. The body is prejudiced in favor of life and health. When we become sick, it is because the emotional and chemical balance of the body has been upset and thrown out of balance. When God created the human body, He meant for it to function perfectly and to repair itself through the chemicals released by the glands or taken into the body through the diet. The glands are triggered by your emotions, and if you should become sick, you can help the divine mind within in the healing process by learning how to maintain the correct mental and emotional balance that is conducive to healing. This does not mean that you should try to heal yourself, for in our age we must realize that doctors and drugs are still playing a very important part in the healing arts. However, even doctors know that very often the right mental and emotional attitude of the patient can bring about a healing when other things fail. The emotions that create sickness. It is now known in the science of psychosomatic medicine that diseases can be created by negative emotions. A woman who was a chronic worrier and had difficulties in her marriage developed violent attacks of hay fever and asthma. Nothing seemed to help her until it was brought out in an interview with the doctor that she worried constantly. This affected her marriage and led to further complications. When she was given the positive emotions of hope, self-confidence, unselfish love, and enthusiasm by which to live her life, she became a changed person. She soon overcame her tendency to worry. She became more spiritual in her approach to her marital problems, and in 6 months' time, her condition had improved so much that she was almost entirely free of symptoms and discomfort. Another instance that proves the destructive power of the emotions was that of a man who developed ulcers. They became so aggravated that he was advised to have an operation. Then a psychosomatic medical expert was called in, and he questioned the man while he was under a fluoroscope, an instrument like an X-ray machine which permits the doctor to watch the patient's internal organs. As the doctor repeated a list of words, such as house, sky, water, dog, etc., he finally came to the word mother-in-law, and the patient's stomach was observed to jump as if it had been shot. Then the doctor knew that this man was sick because of trouble with his mother-in-law. Questioning proved that this was indeed the trouble. The wife's mother lived in the house with the couple and interfered constantly in their marriage. When she was moved out, the patient had a miraculous healing. Fear, the great destroyer. One of the most destructive of all emotions is that of fear. Any prolonged state of fear that persists for months or years can set the stage for almost every type of disease known in the human catalog, from heart trouble and high blood pressure to arthritis and sugar diabetes. A woman walked under a tree one hot summer evening, and a tree frog dropped into the bosom of her dress. The shock of fear was so great that a few weeks later she developed sugar diabetes. The negative emotion of hate is another one that destroys the body's glandular and chemical balance and causes sickness. Hatred, worry, jealousy, greed, and selfishness are all high on the list of those destructive negative emotions which destroy the body's health and produce every known type of ailment. To keep your body in good health and to have vitality and youthful energy until a ripe old age, use the following emotions on our positive list. Faith. Believe that your higher mind which created you knows how to sustain you and keep you in good health. Faith coupled with prayer is an unbeatable formula for achieving miraculous results in healing or in keeping the body normally healthy. Most of the authenticated cases of true spiritual healing, called by many miracles, were found to be due to this spiritual combination of faith and prayer. The Master Jesus knew this profound metaphysical secret, and in his revelations he constantly referred to the need of faith combined with prayer. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark 11:24. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. James 5:15. The positive emotion of hope is also a valuable aid for keeping the body healthy. This, coupled with expectation, anticipation, and love, furnishes an emotional background for healing in the body which is truly miraculous. New life through positive emotions. A man was in a deep coma, and the doctors had given him up for dead. He had a combination of disorders, including a diseased heart, high blood pressure, and ulcers. Finally, one of the doctors who attended him decided to try an experiment. In a rational moment, when the man rallied briefly from his coma, this doctor said to the patient, "Your 10-year-old son needs you desperately. If you die, how will he ever be able to go through college and get an education? You want him to have a better life than you did. You must live for your son's sake, at least until you have sent him through college." The doctor who reported this case says that the man went back into the coma, but it turned into a deep sleep, from which he awakened in a few hours' time. The man became healed and lived for some years after. When his son graduated from college, the man became ill again and in a few months' time died. Many people who retire at 60 or 65 years of age, who feel that their usefulness is ended, often die in from 3 to 5 years from their retirement. The emotional anticipation and eagerness to see what tomorrow will bring is a powerful glandular stimulus and keeps people alive for many years. Old people especially should be made to feel that they are wanted and needed. It gives them that reason for living, which every person requires to keep him going. The miracle power of love. One of the greatest positive emotions for maintaining good health or even for healing the body is that of love. This is the emotion that makes the world go round, and it helps release magnetism, electricity, and healing power in every cell of the brain and body. In cases where people are unhappy and frustrated in love, it has been observed that they develop every known type of ailment. Just as the negative emotion of hatred seems to create all kinds of ailments, so too, an absence of the positive emotion of love can cause the body to literally shrivel up and die. Love as an emotion can be made to work its miracle for you in many other forms than romantic love or marriage. Daily express your love of friends and neighbors by doing little acts that show how much you care. There is love of family, love of country, love of humanity, and love of God. All these are miracle-working forces that can radically affect your life and change it for the better. This one emotion of love alone can keep you alive and healthy to a very advanced age. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. What emotional reservoirs shall one tap within the brain and body for achieving the third desire on our list? Now that you have seen how we can couple our desires with our emotions to release the miracle-working power of the higher mind, you can work to couple these emotions with any of the desires that you may have and begin to see the results that you can achieve immediately. This should be an exercise that you perform every day. In fact, you can start your day's activities by choosing some outstanding emotion that will be your golden key for that day. On Monday, you might choose the positive emotion number 1, faith, and all day continue to hold that emotion in your consciousness. On Tuesday, you might choose emotion number 2, love, and let that be the golden key to dynamic action for your day. You can do this with each day of the week, and even couple 2 emotions for some days, until you become so expert at releasing the flow of miracle-working power that every situation in life will be motivated by compelling and dynamic energy motivators. Your desire for success, fulfillment, and riches can be motivated by the following positive emotions: enthusiasm, self-confidence, anticipation, hope, and faith. However, many people have achieved fame, fortune, and greatness through the emotion of love. This is one of the most dynamic motivators of all, and we shall study further the miracle-working power of this divine emotion in other sections of our study. Desire for happiness. Happiness is a state of mind more than anything else. It depends to a great extent on the emotions that are indulged habitually. Some people are happy in almost any environment or under very trying circumstances, whereas others may have a fortune, beauty, popularity, and everything to live for, and still be miserable. One remembers such movie stars as Marilyn Monroe and Carol Landis, and several millionaires who committed suicide in the past. Their problems were based on personal failures, not on lack of money, popularity, or success. In a study of the emotions which charge the mind with complete happiness, we find that all 10 given on our list of positive emotions are important. If you will study these carefully, you will see that each emotion tends to give something of its quality to the mind which harbors it, and soon, when you have practiced these positive emotions, your mental attitude will be colored by them, just as if you wore a pair of mental rose-colored glasses. Desire for friends and social recognition. No person can live his life isolated from other people. You must be able to indulge the social reciprocity that brings other people into your life, and this can be done by bringing into play the following emotions: love, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, good, and unselfishness. We shall have much more to learn about this desire for friends in another section of our study, but you can begin immediately in this important department of your life to do something about ending loneliness and personal unhappiness, and building the magnetic aura in your personality that will attract friends into your orbit of activities and give you the feeling that you are loved and desired by others. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. This basic desire for love, marriage, and children is one of nature's most compelling emotions. Without love, life is a tomb, Browning said, and this is a great truth. It was the magical healing power of love that awakened in Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which made her fall in love with the great poet and marry him, when she had been ill and bedridden for many years. Through love, she suddenly became healed and bore him a child in her early 40s. The emotions which engender love, and which you should indulge if you are searching for fulfillment in this department of your life, are faith, hope, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, goodness, and a great deal of unselfishness. True love is one of the most unselfish of all emotions and will not thrive in an atmosphere of selfishness. Desire for cultural achievement. Man shall not live by bread alone, we are told in the Bible. You will need balance in your life to counteract work and the pursuit of fame or fortune. What shall a rich man do when he has achieved a vast fortune? The great men of history have always used their wealth to advance the causes of culture and learning. Carnegie endowed libraries, Mellon founded an art gallery. Rockefeller bestowed his millions on the Rockefeller Foundation. Nobel left his fortune in trust to be given out in the famous Nobel Peace Prizes, and for the recognition of great authors. Henry Ford left his heritage in the Ford Foundation, and Guggenheim endows many worthy causes through the Guggenheim Foundation. The positive emotions which should be indulged for cultural achievement are love of humanity, charity, faith, enthusiasm, goodness, and unselfishness. Desire for the right work and creative expression. As work is a most important ingredient of any person's life, it is vital that each of us be in the right work and possess the right motivation, which will make work less a burden than a pleasure. As we should never literally retire, but always have some activity which engages our time and attention throughout life, it is important that the correct emotions motivate this vital department of life. The emotions of love, hope, expectation, anticipation, self-confidence, charity, goodness, and unselfishness should all be indulged daily in relation to our right work and creative expression. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. To balance work and play, one needs spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. The emotions of love, faith, hope, charity, good, and unselfishness should be indulged daily. To this should be added the spiritual communication, what we call prayer in religion, which should be a part of our daily lives. Talking to the God power within can be done, not only in the morning and at night, but many times during the day when one feels a need of communication with a higher power. Little short prayers such as, "Thank you, God," when you have an unusually happy experience, or when you see a bright blue sky and sunshine, or flowers blooming in your garden. These little prayers keep one in touch with the spiritual source of all life and power and propel us in the direction of peace, health, and happiness. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. This desire is the civilizing emotion which causes people to rise from the plane of animalism to that of divinity. Man's war-making propensity is a leftover of the barbarism and savagery of primitive times. Only when man is infused with high moral and idealistic aspirations does he rise in the scale of evolution from animalism to the realm of dignity and divinity. The 10 Commandments are moral laws upon which civilization has been built. The Golden Rule is another great spiritual revelation for man's higher moral conduct. The emotions which trigger this desire are faith, love, hope, charity, good and unselfishness. Daily regime for emotional control. It must be remembered that the emotions have been given to mankind for a definite purpose, for our enjoyment, and also to trigger the chemistry within the body that can motivate us in any chosen direction. The negative emotions should be avoided as much as possible, and the positive emotions should be implemented and exercised every day.